Chapter 605. 0605. Qingshue's face was filled with disbelief as she asked in confusion, "Why? Shouldn't they be dealing with me?" Halfway through her words, Qingxue seemed to have suddenly thought of something. From the first time she met Mo Shui Xian and her son in the supermarket, she talked about what happened to Mo Shui Xian and the Su family, Aunt Zhang's reaction, Mo Shui Xian's expression, and her and Mu's blood type. Qingxue quivered and looked at Mo Shui Xian in astonishment. "Madam Mu," Yi Fan said seriously, "if you don't tell us the truth, your entire family will be in danger. Do you want your son and your granddaughter to be killed by the people of the Ghost Valley just like that? You should know that it's actually very easy for the power of the Ghost Valley to kill you. It's just that Su Yi and his son aren't in power, so they don't know that I've sent people to protect Mu. When they attack again, it won't be just these few people. The strength of the martial artists they send will also be strong and not weak." When Mo Shui Xian heard these words, she was finally afraid. She cried and shook her head. "No. It's not that I want to hide it from you all. It's just that I promised the old madam that I would never tell the truth in my life. There's almost no one left. Do you think you can still hide it?" Yi Fan asked loudly. "Mom. What the hell was going on? Mom, what do you know? Hurry up and say it." The more Mu Shuasong listened, the more she felt that something was wrong and asked anxiously. Mo Shui Xian trembled as she reached out to touch Mu Shuasong's face. "Son. You are not your father's biological son. Before I met your father, I was actually pregnant with you. Your biological father is Su Qingshue's grandfather, Su Yuwei." The moment her voice fell, Mu Shuasong was completely stunned. Su Qingsue was also so shocked that she couldn't say a single word. Li Fan Xian raised his head and sighed. "Sure enough, back then, Yuan and I were both maids who followed the master and the madam out of the Ghost Valley. But later on..." Mo Shui Xian still found it difficult to speak, and simply said, "Later on, when I had a child in my stomach, the old madam couldn't tolerate me, and the old master wanted to protect me, so I left. As a woman, I grew up in the Ghost Valley for more than 10 years, and I don't have any skills. It's not easy to survive in this world, not to mention bringing up a son. In the end, I met Shuasong's stepfather. He treated me pretty well at first, but he kept asking me to give birth to another child for him. I know that he doesn't actually like Shuasong. He just wants me, so I refused no matter what. In the end, he divorced me and died a few years later. I let Shuasong follow my surname. Mother and son depended on each other. Later, when I saw Shuasong get married and have a career, I thought I could finally enjoy a happy life. In the end, the Ghost Valley didn't let us go." Hearing these words, Mu Shuasong's shock slowly turned into grief and anger. "Mom. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? You suffered so much alone, but your son didn't know." Mu Shuasong hugged his mother and cried bitterly. Although she was Bai Shuqin's granddaughter and logically speaking, she should help her grandmother, but it was not easy for Mo Shui Xian either. Kick a pregnant maid out of the house, prevent her from mentioning her past, ignore her, and let the mother and son fend for themselves. Qingxue would never have thought that such a thing would be done by her own granny. No wonder Mo Shui Xian didn't have a good expression towards him and Qingxue. Although Mo Shui Xian knew that she had let Bai Shuqin down, she still had resentment in her heart. To Mo Shui Xian, not being able to have anything to do with the Su family in this life was her greatest wish. Unfortunately, the world was a joke. The shadow of the Ghost Valley had never been erased from their heads. "So you're saying Mu is my sister? A cousin who is related by blood?" Su Qingsue wiped the corner of her eyes and said these words. The woman's heart was extremely complicated. Just a few hours ago, she had told Mu not to call her elder sister. Who would have thought that it wasn't that elder sister, but a true elder sister who was related by blood. However, it's so strange. Even if they are blood-related sisters, why do their blood types all happen to be type P? What a coincidence, said Fog Knight. Mo Shui Xian sobbed and said, I think I heard from the people of the Ghost Valley that the Su family's bloodline is very special and has great talent in cultivation. However, it has been several generations since such a person has appeared. Could it be that special bloodline is this kind of special blood type? Because I remember that the old master's blood type and Shuasong's blood type are not P, but Mu Mu is P. That's not right either. That's not right. This is a scientific blood type. Does it have anything to do with martial arts? Brother, what do you think? Fog Knight, puzzled, asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan shook his head. The human body is filled with endless mysteries. Not to mention blood type, even a single cell has endless secrets. Maybe type P blood is just an appearance, and there is something else in the Su family's bloodline that is the real deal. However, type P blood should be the side that this kind of blood shows. Su Qingshu thought of her recent rapid progress in cultivation and the cold Jin Qi she possessed, and silently nodded. Then why did the Ghost Valley want to kill Mu Mu? Did they just find out about our background? Mu Shuasong asked curiously. They didn't kill me and my mother either. Impossible, the intelligence of the Ghost Valley is #1 in the world. They must have already known about what happened to you guys back then. The only reason they could make a move now is probably it's this bloodline. Yi Fan looked at Qingxue with a complicated gaze. The Su family bloodline in my wife's body seems to have awakened. I'm afraid they were worried that Mu 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 would also change, so they wanted to make the first move. Zhuge Tianming said that he wanted to take Mu Mu away, but the Su family wanted to kill Mu Mu. Could it be? Shu Qingxue thought for a moment, then frowned and said, they want Mu Mu to go back and be a puppet. Yi Fan looked at the woman in admiration. Wife, you thought of it too. That's right, I guess that's the reason. Su Yi and his son are afraid that you two sisters will go back and take over their positions. Zhuge Tianming is different. He wants to rely on you guys as puppets to deal with the Elders Guild of the Ghost Valley, and at the same time, I think he also wants to use you guys to decipher the secret of the wordless heavenly book. If Zhuge Tianming has already broken through the wordless heavenly book, then the Su family won't matter anymore. You guys are the key to opening the wordless heavenly book, so Zhuge Tianming won't kill you, he just wants to capture. Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and suddenly turned around. Chapter 606 0606-inch Zhuge Tianming. Li Fan Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that this time, the Ghost Valley's heavenly master would personally come out. It seemed that Su Qingxue and Mu 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 were indeed extremely important to the Ghost Valley. I don't have the time, but I don't mind if I beat you up. Yi Fan coldly said. Zhuge Tianming laughed confidently and said, Ha, Brother Yi is really straightforward. Since that's the case, I will be waiting for you at the nearby tea house. The voice quickly drifted away. It was obvious that Zhuge Tianming had also gone far away. In the corridor, Mo Shui Xian's face was already deathly pale. Zhuge Tianming, isn't that the current heavenly master? Heavens! The heavenly master has come to find us. What should we do? Are we going to die? Mo Shui Xian, who had grown up in the Ghost Valley, as a servant of the Su family, naturally knew the status of the Ghost Valley's heavenly master. When she found out that the godlike Ghost Valley's heavenly master had personally come here, she was so scared that she was speechless. Mom, don't get excited. What is a heavenly master? What Ghost Valley? Why have I never heard of it? Mu Shuasong supported her mother and asked anxiously. Shu Qingxue looked at Yi Fan worriedly. Don't be too impulsive, this is China, you are alone, it's impossible for you to start a war with the Ghost Valley. Yifan said, "Wife, don't worry. He came to find me because he was afraid of me. Otherwise, he would have directly made a move. This means that he is restraining himself. I also don't want to make a big deal out of this. The Heaven's Eye is an S-class organization, it's not something that can be destroyed just like that. I need to see what his attitude is like. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's not wise to start a war with the Heaven's Eye. Besides, you might have to go back in the future, so wouldn't that be equivalent to attacking your Su family's foundation?" Shu Qingxue nodded, "I think so too. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill me, he could have easily killed me after so many years. So, wife, you don't have to worry too much. Here, let Ming'er protect you. I'll go out for a while. At this time, you can also tell Uncle Mu about the Ghost Valley." This Uncle Mu caused Mu Shuasong and Mo Shui Xian to have complicated expressions. After this night, two families with different surnames had become relatives. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, it was a fact. Originally, there was no conflict between Su Qingxue and Mu Shuasong. On the contrary, Mu Shuasong admired Su Qingxue's promising youth, and Su Qingxue also respected Mu Shuasong as a musician. The only thing that made them uncomfortable was the cruelty that Su Yuwei and Bai Shu Qin had treated them and their son. But all of this actually didn't have much to do with Su Qingxue, because Su Qingxue herself was almost abandoned outside, and it wasn't easy for her to return to the Su family. Shu Qingxue hesitated for a moment before nodding, "I understand. You can go now. Be careful." Yifan grinned, "The one who should be careful is Zhuge Tianming." Finished speaking, Yifan turned around, and like a gust of wind, his body rushed out of the corridor in the blink of an eye. This gave Mu Shui Xian and her son a fright. Mu Shuasong said with a trembling voice, "Yi. Who exactly is Yifan?" Shu Qingxue sighed, "Mu. Uncle, you can slowly understand who Yifan is in the future, but now, I think you should first understand who you are." When Mu Shuasong heard Shu Qingxue call him uncle, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. She then looked at Mo Shui Xian, who was at the side, and the woman's face was also filled with mixed feelings. "Miss Su. Don't you despise us?" Mo Shui Xian asked nervously. "Why should I despise you? Madam Mu, you didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, it was my grandfather and grandmother who let you and your mother down. Moreover, my mother and I were also abandoned outside back then. I can understand your feelings very well." Shu Qingxue said faintly. The reason why Shu Qingxue didn't feel any resistance after finding out the truth was because of her experiences when she was young. In the depths of her heart, she also longed for the warmth and affection of her family. In the past year, her family had left her one by one. Towards the sudden appearance of her uncle and sister who were related by blood, Shu Qingxue naturally wouldn't reject them. The only thing that made her uncomfortable was the relationship between Mu and Yifan. Hearing this, Mo Shui Xian exclaimed, "What? You and your mother? Also, Shu Qingxue bitterly nodded her head and said, "So, you don't need to call me miss, you can just call me by my name. After all, you gave birth to my grandfather's child, so you are the same as my grandmother in terms of seniority. But I can only call you Madam Mu, because my grandmother treated me very well when she was alive." I understand. Mo Shui Xian's eyes sparkled. "Then I'll call you Qingxue, you can just call me Auntie Mu, you should be calling Yuan Auntie Jiang. Actually, Yuan and I are both servants of the Su family in the Ghost Valley. Yuan has talent in ancient martial arts and has practiced a good set of martial arts, while I am just an ordinary errand girl. Back then, when the old madam kicked me out of the house, she didn't ask me to abort the child, which was already a great kindness. At the end of the day, although Mo Shui Xian hated Su Yue and Bai Shu Qin in her heart, how could there not be worry and longing within this hatred? After all, since young, she and Jiang Yuan had been trained to be Su Yue's maidservants. Deep in their bones, they would serve their master with all their might for the rest of their lives. After being kicked out of the Su family midway, half of the pain in her heart was self-blame. She could no longer accompany her master. Now, Su Qingxue was actually willing to accept them as a family. Mo Shui Xian was naturally overjoyed. To her, the current Su Qingxue was the new master of the Su family. Her being able to return to her roots was the greatest fortune in her later years. Although Mu Shuasong didn't feel very comfortable in her heart, seeing her mother so happy, she didn't dare to object. Moreover, Su Qingxue was richer than him, had a higher status than him, and had a husband like Yi Fan. If he, Mu Shuasong, didn't want face, then he wouldn't have any EQ. Alright, I'll call you Auntie Mu. Su Qingxue said, the current situation is very subtle. Let me tell you about it. In the future, we will have to face the people from the Ghost Valley together. In the hospital, Qingxue told Mo Shui Xian and her son about everything that had happened before, as well as how Bai Shu Qin entrusted Yi Fan to help them stop the Ghost Valley and so on. On the other side, Yi Fan followed the clues that Zhuge Tianming had deliberately left behind and arrived at a nearby tea house. This small tea house sold tea leaves downstairs, and there were a few small seats upstairs. Actually, the owner of the tea house had already returned to his hometown for the new year, but as the Ghost Valley's heavenly master, Zhuge Tianming was naturally proficient in the art of Qi Men Dun Jia. He used the skill of unlocking the door, turned on the light, and sipped his tea alone. Li Fan Xian walked up the creaking wooden stairs and arrived at the second floor. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the leisurely-looking scholar sipping tea while looking at the moon. Chapter 607. 0607 On the table in front of Zhuge Tianming, there was an item wrapped in black plastic paper. Brother Yi, this is a gift for you. Zhuge Tianming turned around and said with a smile. Yi Fan walked over and silently opened the black plastic bag. Inside, there was a head that had been chopped off. Who is this? Yi Fan didn't know this man. His name is Zhou Biao, and he is a member of the Su family in the Ghost Valley. He was the one who injured Mu Mu Mu. Zhuge Tianming said, I know that Brother Yi won't let him off. In order to save Brother Yi some trouble, I have already helped you cut off his head. Seeing that Yi Fan was silent, Zhuge Tianming continued, if Brother Yi doubts what I said, you can go and verify it yourself, or let your subordinate see if the one who injured Mu 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 is this person. Yi Fan threw Zhou Biao's head on the ground and said, a dignified Ghost Valley heavenly master shouldn't lie to me about such a small matter. As Yi Fan spoke, he sat down, picked up a cup of tea that had been brewed for him, and took a sip. Although you chopped off the head of this killer for me, you sent people to kidnap Mu Mu, and the Su family sent people to assassinate him. This debt has not been settled yet. Zhuge Tianming lightly waved his fan and said, Brother Yi, I want to invite Miss Mu to the Ghost Valley for a visit. From beginning to end, I didn't hurt her, so it wasn't a kidnapping. Moreover, my people have been killed by your subordinates, and I even lost a ghost slave. To be honest, I am the one who suffered a loss. As for that Su Yi and his son, they were already unconvinced by me in the Ghost Valley. They secretly used the Su family's position in the Elders Guild to create some trouble for me. Speaking of which, this little Ghost Valley heavenly master isn't easy to be. Brother Yi, you don't know how hard it is for me. If you think it's too hard, I'll let my wife go back to the Ghost Valley. She has the pure bloodline of the Su family, and once she goes, the Elders Guild will no longer support Su Yi and his son. You don't have to be this hard, heavenly master anymore. Zhuge Tianming squinted his eyes and chuckled, Miss Su is not ready yet, and I am not the only one in charge of the Zhuge family, and even more so the Ghost Valley. Brother Yi, It's best not to think too much about this for the time being. Zhuge Tianming, you suddenly risked breaking off relations with the Elders Guild to kidnap Mu Mu Mu. It can't be that you just found out that Mu 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 is my wife's cousin, right? With your intelligence capabilities, you must have known that Mo Shui Xian was pregnant with a child back then. After so many years of not asking about it, you suddenly came to capture him. What is the reason? Yi Fan stared straight at the white-faced scholar's expression. Zhuge Tianming sighed lightly, as if he knew that he couldn't hide it from Yi Fan. Brother Yi, didn't you already have a conclusion in your heart? Not bad, I'm very interested in Miss Sue's cultivation talent and unique bloodline. Sure enough. Do you think that Mumu also has such a bloodline in his body? I don't know yet, but according to the inheritance of the Su family's bloodline since ancient times, if there is a special bloodline, it is very likely that the same generation also possesses such a bloodline. This is very likely the key to unlocking the wordless heavenly book. This is extremely important to our Ghost Valley, Zhuge Tianming said seriously. This isn't for the Ghost Valley, it's for your Zhuge family's position, right? Yi Fan smiled and said, since you said it so frankly, do you think I can let you succeed? Zhuge Tianming said with a smile that was not a smile, Brother Yi, forgive me for being blunt, but you know very well that if we fight, no one will benefit much. Both of us will suffer. In fact, I think our chances of winning are even higher, so what? When I fought in the Holy War back then, I didn't even have any hope of surviving. Fighting with the Ghost Valley is still easier than fighting the alliance between the old rulers and the sacred royal court. What, do you think I don't dare? Yi Fan's eyes shone with a blazing light. Zhuge Tianming didn't have any intention of fighting with Yi Fan. He leisurely said, it seems that Brother Yi must protect Miss Su and Miss Mu, these two sisters? My wife and my sister-in-law. Do you want me to give them to you so that you can study the blood flowing in their bodies and solve the mystery of your bullshit wordless heavenly book? Zhuge Tianming, you are very smart. You killed this Zhou Biao and shirked your responsibility, but that doesn't mean. I find you pleasing to the eye. Yi Fan said in a deep voice, even if your heavens I really sees everything, Yi Fan, have never been afraid of you. Besides, you guys aren't really omniscient, otherwise. Why don't you know the secret of your own family's wordless heavenly book? Ha! Zhuge Tianming was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed a few times. He took a sip of tea and sighed bitterly, Brother Yi, to be honest, I once thought that you were a reckless man who relied on your hot-bloodedness and talent to survive. But now I realize that your brain and your fearless spirit are the key to your achievements. You are one of the few men that I feel that I can't defeat. What a pity. Why do you have to stand against me? I'm not as profound as you say, and I don't have many achievements either. I'm just a reckless man. Whoever goes against me, I'll kill them. Whoever doesn't accept it, I'll beat them until they accept it. This world is sometimes very complicated, but in the end, many things are actually that simple. Whoever has the hardest fist has the final say. Yi Fan grinned and said, Scholar Sour, you can't be thinking that I only want to chat with you tonight, right? Feeling Yi Fan's gradually surging fighting spirit, Zhuge Tianming hurriedly raised his fan and said, Brother Yi, please wait. Even if Brother Yi wants to spar with me, please listen to me first. I want to make a deal with Brother Yi. A deal? That's right, I have two pieces of information here that are very important to Brother Yi. If Brother Yi is willing to cooperate, I am willing to tell you both of these pieces of information. I believe that Brother Yi will definitely be interested. Zhuge Tianming said with a mysterious expression. Oh. What is it about? Yi Fan asked. Zhuge Tianming had a confident look on his face, one of them is related to Brother Ye's life. There are people who want to kill me every minute and every second. Do you know what it has to do with me? Yi Fan lightly snorted. Then does Brother Yi want to know who poisoned your mother to death? Zhuge Tianming's eyes carried a trace of complacency. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and his entire mind tensed up. The scene of his mother dying tragically in front of him when he was young suddenly appeared in his mind. Later on, he could guess that his mother must have been poisoned, which was why she vomited blood and died. She was in so much pain, but he had no way of finding any clues, nor could he avenge his mother. Didn't your heavens I say that you don't know anything about my mother's death? Chapter 608 0608 inch. At first, we did not find out, but after our heaven's eyes analyzed and investigated some of Brother Ye's activities over the past few years and some of the people that Brother Ye came into contact with, we already have sufficient evidence. Zhuge Tianming had a sincere look on his face. Brother Ye, you are the dignified king of hell, a legendary expert of your generation. If you can't even find your own mother's enemy and avenge your mother, can you accept it? Yi Fan's expression kept changing, his mind was filled with countless thoughts. He clenched his fists, and then let go. After a long silence, Yi Fan raised his head. What do you want in exchange this time? Or is it the Ghost Valley ring? Zhuge Tianming's eyes lit up. He shook his head and said in a low voice, this piece of information, first, requires the Ghost Valley ring, and second, requires Brother Yi to let Miss Su follow me back to the Ghost Valley for a month. Oh. Yi Fan sneered, you even want to take my wife away this time. I don't want to hurt Miss Su, I just want to confirm some things. Moreover, the elders of the Ghost Valley will allow Miss Su to be hurt, so Brother Yi can rest assured. Actually, this exchange does not cause Brother Yi any substantial loss, and the Ghost Valley ring is of no use to Brother Yi, is it? Zhuge Tianming said. Yi Fan leaned forward, placed his hand on the table, and stared straight at Zhuge Tianming. Scholar, you're not married yet, right? Zhuge Tianming frowned. I was married 8 years ago and already have 2 sons. Why do you ask? Oh, then you should be the arranged marriage of the Ghost Valley. You and your wife should only be a matchmaker's words, right? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Zhuge Tianming lightly said, the Zhuge family is very strict, and I am also busy with my affairs. Moreover, the matters between men and women are mostly burdened by the mortal world. Spending pointless time on romance and talking about those illusory marriages was not something a man should consider. I've been married to my wife for 8 years, and we're still as respectful as ever. There's nothing wrong with her giving birth to children for me. Even if it's an arranged marriage, what's wrong with that? You think it's good, I have no objections, but people like you are unable to understand. To me, what does my wife mean? Yi Fan's face gradually darkened. You actually want to ask me to borrow my wife for a month, and you even said it so naturally. Just based on your words, you deserve to die. Before he finished his sentence, the table between the two of them exploded with a loud boom. Yi Fan's fist was like a cannonball. Without any warning, it shattered the wooden board on the table and struck towards Zhuge Tianming's chest. After all, Zhuge Tianming was a legend rank expert. Moreover, he had been on guard against Yi Fan with all his might. Now that he felt that something was wrong, he immediately reacted. His body retreated and somersaulted several times. With a wave of his fan, he sent out a surge of Jinqi, jolting open the anti-burglar window and flying out of it. If it was so easy to kill the Ghost Valley's heavenly master, then the Ghost Valley wouldn't be considered an S-rank organization. Turning around, Yi Fan flew out of the window and chased after him. Under the night sky, Zhuge Tianming floated backwards and landed on the roof of another building. He said, Brother Yi, don't you want to know who poisoned your CI to death? Even if I want to know, I will find out myself. Not selling my wife in exchange for information. Yi Fan's foot touched the ground, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he once again rushed in front of Zhuge Tianming. Zhuge Tianming frowned. He didn't know what was wrong with his words, but he felt that Yi Fan was really unreasonable. Naturally, he was angry in his heart. Brother Yi is so overbearing, then this little one will accompany you for a few rounds so that you can calm down. Zhuge Tianming stood on top of the building, facing the incoming Yifan. His entire body erupted with a grayish-white energy, as if there was a gray sun that suddenly exploded under the night sky. Zhuge Tianming's strength had long since reached the large success stage of spirit condensation. What he released was already stronger than the true spirit qi, the spiritual energy that he had cultivated from the world. He had already cultivated the ghost valleys, heaven and earth supreme qi, to the acme of perfection. He didn't even need to spend time fusing the yin and yang qi. Once he used it, it would be an explosive spiritual energy move that was filled with violent power. Seeing that Yifan was attacking him, Zhuge Tianming waved his fan, and a gale of Qinquan energy whistled towards Yifan. Boom! With an explosion, Yifan felt a highly explosive bomb explode in front of him. A shockwave sent his body flying backwards. If it wasn't for Yifan's astonishing physical fitness, an ordinary person would have been blown to pieces long ago. What a powerful Qinquan energy! Yifan looked at the torn clothes on his chest and directly tore them off, revealing his strong upper body. Brother Yi is also amazing. As expected of an expert who cultivates in external techniques, he was actually able to eat my Qinquan energy. Zhuge Tianming's eyes were sharp as he gently waved his fan. His fan was obviously made of special materials, which was why it was able to withstand the pressure of his Qinquan energy. Yifan could feel that if he didn't disintegrate, his cultivation would probably not be as good as Zhuge Tianming's. But fortunately, he had recently made a breakthrough in his cultivation and comprehended the connection between the ancient martial arts and the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, he could use Zhuge Tianming as his opponent and have a good fight to see if he could defeat him. Yifan calmed his heart, and after thinking about the ultimate moves he could grasp, he put on the most basic long fist stance. Long fist was the most basic ancient martial arts fist technique. It had a large stance, and paid attention to both hands and feet. It couldn't be said to be very profound, but to hit every punch and kick just right, it was a test of a martial artist's basic skills. Yifan wanted to make the ancient martial arts and the power of heaven and earth perfectly fit together. He wanted to borrow the power of heaven and earth to defeat his opponent. He didn't need anything too complicated or fancy. As long as he could unleash the profound meaning of the ancient martial arts, it would be enough. The more basic a fist technique like the long fist was, the closer it was to the most primitive of ancient martial arts. It was extremely suitable. Yifan bent his leg, lowered his center of gravity, calmed his heart, and took a big step forward, followed by a punch. When this punch was thrown, Yifan's mind did not have any other thoughts. It was just a pure thought, to destroy his opponent. Zhuge Tianming was puzzled as to why Yifan would use such a basic long fist to fight him. He felt that Yifan had underestimated him, but he discovered that the moment Yifan's fist was thrown out, there was a sharp and indescribable force, as if it wanted to pierce through his body. What is this? Zhuge Tianming was shocked. He hurriedly waved his fan and released a stream of Qinquan energy, colliding with this invisible force. Bam! With an explosive sound, the Qinquan energy exploded. Chapter 609. 0609 Chopping Fist. Horizontal Fist. Smashing Fist. Grabbing Fist. Yifan's fist was like a frenzied shadow, his footwork was like a cheetah on the grassland, his long fist was used by him, and combined with his physical fitness, the seemingly simple fist path was already irresistible. Zhuge Tianming dodged again and again, using the fan in his hand to block, but he was forced to retreat step by step. He felt that his spirit energy, which had reached the large success stage, did not have the slightest advantage against Yifan's invisible force. The two of them fought from one floor to another. Their figures were like ghosts, constantly jumping between floors. The heaven and earth aura and Yifan's fists and feet continuously collided, and a large number of buildings were shattered by the explosion. The houses made of reinforced concrete had holes in them. Fortunately, this was not a residential area. It was basically empty shops and buildings. Otherwise, it would be enough to scare the nearby residents to call the police. Yifan discovered that although he had only just stepped into the threshold and had learned to mobilize a bit of the power of heaven and earth, even so, he would not be at a disadvantage against Zhuge Tianming, who had reached the large success stage of divine condensation. Moreover, the power of heaven and earth also made up for his single attack method, which was sometimes beyond his reach. Yifan freely used the most basic ancient martial arts movement technique, his fists continuously striking towards Zhuge Tianming. Zhuge Tianming, having the strength of a large success stage spirit condensation, was naturally not a joke. Although he appeared as a scholar and did not seem to like fighting and killing, it did not mean that his ancient martial arts talent was weak. On the contrary, to be able to sit firmly in the position of the Ghost Valley's heavenly master, Zhuge Tianming's strength was hidden very deeply. Although he didn't understand how Yifan did it, being able to block his heaven and earth aura without any Jin Qi, Zhuge Tianming wasn't helpless. Yifan could only block it, but it didn't mean that the heaven and earth aura was ineffective against him. As long as he found the right opportunity, he could still make Yifan suffer. Zhuge Tianming put away his fan and hung it on his waist. He leaped backwards, stretched out his arms, and gathered his spiritual energy into his legs. 8 Formation Diagram, Bird Soaring Style. Zhuge Tianming's figure seemed to have become even more lithe, dancing nimbly with the wind. The qigong that originally needed a few tenths of a second to soar now seemed to only need a tenth of a second to change direction. For a moment, Zhuge Tianming's position became especially difficult to figure out, and it was even more difficult to catch him. Yifan used the earth shrinking technique to shorten the distance between him and Zhuge Tianming as much as possible. He then turned around and used the great monument breaking hand. This palm strike was like the collapse of a mountain. The power of heaven and earth was like an avalanche as it surged towards Zhuge Tianming. Zhuge Tianming's heart trembled. The last time he saw Yifan, he didn't realize that Yifan had such an invisible and powerful power. Although he had information that Yifan had improved and killed Skeleton, he didn't personally experience it. He really couldn't imagine that this unknown power was actually so powerful. However, it was not as if he had no other way. Zhuge Tianming's spiritual energy flowed through his entire body, passing through special acupuncture points and energy circulation routes. His body's functions suddenly increased. Long Fei. Tiger Wing. Both of Zhuge Tianming's palms struck towards Yifan's great monument breaking hand. A wave of Qinkuan energy was even more explosive than before, and it was evenly matched with Yifan's move. The two of them retreated one after another. The place they had collided with had already collapsed, and a large hole had appeared on the roof of a building. The Ghost Valley's 8 Formation Diagram. It is indeed a bit powerful. Yifan narrowed his eyes. He had heard that the Zhuge family of the Ghost Valley had an ancient martial art that evolved from an array. It could improve a martial artist's condition in battle, not only speed, defense, strength, explosive power, etc., but it could also make the martial artists that fought together stronger. In the ancient times, many disciples of the Ghost Valley used this 8 Formation Diagram to become peerless generals, causing this ancient martial art to become famous. Yifan had never seen it before, but today, he had finally seen the power of the 8 Formation Diagram. If it wasn't for Zhuge Tianming increasing his physical fitness and spiritual energy explosiveness, Yifan would have had the upper hand in that palm strike just now. However, even so, Yifan was already quite satisfied in his heart. If he didn't disintegrate, his strength should be at the small success stage of spirit condensation. He actually forcefully used the power of heaven and earth to fight Zhuge Tianming to a standstill. The power of heaven and earth was indeed much stronger than the spiritual energy of the spirit condensation realm. Unfortunately, Yifan was only at the beginner level and was unable to use it very well. However, this was also related to the fact that Yifan's long fist and palm technique were not the purest ancient martial arts. After thousands of years of evolution, there were already many deviations in many places. If one were to say that the purest ancient martial arts that Yi Fan could currently master was naturally the ancient sword technique that he had stolen from the Copper Man, Yi Fan's eyes focused, he raised his hand and pointed his sword at the sky. This simple wave of his hand caused Zhuge Tianming's spirit to tremble. Sword technique. Zhuge Tianming felt that it was very strange. Yi Fan clearly didn't have a sword in his hand, but he just put on a sword finger and made a swordsmanship gesture. However, he didn't know why. He felt that at this moment, Yi Fan seemed to be holding a peerless divine sword. Brother Yi. Just what kind of martial arts have you mastered? How amazing! Zhuge Tianming couldn't help but admire him. Yi Fan was expressionless. At this moment, he had wholeheartedly entered the world of ancient martial arts, feeling the resonance between the ancient sword technique and the heaven and earth. His feet moved, his body moved, and the sword followed suit. With a wave of Yi Fan's sword finger, it was as if there was an invisible giant sword that came crashing down. The air let out a heavy gasp. It was no longer able to withstand the power of Yi Fan's sword. It was simply wailing. Zhuge Tianming didn't even sense any true energy fluctuations, nor could he see any energy. He felt that something was about to split him in half. Coiling snake formation. Zhuge Tianming's figure flashed, and in a split second, he jumped out of the range of this sword strike. Boom! The entire four-story building was forcefully split into two halves. The reinforced concrete was as fragile as paper. When Zhuge Tianming turned his head to look at the scene, his entire body tensed up. The most terrifying thing was not how fierce Yi Fan's moves were, but he simply couldn't understand. What was it? It wasn't Jin Qi, it wasn't magic, it wasn't sword qi. Just what kind of energy was this? Yi Fan leaped into the air and swung his sword in the air. The sword intent was unrestrained, like a crescent arc, whistling towards Zhuge Tianming. Zhuge Tianming consecutively released two streams of Qinquan energy, which collided with the sword intent in midair. Two explosions rang out, and the recoil caused Zhuge Tianming to jump to another tall building dozens of meters away. Brother Yi, please wait. Chapter 610. 0610 inch I don't want to hear it. Yi Fan didn't care what this guy wanted to say, he was having a good time fighting. He wasn't sure if he could kill him, but it was good to be able to beat him up. Otherwise, this guy would really think that he couldn't deal with him and become more and more arrogant. Zhuge Tianming's face turned green. He had never seen such an unreasonable person. He, the dignified Ghost Valley's heavenly master, the leader of the Heaven's Eye, didn't even give him a chance to say a few words. This reminded him of an old saying, when a scholar meets a soldier, he can't explain it clearly. The ancients did not lie to me. But before Zhuge Tianming could think about it, Yi Fan's attack had already arrived in front of him. Zhuge Tianming had no choice but to bite the bullet and circulate his spiritual energy to set up a powerful defensive shield around his body. Yin and Yang Qi continuously swirled around him. Earth Carry. Bird Soar. Snake Coil. With the 3-8 formation diagrams activated, Zhuge Tianming's defense, speed, and sensitivity all increased. He had already made self-defense his first mission, and his attack was secondary. Yi Fan swung his sword down, and Zhuge Tianming nimbly dodged to the side. Wind blew under his feet, and he leaped onto the roofs and walls of a building, using all sorts of strange angles to dodge. Yi Fan continued to chase, and the figures of the two of them once again became erratic. The footwork that Yi Fan had learned from the ancient sword technique was also extremely fast, but Zhuge Tianming's 8 formation diagram was indeed powerful, and it was actually lacking by such a small distance. The two of them fought from the place where they first fought all the way to the park, to the river, and then to the parking lot. Occasionally, a few ordinary people who passed by would think that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They saw two ghostly figures flying through the air in the middle of the night. After going around in a big circle, when he returned to the tea house, Yi Fan had a whole new understanding of the compatibility between the ancient sword technique and the power of heaven and earth, and also became exceptionally familiar with it. He had an idea and plucked a branch from a tree. This way, his sword had grown by quite a bit. Yi Fan pressed forward step by step, his sword intent like mercury flowing down the ground, flowing like clouds in flowing water, continuously sprinkling towards Zhuge Tianming. Zhuge Tianming discovered that after Yi Fan gradually figured out his ancient martial arts movement technique and methods, he began to be restricted. The range of movement he could move within was becoming smaller and smaller. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yi Fan stabbed 3 times in a row, his sword intent sealing off Zhuge Tianming's 3 dodging angles. Zhuge Tianming had no choice but to face the battle head-on, changing the 8 formation diagram to the offensive tiger wing and dragon flight formations. At the same time, his speed slowed down, and at the same time, he staked everything on one throw. His hands instantly erupted with 2 balls of spiritual energy, and he forcefully clasped his hands together, pushing them forward. The gray yin and yang energies were like a roaring flood dragon, charging towards Yi Fan's seemingly fragile branch. The Ghost Valley had 2 top martial arts, Universe Auric Qi and Xianwei Scripture. Although they were top martial arts, most of the experts of the Ghost Valley had cultivated the Universe Auric Qi. The reason was extremely simple. As the ultimate technique of the Su clan's ancestor, only the experts of the Su clan throughout the generations had cultivated it to an extremely high level, and it was comparatively difficult to cultivate. Moreover, because the profound truth scripture was rather neutral and mild, its might was relatively ordinary, so it wasn't going too far to say that it was mainly defensive. As for the cosmos energy, it was easier to cultivate. It used the yin and yang qi to create an explosion, so it was easier to understand. In terms of destructive power, the cosmos energy was also much stronger. A martial artist's time was precious. Rather than choosing a martial art that had no future and was more difficult to train in, it was not particularly powerful. Naturally, he would rather choose one that was easy to train in and powerful. Previously, Su Yi's second son, Su Wei, had once used the cosmos energy in front of Yi Fan. However, Su Wei was only a Xiantian martial artist. Compared to Zhuge Tianming's move, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. When this flood dragon of cosmos energy whizzed over, a large number of rocks were sent flying. Moreover, it continuously emitted crackling sounds that sounded like electric currents. In reality, it was the electric currents produced by the friction between the yin and yang energies, as if they were going to pierce through Yi Fan and detonate it. Yi Fan's eyes were sharp and his heart was cautious, but he was not afraid at all. Bringing with him the power of heaven and earth, he used the tree branch to collide with the cosmos energy. After feeling the tyrannical power of the astral energy, Yi Fan did not take it head-on. Borrowing the characteristics of the sword, he flicked and twisted the trajectory of the astral energy upwards. The Qinkuan aura seemed to be guided into the air, and there was a violent explosion in midair. Following which, Yi Fan's body descended, and took advantage of the situation to unleash another horizontal lift of sword intent, counterattacking with a waterfall of attack. Zhuge Tianming revealed a look of astonishment. He had never thought that sword techniques could be used in such a way. With a flick of the sword, he could even draw away the heaven and earth supreme qi. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the one fighting, he would really want to observe it because he'd never seen such a miraculous sword technique. Seeing Yi Fan's sword attack, Zhuge Tianming bent down and lay down in a sorry state. He supported himself with one hand and barely dodged the attack. However, Yi Fan took advantage of this time to quickly move his feet and once again arrived in front of him. This time, the branch in Yi Fan's hand was already as fast as lightning as it pierced towards his throat. Zhuge Tianming barely dodged it, but the sharp air current cut open a wound on his face, and blood splattered out. Ah! Zhuge Tianming did not dare to stay any longer. He flew backwards and no longer dared to counterattack. His face was already as pale as paper. It was too dangerous. If he had made the slightest mistake in his judgment, he would have been killed by Yi Fan just now. This madman Lucifer was actually serious. Who would have thought that an ancient martial artist like him, who didn't even practice the slightest bit of internal energy, would be able to beat the Ghost Valley's heavenly master to the point of fleeing? This undoubtedly confirmed Yi Fan's guess. His path of cultivation was indeed correct. Seeing Zhuge Tianming fly far away, a stern look flashed across Yi Fan's eyes as he chased after him once again. His physical strength was definitely stronger than Zhuge Tianming's. He wasn't afraid of fighting with his legs at all. Moreover, he hadn't disintegrated yet, so he hadn't used his true strength at all. Kill Zhuge Tianming, cause chaos in the Ghost Valley, and let Su Qingxue directly enter. Seems like a good plan. Yi Fan calculated in his heart. However, just as Yi Fan was about to try and completely settle the battle, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him and met up with Zhuge Tianming. Elder Yang. Elder Zhang. When Zhuge Tianming saw the person who had arrived, he felt relieved and stopped on the roof of a building. When Yi Fan saw the old man in black and green, he frowned and secretly became vigilant. This was because these two old fellows actually had the aura of entering the sect with rapt attention. In this way, he would have to face 3 spirit condensation realm martial artists. It was also possible that there were other martial artists lying in ambush, but they had yet to arrive. Chapter 611. 0611 Yi Fan was not stupid. He had already brought the elders of the Ghost Valley with him, and he was already at the spirit condensation realm. He had to restrain himself a little. After all, any 2 elders that came were at the spirit condensation realm. This meant that the strength of the Ghost Valley's Elders Guild was quite terrifying. It was no wonder that although the Zhuge family wished for the Su family to die, they had no choice but to consider the intentions of the Elders Guild. He had thought too simply. Even if he had comprehended a new realm of martial arts, it would not be able to withstand the 1,000-year foundation of the Ghost Valley. Among the hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Elder Guild, only God knows what kind of old monsters were hiding. After all, many powerful warriors were not dead, but they no longer had any interest in the battles of the mortal world. That was why they retreated behind the scenes and did not easily come out. It was like a group of adults watching a group of young children fight. They were no longer interested. However, if they really killed a member of the Elders Guild, killed their heavenly master, and the old monsters of the Elders Guild might think that the current youngsters were too much and jump out to teach them a lesson. At that time, Yi Fan wasn't sure if he would be able to resist these old fellows. Yi Fan thought for a while, rolled his eyes, and grinned, heh heh. I was just sparring with a scholar like you, where did the talk of chasing and killing come from? Zhuge Tianming wanted to vomit blood when he heard this. With a faint smile, he used his thumb to wipe the wound on his face. Although it was a very small wound, it was still soul-stirring. Brother Yi, this spar is really fierce. Zhuge Tianming took out his fan again and lightly tapped his palm. I thought that Brother Yi was planning to kill me so that our Ghost Valley would be in chaos. What? The elder in green frowned and said, Lucifer, you actually have such thoughts. Our heavenly master came to save us with good intentions, yet you still want to harm us. Even if you are the king of hell who won the holy war, it does not mean that we, the heaven's eyes, will be afraid of you. Another black-clothed elder coldly snorted. Yi Fan chuckled, you guys don't have to be excited. I won't fight tonight. I just want to tell you guys a message. What? Zhuge Tianming asked. In the future, don't provoke me, and don't even think about touching my woman. Yi Fan shook his finger, his eyes filled with warning. I don't care what connection my woman has with your heaven's eyes. In short, if there's a next time, you will definitely regret it. What an arrogant sovereign king of hell. If it wasn't for you and Su Qingxue getting married, we would have punished you for hurting our master. How dare you speak so harshly to us, the green-clothed elder said in dissatisfaction. You still dare to speak so fiercely to us? The elder said with dissatisfaction. From the Chen I, Yi, I, U, I, A, I, King, I, from the very beginning, you guys didn't have a good impression of me because of my wife. You guys can't wait for something to happen to me, right? Chen, clan to said. Our elder council is a single entity, how can there be such a thing as a family faction? Yi Fan sneered, is that so? I can't be bothered to argue with you guys. You guys know what to do, I've already said what I need to say. If you guys want to stand up for Zhuge Tianming, you can come and find me. Yi Fan didn't waste any more words. He turned around and leaped a few times, returning to the direction of the hospital. Seeing that Yi Fan had left just like that, the black-clothed elder frowned and said, Heavenly Master, should we chase after him? Zhuge Tianming shook his head, his gaze gloomy, no need, he should still have some hidden strength. Even if the three of us join hands, we might not be able to do anything to him. But he hurt you, it's detrimental to the dignity of our Ghost Valley. Zhuge Tianming narrowed his eyes, those who achieve great things do not care about trifles. It's just a flesh wound. If you cover it up a little, no one will be able to tell. Why provoke such a fiend for such a small matter? How can this Lucifer be so powerful to actually be able to injure the Celestial Master? According to the intelligence, wasn't he weaker than you 5 years ago, Celestial Master? The elder in green asked curiously. Zhuge Tianming sighed and said, Elder Yang, you and Elder Zhang have already been stuck at the spirit condensation realm for almost 20 years. That's right. Elder Yang nodded and said regretfully, after reaching the spirit condensation realm, we are all so old. Our spirit and blood are constantly declining, and we are all so old. It will be difficult for us to stabilize our power, let alone take another step forward, the black-clothed elder Zhang asked, Heavenly Master, what does it matter if you bring this up? Zhuge Tianming said, to be able to enter the spirit condensation realm is already considered to have excellent aptitude. But think about it, this Lucifer, when he was 18, he had already entered the spirit condensation realm, a full 50 years earlier than you. His talent in cultivation, his perseverance to endure hardship, and his determination to endure loneliness are all things that you can't imagine. 5 years ago, he was indeed weaker than me, but with his talent, it wouldn't be surprising for him to surpass me 5 years later. Elder Yang and Elder Zhang looked at each other in dismay. Thinking about it this way, it did make sense. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. According to the historical records of our Ghost Valley, throughout the dynasties, most of the ancient martial artists who were able to dominate the world had a common characteristic. That is, without thinking, the body moves first. These peerless experts, their martial arts are not complicated. Instead, the more they practice, the more simplified they become. It seems that they don't need to think about it and are all done casually, making people feel that they are easy to see through, but there is no way to find them. The current Yi Fan reminds me of those peerless experts recorded in the history books. I really don't know how he trained. Zhuge Tianming said with a complicated look in his eyes. The Heavenly Master actually gave him such a high evaluation. It seems that even if the three of us join forces, we will not be his match. Elder Zhang said helplessly. Zhuge Tianming smiled and lightly waved his fan. No worries, our Heaven's Eye is not an organization that uses force to conquer everything. Brains are always more important than fists. Today, the two elders followed me out. Tianming is already very grateful. I was worried that Lucifer would not be easy to deal with. Fortunately, I was prepared for this. Heavenly Master is too polite. What plans does the Heavenly Master have next? It seems that it won't be easy to capture these two blood and flesh of the Su clan. Elder Yang asked. Zhuge Tianming narrowed his eyes and confidently said, "One word, wait." Wait? That's right. Zhuge Tianming smiled strangely and said, "It won't be long before someone else comes to deal with Lucifer for us. At that time, he will regret not making the deal with me today." At the same time, Yi Fan returned to the hospital. When he returned to the door of the ward, he found that the group of people were no longer in the corridor. They had already rushed into the ward. Chapter 612. 0612. When everyone saw that Yi Fan had returned, they all came back to their senses. Fog Knight hurriedly said, "Brother, come and take a look. Is this the same as what we saw last time?" Yi Fan walked to the bedside, took a look, and his eyes immediately froze. He saw that Moo Moo Moo's injured abdomen was already surging with cold air, forming a thin layer of ice. Moreover, at the frozen wound, the wound that was originally stitched up was already rapidly healing. When Yi Fan saw it, the wound was already about to heal. Just now, when we came in to see Moo Moo's situation, we felt a chill in this place. Only when we lifted our clothes did we see this situation. Fog Knight said. Yi Fan suddenly looked at Su Qingxue, who was at the side. Su Qingxue was also looking at him with a complicated gaze. "Wife. Could it be because of your blood?" Su Qingxue had lost her blood to Moo Moo Moo, which was why Yi Fan made this guess. I don't know either. The last time I came back to life, was it like this?" Su Qingxue felt that it was inconceivable. Yi Fan nodded. "Your Su family's bloodline is indeed very magical. I wonder if it's because my wife gave her your blood, or if it's because this girl's own blood has such an ability." Mu Shuasong, who was at the side, was stunned. Is my daughter really going to be fine?" Yi Fan smiled and said, "Not only is she fine, if nothing unexpected happens, she will also benefit from this misfortune. When she completely recovers, she should be able to cultivate the Su family's Xianwei true scripture. She is still younger than my wife. If she can successfully cultivate it, it will definitely be a good thing for her to have more ability to protect herself in the future." When Mo Shui Xian heard this, she asked in surprise, "You still have the Xianwei Sutra?" "Yes, Aunt Mu, I'm already practicing." Su Qingxue nodded. But is it really okay to let Moo Moo practice? After all, she is. Mo Shui Xian lowered her head in inferiority. After all, Moo Moo's name was not legitimate. If he was in the Su family, he would not be able to enter the ancestral hall. Practicing the absolute arts of the Ghost Valley was originally an impossible delusion. Yi Fan didn't think too much and looked at Su Qingxue. "Wife, what do you think?" Su Qingxue said, "Since the Ghost Valley wants to capture her, of course we can't just watch them succeed. Back then, my grandparents owed Auntie Mu and her son a lot. Now that I've taught Moo Moo the Xianwei true scripture, it can be considered as making up for it." When Mo Shui Xian heard this, her eyes brimmed with tears. She was someone from the Ghost Valley, so she naturally knew the importance of the Xianwei scripture. Su Qingxue was actually willing to teach this absolute art to Moo Moo. "Qingxue. Thank you." Mo Riverbliss wiped the corner of her eyes. Although Mu Shuasong didn't know much about ancient martial arts, looking at his mother's expression, he knew that this Xianwei Sutra was definitely very useful. To be able to protect Moo Moo, he was naturally happy. His impression of Su Qingxue and Yi Fan had increased by quite a bit. Yi Fan understood very well. To Su Qingxue, she wasn't the daughter of the main wife, so from the root, she wouldn't look down on Moo Moo. If she wanted to return to the Ghost Valley, she definitely wouldn't be able to rely on him, Yi Fan. In the end, Su Qingxue had to have her own confidence. If Moo Moo was really like her and had the physique to cultivate the kind of cold Jin Qi, then in the future, Su Qingxue might be able to have a rather powerful little sister. All of this was the bargaining chip that Su Qingxue needed to return to the Ghost Valley in the future. Of course, taking a step back, purely from the perspective of kinship, Su Qingxue definitely didn't want Mu to suffer any harm. Even Tong Huizhen, who wasn't blood-related to Su Qingxue, would be soft-hearted, let alone her real cousin, Mu. No one slept for the whole night. There were too many things to say, and they were worried about how Mu's injuries would change. They waited until dawn before they left the ward, leaving Mo Shui Xian and Song Yang to stay behind in the hospital. Li Fan Xian and the others arrived outside the hospital. When they arrived at the parking lot, a black GMC nanny car arrived at the door to pick up Mu Shuasong. It turned out that Mu Shuasong was in a hurry to prepare for a performance at a party before the new year. Just as she was about to say goodbye, she hesitated. "Uncle Mu, if you have anything to say, there's no need to hide it. We'll be family from now on, just say it." Yi Fan grinned. Qingxue glanced at the man, thinking that this guy was really thick-skinned. Calling him uncle was even more diligent than her. Mu Shuasong's face turned red. She took out a cigarette and slowly lit it, as if she needed to think about it. After a while, Mu Shuasong smiled shyly and said, "Yi Fan, Qingxue, to be honest, I still can't come back to my senses. It's like a dream. Why? Why did the whole world suddenly change? We understand. You have never come into contact with the underground world before. You always need time to accept what you thought was a fantasy," Yi Fan said. Mu Shuasong shook her head and sighed. "I'm not particularly surprised about these things in the underground world. In the boundless world, there are all sorts of strange things. This is very normal. I'm still not used to my background and having this kind of background." Su Qingxue lowered her eyes. Wasn't it the same for her? Perhaps it was because she was stimulated by Yi Fan's matter last time overseas, so she calmed down a lot this time. There were many elders from his grandmother's generation, as well as an uncle and cousin who were related to him by blood. They even knew each other from before. This was truly the will of the heavens. Mu Shuasong took a deep breath and said seriously, "No matter what, since things have come to this, I am still very happy that Mu has an outstanding elder sister. I'm just an ordinary person, and I don't want to practice martial arts in my life. However, I hope that my Mu will not be harmed in any way. From today onwards, I hope that you can take care of her. As a father, I don't have the ability to do so, so I can only entrust it to you." After saying that, Mu Shuasong was about to bow. Yi Fan hurriedly supported him and said, "Uncle, what are you saying? Why is there a need for a family like this?" Su Qingxue also nodded and replied, If you're done, you can come with us for the New Year's Eve dinner the day after tomorrow. It just so happens that the family is reunited. And Mu will definitely be happy." Yi Fan invited. When Qingxue heard this, she was immediately stunned. She didn't expect that Yi Fan would invite them for the New Year's Eve dinner the day after tomorrow. Yi Fan turned around and smiled. "How is it, wife, do you have any objections? It's only interesting to be lively, right?" Su Qingxue naturally wouldn't object, and there was actually a trace of inexplicable anticipation in her heart. After separating from Mu Shuasong, the two of them drove back home. They had to let Aunt Jiang know about the matter here. However, just as he arrived home, Yi Fan received a call from President Li. "Principal, why did you call me so early in the morning?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. Chapter 613. 0613 Yi Fan looked at Su Qingxue in surprise. "It's President Li," she said. "I want to meet you and have a chat." Su Qingxue didn't seem to be surprised and lightly said, "Tell her that I will visit her this afternoon." Yi Fan passed on the message, and President Li happily agreed, saying that he would definitely wait for her in the afternoon. After hanging up, Yi Fan asked in bewilderment, "Wife, why do you seem like you already knew that President Li would look for you? Why don't you ask her what she wants?" I bought the painting from the orphanage, so it's normal for her to look for me. Besides, we'll know the reason when we meet, so why ask so much now? After Su Qingxue finished speaking, she got off the car and walked back home. Yifan felt that things were strange, but he couldn't think of anything special, so he followed her out of the car. When they arrived home, Aunt Jiang had just finished cooking breakfast. Seeing the two of them return, she thought that the two of them had spent the night outside. Aunt Jiang's eyebrows were raised in joy. "Miss Yifan, quickly come and eat," Aunt Jiang said with a smile. Su Qingxue went straight to the point and said, "Aunt Jiang, sit down first. I have something important to tell you." Aunt Jiang was puzzled. "What is it? Can't we talk about it after we finish eating?" Su Qingxue looked at the sumptuous breakfast and said, "If we don't talk about it, I won't be in the mood to eat." "Miss, what's wrong?" Aunt Jiang asked with concern. Su Qingxue sighed. "I already know about Mu's background." Aunt Jiang was instantly stunned, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. After spending an hour, Aunt Jiang wiped away her tears a few times and finished listening to Su Qingxue and Yifan's story. Now that things had come to this, Aunt Jiang no longer hid anything and seemed to feel relieved. She smiled with reddened eyes and said, "Because the old madam chased the Narcissus out when she was alive, I can't betray the old madam, so when I saw the Narcissus, I didn't dare to tell you anything. Now that something like this had happened, it was also because the heavens wanted you two sisters to reunite. Fortunately, the Narcissus is very good at teaching children. Mr. Mu and Miss Mu are both very outstanding. The spirit of the old master in heaven should also be gratified." "Aunt Jiang, Uncle Mu has already agreed. The day after tomorrow, their family will come over for New Year's Eve dinner. See if there's anything you want to add. I'll go buy some vegetables as soon as possible. Otherwise, the market will probably be closed tomorrow." When Aunt Jiang heard this, she said happily, "Really? This is great. It's been a long time since our family had such a lively New Year's Eve dinner." Then, All right, I'll write a list. Yifan, help me buy it." Yifan looked at Su Qingxue. "Wife, do you want to go to the market with me?" Su Qingxue shook her head. "No, I'm going to see President Li in the afternoon. I need to prepare some things." "What do you need to prepare to meet President Li?" "A New Year gift." Yifan smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Last time, you already gave me a bunch of New Year gifts." Su Qingxue didn't reply. She silently walked back to the dining table and started eating breakfast. Seeing that the woman didn't want to talk, Yifan didn't ask any further. He actually had his own plans. After buying the vegetables, he wanted to go to Du Yunner's place to take a look. In the past 3 years, Yifan and Du Yunner had returned to the orphanage for the new year, so he didn't know what the girl was planning to do this year. After preparing the information for the entire morning, Su Qingxue drove to the Ivy League orphanage by herself after lunch. Halfway there, Su Qingxue thought of something, so she drove to a dessert shop and bought 2 boxes of strawberry donuts. After arriving at the orphanage, Su Qingxue didn't directly go to President Li's office. Instead, she asked to volunteer and found a group of children who were watching cartoons in a game room. He was wearing a red coat and had a small braid. His round face was especially white and rosy. Sitting in the middle of a group of children, he looked especially likable at first glance. Su Qingxue walked in and arrived in front of the group. Tuan Tuan also noticed Su Qingxue and looked at her curiously. "Stingy sister? This is for you." Su Qingxue took a box of donuts and got off the car, giving it to the little girl. When he saw it, his eyes immediately lit up. He took it and asked, "Donuts? Do you like it?" "I like it. Thank you, sister." He smiled sweetly, his chubby face extremely cute. The corner of Su Qingxue's mouth twitched as she said, "Don't call me stingy in the future. If you listen to me obediently, I will buy it for you." He nodded his head vigorously. It was obvious that he had been bribed. Big sister is very generous, beautiful big sister is not stingy. Shu Qingxue finally felt comfortable in her heart. She felt proud and elated. She nodded her head and turned around to leave. The children at the side were very envious when they saw that they had obtained a box of donuts. They surrounded them with a greedy look on their faces. Tuan Tuan was quite generous. I'll share it with everyone, but Tuan Tuan has to eat too. Shu Qingxue stood at the door of the room and turned her head to take a look. Seeing that the little girl was already distributing donuts, she muttered in her heart, she was quite sensible. However, the reason she came to the orphanage was not simply to clear her name in front of the little group. Very quickly, Shu Qingxue arrived at President Li's office. President Li was reading the newspaper with his presbyopic glasses. Seeing Shu Qingxue enter, President Li hurriedly stood up to welcome her. CEO Su, you're here. I should have gone out to pick you up. I'll make tea for you, President Li. There's no need to be busy, I'll just pour myself a cup of water. Shu Qingxue let the old lady sit down. She went to the water dispenser and poured herself a cup of water. Then, she sat opposite President Li and said, you don't have to call me Director Su. President Li smiled and nodded. After sitting down, he thought for a moment and said, didn't Yifan come? And, he went to busy himself. Weren't you looking for me? Shu Qingxue asked. Right, I'm looking for you, Miss Su. I'm really grateful. You gave us 10 billion at the auction. Really? Li Shuhua said sincerely. Shu Qingxue said, the reason you came to talk to me today shouldn't be to thank me, right? Li Shuhua sighed, of course, this is only one aspect. Miss Su, it's embarrassing to say that after getting this 10 billion, I couldn't sleep at all. I don't even know how to use this money, I've never been to university, and I don't know anything about finance. In one night, countless financial companies, insurance companies, private equity funds. All of them came to call me. There were even many children who had been out of the orphanage and had lost contact with them for many years. They said that they were in dire straits and hoped that I could help them. I really couldn't take it anymore, so I called Yifan, using the orphanage's landline. Sigh. The ancient said that no one cares about the poor in the busy city, but the rich have distant relatives deep in the mountains. At this age, I, an old woman, have finally deeply experienced it. Chapter 614. 0614 Li Shuhua raised her head and asked expectantly, is that okay? Miss Su, can you take the money back? Or don't donate so much. No. Su Qingxue decisively refused, I will not take back this money, because this concerns my personal reputation and the reputation of the embroidery group. Li Shuhua was a bit regretful and disappointed, I knew that Miss Su wouldn't do this. Speaking of which, it seems like I, an old woman, don't know what's good for me. Giving me more money is too much. But in reality, I really don't know what to do. Did President Li call me here to discuss with me how to deal with this money? Su Qingxue asked. That's right. Li Shuhua said, Miss Su, you are a genius in the business world. I've heard a lot of people say that you are very good at doing business and investing. Of all the people I know, you are the best at business. I feel that since I want to take care of this 10 billion, I want to let money beget money and do charity, so why should I go far away? Return the money to Miss Su and let Miss Su invest it for me and set up a charity fund. Wouldn't that be fine? But that way, outsiders will think that I'm just making a fake donation. I'm just putting on a show and not really doing charity. Su Qingxue said. Then what should we do? Li Shuhua said with a headache, the main thing is, I'm not familiar with them all, and I don't know who I can trust. With such a large sum of money, if I find the wrong person to take care of it, I will become a sinner. Su Qingxue picked up a limited edition killer bag she brought, took out a document from it, and placed it in front of Li Shuhua. What is this? Li Shuhua asked doubtfully. This is a plan on how to take care of 10 billion, from how to establish a charity fund, to how to recruit staff for the fund, how to manage it, how to invest it, and so on. Detailed plans and cases are all inside, Su Qingxue said. Li Shuhua said in surprise, Miss Su, you were already prepared. That's right. Su Qingxue said, I guess that President Li didn't know how to use this money, so I made some preparations in advance. President Li needs to follow my plan, so there won't be any problems. Li Shuhua stared blankly at the woman for a while. After a long time, she let out a long sigh, shook her head and said, I'm not looking anymore. Why? Firstly, even if I look at it, I might not understand it. Secondly, at my age, where would I have the energy and time to do such a thing? Li Shuhua said with a bitter smile. Su Qingxue was silent and didn't say anything. The office suddenly quietened down. After a long time, Li Shuhua said, Miss Su, why don't we do this? I'll come forward and manage this charity fund. Miss Su, you can manage it behind the scenes. This way, people won't be able to find out, and Miss Su, you won't be criticized. Halfway through her words, Li Shuhua thought of something and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Miss Su. I haven't asked you if you're willing to do this. I'm willing. Su Qingxue smiled slightly, being kind is my original intention for taking out this money. Since President Li trusts me, then I only need President Li to appear. As for the rest, I will secretly arrange it. When Li Shuhua heard this, she couldn't help but rejoice. This can't be better. What should we call this fund? Su Qingxue pointed at the cover of the document. Only then did President Li realize that Su Qingxue had already given him a name, Ivy League Foundation. Director Li smiled and said, using our Welfare Institute's name. That seems pretty good. Doesn't this represent even more that your kindness, President Li, will continue to flourish? Su Qingxue said. Li Shuhua nodded her head in relief. She stretched out her hands and grabbed one of Su Qingxue's hands, saying, Miss Su. In the future, no matter if it's the fund, the orphanage, even Yi Fan. Please. Looking at the old man's teary eyes, Su Qingxue felt a little strange, but she still nodded. On the other side, Yi Fan arrived at Du Yun'er's residence. The two of them sat on the sofa, chatting and watching TV. It had been a long time since they were alone like this. Yi Fan told Du Yun'er about Mu Mu Mu. After all, he was once Du Yun'er's student. When Du Yun'er heard this, she was also very surprised. So Sister Su is Mu Mu's cousin. No wonder. Actually, when Mu Mu was quiet, I felt that she looked quite similar to Sister Su. It's just that her face is a little rounder, and Sister Su's face is a little more oval. Yun'er, you're talking nonsense. Even if their grandfathers are the same, their heredity shouldn't be so powerful. Besides, there are a lot of good-looking girls who are quite similar to each other. Yi Fan shook his head and took a sip of coffee. Du Yun'er said enviously, Mu Mu will definitely be very happy when he wakes up. He has such an outstanding elder sister. If I also had a powerful elder sister, that would be great. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, thought of something and asked, has Xiao Axiner come to find you recently? A trace of disappointment appeared in Du Yun'er's eyes. No, Miss Xiao hasn't appeared since the last time we met at the orphanage. Actually, Du Yun'er also felt that Xiao Axiner definitely had something to do with her. However, it was hard to be sure because Xiao Axiner's background was too mysterious. Fan Xian was also very depressed. He had Sally investigate the Phoenix girl's background, but there was no trace of her at all. The Phoenix bloodline was a top secret in China, so it was not realistic to find it. Fan Xian was very depressed. Yuner, come to our house for a New Year's Eve dinner the day after tomorrow. I've already mentioned it to Qingxue and Auntie Jiang. Yifan changed the topic and sent out an invitation. Hearing that, Du Yuner's face lit up, but then she hesitated. Is this okay? I'm not your relative either. You're just like my sister, why can't you? Besides, we all know each other, Moo Moo and the others will also come. Yifan said with a smile. Seeing that Du Yuner was still hesitating, Yifan frowned and said, if you don't accept this, then I won't be happy. Hearing that, Du Yuner could only agree, brother, don't be angry, I will go. I'll go earlier and help Aunt Jiang. Li Fan Xian wanted to laugh. Why was it another one who wanted to help? Previously, Tong Huizhen said that she wanted to help, but today, Mu Shui Xian said that she wanted to help, and even Du Yuner wanted to go. However, Yifan didn't care about this. After chatting with Du Yuner for a while, he left. On the way home, Yifan thought about calling Fog Knight over as well. The little girl had come all the way to China to help him with his security work, so she was actually quite lonely. Just as he was thinking, Yifan noticed a black Audi car parked there. It wasn't his own, so it was obvious that a guest had come to visit. When Yifan returned to the living room, he heard a familiar girl's exclamation, "Wow! This TV was too big. How much is this?" Chapter 6:15. 0615-inch little girl, are you alright? Yifan walked over and asked. Moo 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 turned around and saw Yifan. She happily nodded her head, it's fine. My injuries are all healed. I don't feel any pain at all. Yifan, my grandmother told me everything. So this is the truth. My sister even gave me a blood transfusion to save me. I'm so touched. Are you very happy? Yifan asked. Moo 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 giggled and said, of course I'm happy. This way, we'll be a family. Yifan was speechless. This girl probably thought that it was better, but in reality, since Moo 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 had become Su Qingshua's little sister, then she was his sister-in-law. Didn't this girl know that having an ambiguous relationship with her sister-in-law was something that Su Qingxue couldn't accept? At this moment, Aunt Jiang and Mo Shui Xian were also looking at Moo 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 with emotion. It was as if they had 1,000 things to say, but they didn't know where to start. The woman stayed in the orphanage for the entire afternoon and talked with President Li about the future work of the foundation. After the discussion, the sky turned dark. Elder sister, you're back. When Moo 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 saw Su Qingxue, he immediately called her elder sister. When Su Qingxue heard this shout, a special feeling surged through her heart, but she didn't show much emotion. She asked Moo Moo Moo, are your injuries alright? Moo 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 smiled and nodded, it's all thanks to elder sister's blood transfusion, I'm fine. Hee hee, I suddenly have a sister, I'm so happy. Yifan watched from the side. The two sisters were really different. One was so cold and cheerful, while the other was so lively and active. If they weren't related by blood, they really wouldn't be able to associate them together. Qingxue, after I told Moo Moo, she was in a hurry to come and find you. She originally came the day after tomorrow. Mo Shui Xian was afraid that it would be too abrupt, so she specially explained. Su Qingxue didn't mind, it's fine, there are a lot of empty rooms at home anyway. Since you guys are here, there's no need to be in a hurry to leave. You can come and stay anytime in the future, there's no need to be so polite to your own people. Yay! Can I really live here? Moo 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 jumped up in joy, sister, this place is also very close to my school. If I live here, it would be much more convenient. Moo Moo. You're bothering your sister too much. Mo Riverbliss was very helpless towards her granddaughter. Shu Qingxue thought for a moment, it's the Grand Xia Academy of Arts, right? It's quite close, just one subway stop away. If you want to stay, then do as you please. When Yifan heard this, he was surprised by Su Qingshua's generosity. She really treated this little sister well. Mu excitedly rushed forward and hugged Su Qingxue tightly, catching her off guard. Elder sister. Mu shouted softly, I feel so happy. I suddenly have such a beautiful, rich, and good-to-me sister. Su Qingxue pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment before gently patting Mu's back. When Mo Riverbliss and Auntie Jiang saw this scene, they were moved to tears. They looked at each other and smiled. Everything was said without words. After a moment of silence in the living room, Mu finally let go of Su Qingxue and stuck out her pink tongue. Sister, am I stupid? But I'm really happy. Su Qingxue shook her head, I really like your personality. As long as sister doesn't think I'm stupid. Mu happily ran towards the elevator. Sister, I want to see your garage. Do you have a lot of luxury cars? Take a look for yourself. Su Qingxue didn't care about her and turned to the man, Yifan, come with me to the study. Yifan was surprised. What business did she have with him? Could it be related to President Li? Without thinking too much, Yifan followed Su Qingxue upstairs. After arriving at the study room, Yifan closed the door and asked with a smile, Wife, did you talk to President Li about something? Su Qingxue nodded and said, she asked me how to use the 10 billion, and I talked to her about the charity fund. Oh, with your advice, there will definitely be no problem. Yifan said, is there anything you need my help with? Su Qingxue didn't say anything, but quietly looked at Yifan. 10 seconds later, Yifan felt uncomfortable all over, as if there were ants crawling on his body. He couldn't help but ask with an awkward smile, Wife, why are you staring at me like that? Mu. She's my little sister now. Su Qingxue faintly said, in the future, she will often stay at our house. Yifan swallowed his saliva, It's a good thing, right? Sisters reunited. You don't have to pretend to be stupid. You know what I mean. Su Qingxue's gaze became colder and colder. She walked in front of Yifan and said, you can't possibly. You won't even let your own sister-in-law go, right? Yifan's heart skipped a beat. The thing he was most afraid of had still happened. Su Qingxue had pierced through this layer of paper and was about to reveal her cards to him. Thinking about it carefully, Su Qingxue accepted Mu so quickly, addressed Mu as a sister, and even let Mu live at home. Wasn't it just to better control Mu's situation? If he were to really cause trouble with her sister right under her nose, that would be too much. Although he was very happy that the two sisters had recognized each other, he didn't know how to face Mu again. It was impossible for him to say that he was going to eat his sister-in-law. If he did such a thing, then the husband and wife wouldn't be able to do it. Clenching his teeth, Yifan could only say, Wife, don't worry. Mu is still young and doesn't understand a lot of things. If you explain it clearly, she shouldn't have any more fantasies. I won't tell her, but you have to explain it to her. Su Qingxue said. Li Fanxian bitterly smiled in his heart. This evil person still had to be him. He really wanted to cry but had no tears. Who knew how Mu would react? Suddenly, Su Qingxue's face revealed a warm smile like the spring breeze. She extended her hand and took the initiative to hold the man's hand. All right, the matter is over. Let's go downstairs. Yifan felt as if his soul had been taken away by this smile. The woman's stick and sweet jujube had left him in a daze. Arriving downstairs, Mu had just taken the elevator from the underground garage. When she saw Su Qingxue, the girl's eyes were filled with envy. Sister. You're too rich. Bugatti, Pagani, Koenigsegg. Everything. You have so many cars, can you lend me one to drive? My car was damaged and hasn't been repaired yet. Moo 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 begged. Mo Shui Xian hurriedly interrupted, you little girl. Is there anyone like you who wants this and that as soon as you recognize your sister? You can just take the subway to school, where do you want to drive to? Moo 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 pouted, feeling wronged. Then I also want to drive. Su Qingxue was easy to talk to, I'll lend you that Maserati GT. If you want to drive, then ask Aunt Jiang for the key. Chapter 6:16. 0616. Although Su Qingxue's face was expressionless and her tone was very cold, Moo 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 was naturally optimistic and didn't care about this. She liked this cold sister very much. Su Qingxue subconsciously touched her face that was kissed. She was a little uncomfortable, but she didn't blush. Her gaze only became gentler. The house suddenly became lively. Aunt Jiang happily cooked a table full of dishes. Everyone was talking and laughing. Moo 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 was halfway through eating when he suddenly took out his phone and started playing. Moo Moo, why are you playing with your phone again? Mu Shui Xian educated. Grandma, I'm snatching a red packet. It's almost the new year, and many groups are sending red packets. Moo 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 giggled, but then thought of something and pouted, that's right, I have such a rich sister now. Isn't it embarrassing to snatch a few cents? Su Qingxue blinked, what exactly is snatching a red packet? Ah! Sister, it can't be. You don't even know how to snatch a red packet? Moo 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 was as surprised as if he had seen something. Su Qingxue frowned, I saw that there was a red packet on WeChat, but I've never used it before. Sis, don't you usually give your employees red packets? No one gave you red packets? Moo 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 asked in surprise. Su Qingxue shook her head, the bonuses given to the employees are all given by the finance department. I just need to sign it. I only use WeChat to look at some public accounts and chat about some work matters. I don't add many people. No wonder you look like an otherworldly fairy. You don't even give out red packets. Moo 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 was very impressed, but then he thought, That's not right, didn't Yi Fan give you a red packet? He didn't even send it out last time when he crossed the New Year's Eve. Yi Fan almost spat out a mouthful of rice. Which pot didn't open? Yi Fan had never given Su Qingxue a red packet before, because firstly, a woman had never asked for it, and secondly, his own money was given by Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was so rich, did she need that little red packet? Little girl, your sister doesn't need this bit of red packet money at all. Only you would want it. Yi Fan said. What does this have to do with money? Red packets are for celebration and happiness. Opening red packets is happiness. Moo 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 pouted, besides, didn't you also send it to Teacher Du? I asked her, and she said yes. I'm not the only one who likes red packets. Fan Xian was speechless, and awkwardly looked at Su Qingxue, wife, you shouldn't be interested in this, right? Qingxue glanced at him with a complicated gaze, then turned to Moo 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 and said, how much red packet did your brother-in-law send you? Moo 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 was stunned. When she heard the word brother-in-law, she realized that her relationship with Yi Fan was no longer the same as before. Aunt Jiang and Mo Shui Xian also had strange expressions on their faces, but the two elders did not make a sound. Moo 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 came back to his senses and said with a smile, he usually sends 88, at most 188, but he's so old-fashioned, he only knows these two numbers. Hey, isn't this enough? I sent you at least 1,000 yuan, right? Yi Fan said gloomily. But it's very rustic. Every time you send a red packet, you don't even have a nice blessing on it. Moo 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 pouted. Fan Xian muttered, what other blessings do you want? Troublesome or not, at this time, Su Qingxue took out her phone and said, Moo Moo, add WeChat and let me see how the red packet is sent. When Moo 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 heard this, he immediately asked Su Qingxue to scan him. After adding, he said, "Elder sister, I'll create a group and let our family join the group. The day after tomorrow, we can play snatching red packets." Su Qingxue nodded. "Let me see how to send it and how to snatch it." "It's very simple." Moo explained and created a group for Su Qingxue to try. Su Qingxue also learned it. "So this is snatching a red packet." A hint of interest appeared in Su Qingxue's eyes. "It's quite interesting, it's just that it can only be sent for 200 each, it's too little." "Sis. Do you have to flaunt your wealth like this?" "Little sister is desperately trying to snatch those few cents from every group so that I can gather enough money for breakfast." Moo said pitifully. Su Qingxue was puzzled. "You don't even have enough money for breakfast. Do you have very little pocket money?" Hee. "Qingxue, don't listen to her nonsense. This girl is very lazy. How could she have the time to eat breakfast when she sleeps late? She's just talking nonsense to you." Su Qingxue came to a realization and nodded. Then, she sent Moo 10 red packets of 200 yuan in a row. "Wow, sister, you sent me so much." Moo's eyes lit up. Although it wasn't that she had never seen money before, this was the first time she had received so many red packets. "At least a little more than your brother-in-law," Su Qingxue said as she looked at Yifan meaningfully. Yifan felt that something was wrong, so he could only bitterly smile and nod. After dinner, Mo Shui Xian wanted to bring her granddaughter home. Although Su Qingxue stayed with them, she wouldn't really stay the moment she arrived. Although Moo didn't really want to go back, she didn't even bring a change of clothes. She didn't even have any preparations, so she could only wait until the day after tomorrow. Mo Shui Xian drove the black Audi home with Moo. When she saw her granddaughter happily looking at some photo, she smiled and asked, "Silly child, what are you looking at? You're happy while watching." Hee, Grandma, I feel so happy. I have a musician as my father, and I also have a sister who is the chairman of a multinational corporation. Furthermore, I actually have the bloodline of such an ancient family. I'm just very happy that I've suddenly become so powerful." Moo waved his phone in front of Mu Shui Xian. "Grandma, look, I went to my sister's garage to take photos. There are so many luxury cars, and they add up to hundreds of millions. If I show them to my classmates, they will definitely envy me." Mu Shui Xian smiled. Moo, you still have a brother-in-law with high martial arts skills. If it wasn't for Yifan, you would be dead by now." When Moo heard the word brother-in-law, his mood dropped again. "Grandmother. Do I have to call him brother-in-law?" "Of course, silly girl, you must not be like before. You must draw a clear line between yourself and your brother-in-law. Otherwise, if your sister misunderstands, that would not be good," Mo Shui Xian warned. But he has more than one woman, so it doesn't matter, don't spout nonsense." Mo Shui Xian raised her voice and said, "You are a blood-related sister, how can this be the same? Besides, your father and I won't agree to your recklessness. In the future, you must call me brother-in-law, do you understand?" Moo pouted in grievance, but could only let out an "oh." On the other side, after sending off Mo Shui Xian and her grandson, Yifan and Su Qingxue also returned to the house. Yifan remembered that he didn't even finish watching the movie with the woman last time, so he wanted to perform well. Chapter 617. 0617 Su Qingxue glanced at him and asked, "Other than Moo and Yuner, did you give anyone else a red packet?" Yifan swallowed his saliva. As expected, women actually cared about this matter. He couldn't lie either. After all, Su Qingxue could just casually ask about this matter, so he could only nod, yes. "A few." Su Qingxue's gaze became even colder. "Why did you send it to all of them, but not to me?" "This Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly and said, because I think my wife is the most advanced. This kind of little thing shouldn't be able to catch her eye. Besides, wife, you're so rich, they don't lack your money, do they? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan was at a loss for words. After holding it in for a while, he decided to change the topic. Wife, I heard that there's a good movie called Not Interested. After Su Qingxue finished speaking, she turned around and went upstairs. She didn't want to hear what Yi Fan had to say at all. Yi Fan froze on the spot for a long time, and could only watch Su Qingxue return to her room. It seemed that this time, he had really angered the woman, and he didn't even have the mood to go to the study to work. Yi Fan, this time, it's your fault. Aunt Jiang quietly walked to Yi Fan's side and whispered, how can you only think about coaxing other women and forget about the young miss? Yi Fan smiled bitterly, Aunt Jiang, I didn't forget. I really thought that Xiao Shui didn't need it, and she didn't care about this kind of red packet. This isn't about the red packet, this is about the heart. Even if the young miss doesn't like it, you have to send it. If she doesn't let you send it, then you can stop sending it. You interact with other girls like this, but the young miss doesn't know anything. Doesn't she feel that it's a loss of face? Miss actually wants face a lot, can't you tell? Aunt Jiang patted Yi Fan's back. Yi Fan nodded, now I can tell, Aunt Jiang, what should I do now? What else can I do? Have a better attitude, be more sincere, prepare some gifts, flowers, or something like that. Go and apologize to the young miss. Girls just need to be coaxed. Aunt Jiang smiled and turned back to the kitchen. Yi Fan scratched his head and walked upstairs. He tried knocking on Su Qingxue's door, but Su Qingxue completely ignored him. Honey, don't be angry. I'll definitely remember to send you red packets in the future, okay? Yi Fan said, but Su Qingxue, who was inside, still did not reply. Yi Fan couldn't barge in, so he could only return to his room and send a message to Su Qingxue on WeChat. Just as he was about to send a message, he realized that he might as well send a red packet over. Thus, Yi Fan gave Su Qingxue a red packet with the words, Wife, I was wrong, written on it and sent it to her. Not long after, Su Qingxue received the red packet. Yi Fan was overjoyed. He thought that the woman had accepted his apology, but he didn't expect that Su Qingxue would give him another sum of money, and give him the money back. Yi Fan wanted to cry but had no tears. What did this mean? Wife, don't be like this. I definitely won't forget to send you a red packet in the future. Yi Fan sent a message. I don't care about your red packet, Su Qingxue said. Wife, don't be angry. What can I do to make you not angry? Yi Fan sent a pitiful expression. After a while, Su Qingxue sent a message, since you like to give them red packets so much, then send me 100 red packets. Yi Fan almost jumped out of bed. 100. This was too ruthless. However, if he could send out 100 of them, then let the woman forgive him and completely calm down, then Yi Fan felt that it wouldn't be a loss. This was a bit easier than asking him to beg for death for a few days. Alright, wife, I'll send it to you right now. Yi Fan hurriedly agreed. Yi Fan also went all out. He first charged a sum of money, then each red packet was 88, and he sent out several in a row. Su Qingxue received a few and suddenly sent a message, Stop. Your red packet is too insincere. Ah. What do you mean by insincere? Yi Fan was puzzled. What's the difference between you and a robot? From now on, you have to write a nice sentence on each of your red packets. It can't be repeated. Yi Fan was dumbfounded, this. While giving out red packets, he still had to write an essay. Thinking about how he still had to write more than 90 sentences of praise, Yi Fan was about to cry, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet and write. Wife, you're so beautiful. Wife, you're kind-hearted. Wife, you're like the moon in the sky. Wife, Yifan thought about it for more than 20 sentences, but he almost couldn't think of anything else. Fortunately, he was quick-witted, so he quickly opened his laptop and searched for words that praised women. Then, as Yifan sent out red packets, he copied the sentences of praise. After sending out more than 30 red packets, Su Qingxue seemed to be unable to stand his nausea and shouted for him to stop again. From now on, don't talk anymore. The number of the red packet countdown, the amount of money must be a number that can be divided by 3, no repetition. Su Qingxue said. Yifan really wanted to throw his phone away. This time, he wasn't going to do the language questions, but he was going to do the math questions. As Yifan sent it out, he counted down how many red packets he sent out, and then thought about the number that could be divided by 3. When there were only 10 red packets left, Yifan's hand trembled, and he actually made a mistake in the countdown. Idiot! You don't even know how to count. Su Qingxue saw that Yifan had made a mistake, so she sent a message and said, "You failed to send a red packet, I won't forgive you." Yifan's face turned green, and his fingers trembled. "Wife, give me one more. One more chance." Yifan felt that after saying this, his heart was bleeding. Send out another 100 red packets? This was simply killing him. It took him more than an hour to send it out. This was even more tiring than fighting with a legend-rank powerhouse. Su Qingxue was silent for a moment, then sent a message, "Do you really want me to forgive you that much?" When Yifan heard this, he felt that there was a turning point, so he sent a nodding emoji. "Wife, I really know my mistake. Look at the red packets I sent you, they're even more than the ones I sent before." I asked you to send this. You don't have me in your heart at all. Wife, I really don't think sending red packets is worthy of your temperament, so I didn't send it to you. What temperament do I have? Su Qingxue asked. You are a fairy-like woman, how can a tacky red packet be worthy of you? Yifan asked. Su Qingxue replied, "Do you really think so?" Yifan felt that there was hope, and Su Qingxue seemed to be in a good mood, so she quickly struck while the iron was hot. "Of course. I just feel that those women, snatching red packets all day long, are really tacky." After saying that, Yifan thought to himself, Ninger. Darling, I'll have to trouble you guys first. Chapter 618. 0618-inch wife, wait for me. I'll go with you. Yifan quickly got up from the bed and put on his clothes. The woman said that she wanted to go out for a stroll, so it was obvious that she was giving him a chance. If he really let Su Qingxue go out by herself, then the 100 red packets tonight would have been a waste of effort. Sure enough, when Yifan walked out of the room, he saw that Su Qingxue had already changed into a set of casual clothes. She was carrying a Chanel bag and walking downstairs. Yifan followed and went to the garage with Su Qingxue. Wife, shall I take you to the movies? Last time, I didn't accompany you to the end, so I've always felt bad. Yifan had a face full of remorse. If you leave me alone this time, I'll never watch a movie with you again, Su Qingxue said. Even if a meteorite hits Earth, I'll accompany you to the end. Yifan patted his chest and said. That's more like it. And you're not allowed to touch me. Su Qingxue reminded. Yifan smiled foolishly. No way, no way. Along the way, Su Qingxue kept playing with her phone. Yifan took a look and found that the woman was chatting with someone. There was even a hint of a relaxed smile in the corner of her eyes. It was rare to see Su Qingxue in such a good mood and even have the mood to chat, but she wasn't talking to him. Yifan was a little jealous. Wife, who are you talking to? So happy. Yifan couldn't help but ask. Su Qingxue looked at her phone and said without turning her head, my best friend. Yifan remembered that Su Qingxue seemed to have mentioned before that she had a good friend in the Magnesium country. She would usually chat online. Knowing that it was a woman, Yifan felt a little more balanced in his heart. Su Qingxue suddenly said, I told my best friend to send you 100 red packets. She said that I was too pretentious. If she were my boyfriend, she would have dumped me a long time ago. Yifan, do you think the same way in your heart? When Yifan heard this, he was happy in his heart. It seemed that this best friend of his was quite reasonable. However, of course, Yifan wouldn't admit it. He quickly shook his head and said, What are you talking about? I did something wrong. Wife, what's the point of punishing me with 100 red packets? When Su Qingxue heard this, she lightly snorted and said, That's right, who told you to only send it to them and not to me? I just want you to remember it. Fan Xian hurriedly nodded, Yes, what my wife said makes sense, I really don't do it at all. My best friend said that after the new year, she will return to China for a period of time. She has a job and happens to be in Huahai. When the time comes, she also wants to meet you and have a meal together. Of course, Fan Xian didn't have any objections. He was too happy, but he really wanted to see what kind of best friend Su Qingxue could befriend with her personality. Good thing, wife, what does your best friend do? Yifan casually asked. Su Qingxue said, I'm filming a movie. I'm quite popular now. When we meet for dinner, I think I'll have to avoid the paparazzi. Yifan said happily, birds of a feather flock together. Beauties are with beauties. Wife, your best friend must also be quite beautiful. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to become a movie star. This indirectly flattered Su Qingxue, which made her quite satisfied. You'll know when you see her. In any case, she's prettier than me. In the past, there were many more people chasing after her than me. Su Qingxue said. Yifan was in disbelief. Wife, you're just spouting nonsense, it's impossible. Why? Su Qingxue said, What I said is true. There are even a lot of people chasing after her from outside the school. That's only because of your personality, wife. There's no woman in this world who's more beautiful than you, so it's impossible for your best friend to look better than you. Yifan said in all seriousness. Hearing this, Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and endured the smile on her face as she softly said, You're talking nonsense again. I don't want to hear you speak anymore. Yifan felt a burst of pride in his heart. With just a few words, he had coaxed the woman into a happy mood. His mouth was still useful. The two of them arrived at the shopping mall together. After Su Qingxue got off the car, she asked, Do you have the milk tea you bought for me last time? When Yifan heard this, he happily asked, Wife, do you like it? Su Qingxue casually said, Not bad, buy a cup and go in to watch a movie. Yifan muttered in his heart. It seemed that the things that young girls liked were still effective for Su Qingxue. They wouldn't despise Su Qingxue just because she was especially rich. He led Su Qingxue to a milk tea shop, bought 2 cups, and then went to the entrance of the cinema to buy a box of fries. Didn't you already eat dinner? You're still eating fries. It's very high in calories. Are you going to become fat? Su Qingxue frowned. Yifan curled his lips, Wife, I have a big appetite, and how could I possibly become fat? Have you forgotten who I am? When Su Qingxue heard this, she remembered that her man was not an ordinary person. Oh, then you eat. Yifan felt strange in his heart. Why did a woman care about whether he was fat or not? He thought for a moment and giggled, Wife, are you afraid that I'll get fat and not be able to take a wedding photo with you? Who cares about that? I didn't. Su Qingxue blushed slightly and quickly went to check the tickets. Li Fan Xian happily looked at the woman's shy appearance, but he was depressed in his heart. How could he propose in order to be worthy of a lifetime marriage? This time, the two of them didn't choose a couple's seat. There weren't many people in the cinema, and there were only 3 or 4 pairs of lovers in the huge cinema. Midway, Yifan tried to hold Su Qingshua's hand. The woman hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse. Instead, she meekly leaned her head on Yifan's shoulder. This made Yifan feel flattered. At the same time, he would adjust the height of his shoulders from time to time. Why are you moving around? You don't want me to rely on it? Su Qingxue asked him. Yifan awkwardly said, I'm thinking about how high it is. Wife, you feel comfortable. I'm afraid you won't feel well. In the darkness, Su Qingxue looked at the man's satisfied smile and felt sweet in her heart. She scolded, idiot, just don't move. When Yifan heard this, his heart went numb. Who said that a woman in love had 0 IQ? Men weren't much better. Why was he still so happy when he was called an idiot? After watching the entire movie, Yifan drove the car and the two of them left the shopping mall. However, it was rare for them to not have to go to work, so neither of them wanted to go home. Wife, shall I take you to eat supper? Yifan asked. Up to you, but I don't want to eat too greasy, Su Qingxue said. Alright, I'll take you to have some porridge. Yifan knew that there was a street nearby for supper, so he drove over. Chapter 619. 0619. Many shops had already been closed for the new year, but there were still a large number of small restaurants opened by locals. Su Qingshue's appearance and her internationally famous clothes did not fit in with this kind of street no matter how one looked at it. Naturally, she attracted a lot of gazes. Yifan felt that with a peerless beauty as his wife, he really had face when he went out. This was even better than being pursued by tens of thousands of people at the Legend Rank Summit. Perhaps this was a man's vanity. Unexpectedly, just as the two of them passed through a small alley, a homeless man with disheveled hair, wrapped in a dirty black overcoat, and limping shouted, "Little Shui? Is that really you? Little Snow?" Yifan and Su Qingxue both stopped in their tracks. Su Qingxue frowned slightly and turned around. When she saw the tramp, Su Qingshue's expression immediately changed. The woman seemed to have thought of something terrifying. She turned around and quickly walked away. Yifan was puzzled. Looking at Su Qingshue's appearance, she obviously recognized this tramp. However, compared to Su Qingxue, this old tramp was like the difference between clouds and mud. What kind of connection would he have with Su Qingshuе? Little Snow. Su Qingshuе. I know it's you. You. Don't go. I'm your father. I'm your father. When the tramp shouted these words, Yifan was shocked. What did this mean? Su Qingshue's father. But Su Qingshuе was clearly Su Chongping's daughter. Su Qingshuo finally couldn't help but turn around, her eyes red as she shouted, "Shut up. I don't know you." After saying that, Su Qingshuo only cared about herself and ran away without even turning her head back. Yifan hesitated for a moment but didn't bother with the limping tramp. He sighed, chased after Su Qingshuo's footsteps, and ran out of the street. The tramp chased after him for a few steps, but because his legs were not good, he fell to the ground. However, he still shouted loudly, "Su Qingshuo. Don't run. Don't run. You ungrateful little bitch." The people on both sides of the street were confused, not knowing what had happened. Of course, many people thought that this was a madman. The girl was clearly from a rich family, how could a tramp be her father? The homeless man lay on the ground, crying and shouting. His voice became weaker and weaker, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. After about 5 or 6 minutes, when the tramp was struggling to get up, a hand stretched out in front of him. The tramp looked up and saw a handsome face with a touch of evil charm. "Come, I'll pull you up," the man said, his voice gentle and seductive. The homeless man trembled with fear as he was pulled up by the man. You. Who are you? However, the man smiled and asked, I should be the one asking you this question. Who are you? Su Qingxue, what is your relationship with her? Su Qingxue ran all the way to the parking lot and got into the car, only to find that her car keys were with Yi Fan. Yi Fan sat in the front passenger seat and helplessly took out the car key and handed it to the woman. You can open it. Yi Fan knew that he shouldn't ask too much at this moment. Su Qingxue quickly started the car, as if she was escaping. She stepped on the accelerator and quickly drove into the main road. The car sped down the road and onto the highway, speeding all the way. Yi Fan looked at the woman's sparkling eyes. Although he had a lot of questions in his heart, he remained silent. He knew that women needed to calm down. After driving for more than half an hour on the ring highway, Su Qingxue drove the car out of the exit and onto a road along the coast. She parked the car by the seaside. After getting out of the car, Su Qingxue breathed in the cold sea breeze. She turned her head and looked at Yi Fan, who had followed her out of the car. Why don't you ask me who that person is? Yi Fan shrugged, if you think you can tell me, you will naturally tell me. Su Qingxue was silent. Seeing that there was a 24-hour supermarket not far away, she slowly walked over. Yi Fan could only follow. When he arrived at the supermarket, he saw the woman taking out several bottles of blue and red cocktails from the fridge. Seeing that the woman was planning to drink, Yi Fan scratched his head, then bought a bag of peanuts and miscellaneous snacks, as well as a few cans of beer. Su Qingxue glanced at him. Yi Fan chuckled and said, I'll drink with you. The two of them arrived at the seaside and found an empty reef to sit on. In the summer, there would be many night stalls and small vendors, but in the winter, no one would come here to drink the northwest wind. Yi Fan was not afraid of the cold. After Su Qingxue cultivated the true qi of the cold, she almost didn't feel anything about the cold. The woman drank bottle after bottle of cocktails, staring at the Black Sea in a daze. Yi Fan also took care of himself, drinking beer, eating peanuts, shredded squid, and other snacks. To Yi Fan, this kind of situation was common. In the past, when his comrades died, the group of people would drink to relieve their boredom. Therefore, Su Qingxue felt uncomfortable in her heart. She thought of some unhappy past and came here to drink. Yi Fan understood very well and didn't want to disturb her. At this time, silent companionship was more helpful than empty words. His name is Zhang Tao. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Su Qingxue finally opened her mouth and said. Yi Fan turned his head and looked at the woman's face. Su Qingxue's hair was messed up by the wind, and there seemed to be some tears at the corner of her eyes. Why did he say it was your father? Since the woman was willing to speak, Yi Fan naturally wanted to know. Su Qingxue looked at him with a cold and complicated gaze. Do you really want to know? Yi Fan drank a mouthful of wine. If my wife doesn't want to say it, then forget it. I actually don't care about these things. Why don't you care? If you knew the truth, your feelings towards me would have completely changed. Su Qingxue smiled sadly. The only thing that will change is how much I know about you, but it won't change my feelings for you. Su Qingxue smiled sadly. Su Qingxue lowered her eyes and said, if I was the daughter of a young lady. Don't you mind? Li Fan Xian was stunned for a moment. He remembered that he seemed to have heard Tong Weizhen, Zhu Wanhua, and the others mention Su Qingxue's mother. She seemed to be from a special industry, but he didn't care much about it. Now that he heard Su Qingxue say this, it was most likely true. However, Yi Fan really didn't mind, because his experience had made him understand one thing. In order to survive, it was understandable for a person to make any choice. Yi Fan sighed, reached out his hand, and caressed the woman's face. Raise your head, look into my eyes. Shu Qingxue slowly raised her head and looked at Yifan. Chapter 620. 0620. Su Qingshue's beautiful eyes had a trace of sparkling light, and she asked with some uncertainty, "Really?" Li Fanxian sighed. He knew that the woman still had doubts, and couldn't help but recall something. He said, "Wife, let me tell you something. It's about my past. After you finish listening, perhaps you will understand." "Yes." What is it?" Fan Xian drank a mouthful of wine and leisurely said, "When I was 18, 2 months before the Holy War, I actually never thought of fighting such a battle that seemed to have no chance of winning. You have to know, at that time, not only were there my master, the Black Emperor, and my master's wife, the White Empress, there were also several A-rank organizations as vassals. There were at least 10 experts who were close to the legend rank." Su Qingxue was puzzled. "Then why did you suddenly want to fight?" "Because..." A hint of pain flashed across Yifan's eyes. "A person who is very important to me was poisoned by the sacred royal court. I had a very dark and hopeless period of time. It was that person who helped me walk out of the shadow. He made me feel that there were still many things worth doing in this world. It wasn't just killing, it wasn't just war. My hands could kill, but they could also save." Su Qingxue remembered that when she was introducing Yifan's legendary career at the Saite conference, she mentioned that Yifan had changed his life of slaughter and was constantly saving people on the battlefield. "Is it because of that person that you started to save people?" Su Qingxue asked. Yifan nodded. "Yes, without her, I might not know where I am now. I might have died a long time ago, or maybe. In short, when I found out that she had been poisoned to death, it was extremely painful, as if the whole world had gone dark once again. I don't know what to do, I don't know where to go. That's the sacred royal court. Am I going to go against such a colossus for revenge? Once I take that step, it means that I will also have to leave the old rulers. In other words, taking revenge means directly opposing 2 quasi-S-rank organizations. And the power they can control can turn the entire world into a hellish Azura field. But you still went to take revenge, didn't you?" Su Qingxue said. Fan Xian smiled. "Yes, I know that barging into the sacred royal court is courting death, so I lured out the archangel who poisoned me and killed him outside. It was also from that day onwards that my companions decided to leave the great old ones with me and start a war that lasted 2 years. What made you make up your mind?" Su Qingxue asked curiously. "Nothing, I just met someone." "Who?" Yifan laughed self-deprecatingly. "You might not believe me if I say it out loud, but I met a woman I don't even know who she is in a tavern in Siberia." Shu Qingxue knitted her eyebrows and said uncomfortably, "What you said. Could it be that it's just one?" Yifan was also calm. "Wife, if I were to tell you that I didn't look for a woman while I was abroad, that would be a lie. We need to relax, we need to vent." So, Shu Qingxue bit her lips. Although she had already guessed that Yifan had played a lot abroad, when Yifan told her directly, it still made Shu Qingxue feel uncomfortable. Sighing, Shu Qingxue put aside the messy thoughts in her mind and said, "Continue, that woman, how did she make you make such a decision?" Yifan grinned and laughed. "At that time, I had been suppressing myself for a long time. I stayed in Siberia for half a month and drank every day. I couldn't make up my mind, and I didn't know what to do next in my life. I drank a lot that day, so I told that woman about my troubles. She asked me if I was trying to escape from something, or if I was afraid of something, and was drowning my sorrows in alcohol. I said yes. I asked her, if it was her, how would she choose when she encountered something that she couldn't choose at all?" Leaf at this point, Fan Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "She mocked me, saying that I actually asked a woman like her such a serious life question." Shu Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "You can't be telling me that you just heard her say that she wanted to take revenge and went to take revenge, right? This is too hasty." Leaf Fan Xian smiled. drank the rest of the beer in one gulp, and said, "Of course I won't tell her the specifics, and she didn't tell me how to choose either. She only told me a few words, and even now, I still remember them very clearly. Yes, she said, if you want to avoid those things that make you feel right, but also make you feel sad and afraid, there will always be something in your heart that will pass away. In the end, you will be an empty shell. If you feel that your emotions are too chaotic and you don't know how to choose, then find a place with a clear boundary, release yourself, and clear your mind." This was why women in the world wanted to find men, and men wanted to find women. There was nothing simpler and more crude than what men and women did. Most of the time, it had nothing to do with moral chastity, it was just to let you return to your most primitive state. You need to wake up and realize that you still have enough passion and desire to live on. Li Fan Xian pinched the beer can in his hand flat, looked at Su Qingxue and said, "From that moment on, I understood one thing. There are actually not that many paths to walk in life. There is only one path in front of you. All you can do is keep moving forward, or die right now." That woman in the tavern actually didn't know any of the great principles of life. She didn't know who I was either, but no matter how she became the young lady in the tavern, she lived a more carefree life than me. She calmly accepted her fate, walked her path, and maintained her passion for life. Li Fan Xian stretched out his hand and placed it on Su Qingshue's shoulder. "Wife, do you think that woman is very despicable? Did she do anything wrong? What position do I have to look down on her?" Su Qingxue was stunned. After a moment of silence, she muttered, "Because a person's instinct is to live on, for the sake of the desire in their hearts. My mother, she also wants to live on." Li Fan Xian smiled and said, "Now you believe me, I really don't have any intention of looking down on you, right? So you don't have to mention this to me. You are you, your mother is your mother, she gave birth to you, no matter what she did, she is still my mother-in-law." Su Qingxue frowned and said, "Don't misunderstand. Although my mother went to the nightclub to do it, she was originally a girl from a good family. She was tricked by that Zhang Tao, and in order to raise me, she had no choice but to give in." Chapter 621. 0621 Yi Fan couldn't help but be surprised, "So that's how it is. I was just saying, since your bloodline is from the Su family, how did a father with the surname Zhang appear?" "So it's your stepfather." Su Qingxue clenched her teeth and said, "After my mother was pregnant with me, because she couldn't enter the Su family, she had no one to rely on in Huahai, so she followed that Zhang Tao. At first, Zhang Tao was a contractor. He was quite rich and treated my mother well. My mother hoped that I would have a father after I was born, so she married him. However, after he lost all his money in gambling, he started to drink, beat my mother, and threatened her, saying that if she didn't go out and earn money, he would sell me off. My mother was forced to sell herself in order to raise me and pay off her debts. It was only when I was 6 or 7 years old that I began to understand what had happened. This Zhang Tao sent you to the orphanage, and he disappeared by himself?" Yi Fan asked. "Yes, when I was 7 years old, my mother died of illness. Zhang Tao left me in the orphanage and never appeared again. After that, I was brought back to the Su family by my grandfather. Zhang Tao seemed to have tried to get some benefits from the Su family, but how could my grandfather let him off easy? He got someone to teach him a lesson and never appeared again." Su Qingxue faintly said, "I didn't expect that he would actually become a tramp." Yi Fan sighed and asked, "Then now? Do you want him to die?" Hearing that, Su Qingxue was shocked. "What did you say? You want to kill Zhang Tao?" Yi Fan nodded his head as a matter of course. "That's right, since he treated you and your mother like that, isn't it right to kill him and avenge my deceased mother-in-law? Can you not be like this? Killing him won't change anything, and he won't affect us. What kind of storm can a tramp like him cause? Besides, isn't letting him suffer on the streets more painful than death?" Su Qingxue frowned. "Wife, you are really kind. But that's true. If you weren't kind, you wouldn't have forgiven Tong Weijin. Yi Fan sighed and shook his head. Su Qingxue earnestly said, perhaps in the underground world, killing people is a normal way to solve problems, but in my eyes, that is the last resort. If killing became a casual matter, then what difference was there between us and those psychopathic homicidal maniacs? Yi Fan. Can you promise me that you won't say such words in the future? You casually said that you wanted to kill someone. I'm so scared. Looking at Su Qingxue's worried expression, Yi Fan couldn't bear it and helplessly smiled. All right, wife, you don't like this. I won't say that next time. Yi Fan said, I just feel sorry for you. That guy must have left a lot of childhood shadows in your heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen him. His emotions are so intense. Su Qingxue revealed a faint smile. It's all in the past, as long as you don't dislike me. How could I dare to despise you, my wife? It's already good that I'm not despised. Yi Fan chuckled. When Su Qingxue heard this, she snorted sourly. You are the dignified king of hell, a legend rank expert. How could I dare to despise you? Moreover, after you said so much just now, I don't think it was to enlighten me at all. It was clearly to tell me that you used to be much more powerful than you are now. Now that you've only found a few women, it's already very restrained. You want me to not care about you anymore, right? Yi Fan's forehead was covered in sweat, and he awkwardly said, Wife, your imagination is too rich. How could I have such a layer of meaning? Really? Absolutely. It better be true. Let me know that if you still dare to look for some place with a clear boundary, I will never let you touch me again. Su Qingxue warned. Yi Fan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Definitely not, wife, don't worry. Seeing that the man's attitude was not bad, Su Qingxue stood up and said, Let's go, it's very late, let's go home. Ah. Wife, this is a rare opportunity. I see that there's a pretty good 5-star hotel nearby. How about we go home? Su Qingxue interrupted the man's delusion. Oh. All right. Yi Fan felt a wave of regret. On the way back to the car, Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask, You just said that the person who brought you out of the shadows, the person who is very important to you, is a girl, right? Yes. Yi Fan nodded. Is it your first love? No. What are you thinking? When I met her, she was 13 years old, more like my little sister. Yi Fan said. 13 years old. He was poisoned to death by the people from the sacred royal court. Su Qingxue felt a burst of regret and disbelieved. Li Fan Xian said dejectedly, That's right, so I can't forgive that guy. What's the name of that girl? Su Qingxue asked. Her name is Angel. Angel. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue thought about Ying Wen's meaning and said, Angel. Yes, to me, she is an angel. Yi Fan said. I never thought that the people of the sacred royal court would be so cruel. They won't even let a 13-year-old girl go. Su Qingxue said somewhat indignantly. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and muttered in his heart, Angel, no matter what method I use, I will definitely bring you back to life. Of course, he wouldn't say these words to Su Qingxue. After all, things couldn't be explained in a few words, and coming back to life from the dead was too shocking. In the future, he would just let a woman know about it. A sleepless night. To Su Qingxue, to Yi Fan, it was the same. In their minds, they thought about many things from the past. Until the next morning, the two of them went downstairs to eat breakfast at the same time, looking at each other and smiling. Obviously, the heart-to-heart talk last night had improved their relationship a little. This made Aunt Jiang, who was watching from the side, feel very gratified and happy. Who would have thought that halfway through breakfast, a guest would come knocking? Moo 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 ran over alone. This girl even took a suitcase with her. It was obvious that she had made up her mind to make this place her second home. Wow! Sister! You guys even have such a sumptuous breakfast. Moo Moo Moo, who was wearing a hooded sweatshirt and slim jeans, put down his suitcase and looked at the table of food. There were more than 10 kinds of food, and his eyes lit up as he said, I thought that the breakfast of the rich and powerful in the movie was just for show, but it turns out that he really ate so much. Fortunately, I didn't eat breakfast and came hungry. I'll help you guys eat some, so that you won't waste too much. When Yifan saw this girl appear, he was speechless and said, Girl, you really don't recognize me. Hee, big sister's blood still flows in my body. Blood is thicker than water, what's there to recognize? Moo 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 naturally picked up his chopsticks and picked up a steamed bun. Even if blood is thicker than water, you should at least say hello before you come. Yifan sighed. Moo 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 Moo's cheeks puffed up as he vaguely said, Who cares about me? It's not like it's your house. Besides, it was my sister who called me over on WeChat. Yifan was stunned, and looked at Su Qingxue in surprise. Wife, you asked her to come. Chapter 622. 0622. When Moo 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 heard this, his expression immediately stiffened. There was a trace of unwillingness in his big eyes, but seeing that Su Qingxue's expression was getting colder and colder, Moo 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 still gave in. Sorry. Brother-in-law, Moo 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 pouted and continued to eat breakfast. When Yifan heard the word brother-in-law, his entire body quivered and he felt strange. He then looked at Su Qingxue, who was at the side. The woman's face was elegant and calm, as if everything was under her control. Amazing. Truly amazing, to be able to tame this little sister so quickly, Yifan sighed with emotion in his heart. After all, compared to Su Qingxue, Moo 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 was still too young. To her, this elder sister was better than her in everything. Before she knew her, she had already admired her a lot. Now that the high and mighty goddess had become her elder sister and saved her life, Moo 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 was naturally happy. However, at the same time, she subconsciously did not dare to fight against this elder sister. Even her life was saved by her big sister, so she could only listen to her big sister's words. Otherwise, Mo Shui Xian and Mu Shuasong would not agree. Moreover, Su Qingxue's request was indeed not something too excessive. Was it wrong for his sister-in-law to call him brother-in-law? Su Qingxue nodded in satisfaction. After breakfast, go to my study. I'll teach you the Xianwei scripture and start training as soon as possible. Yifan couldn't help but be tongue-tied. This woman really did what she said. She had just acknowledged her little sister, and she was about to start arming her as well. However, Moo 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 was also very happy to be able to practice. Sister, can I really fly over the walls like in the wuxia movies? Su Qingxue looked at Yifan. You can ask your brother-in-law about this, I only practice inner force now. Fan Xian smiled. Leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls is a movement technique, which belongs to the category of external techniques. However, using internal energy as a supplement makes it easier to get started. When your Jinqi cultivation is enough, I'll teach you a movement technique. Moo 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 began to fantasize about how she would become a heroine in the future. For a moment, she forgot about the depressing matter of calling him brother-in-law. For the whole day, Su Qingxue had been teaching Moo 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 how to cultivate, but Moo Moo Moo's talent didn't seem to be as high as Su Qingxue's. Just understanding it was very difficult, and after a day, the results were very little. During dinner, Moo 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 asked, Sister, how long have you been studying? 2 days, Su Qingxue said lightly. Moo 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 was surprised. 2 days. I only learned a few sentences after practicing for a whole day. Take your time. It's the spring festival anyway. I can teach you before the 5th day. Su Qingxue said. Moo 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 said dejectedly, I'm so stupid. If only I could be as smart as my sister. Seeing this girl feel so inferior, Yifan also couldn't bear to see it. Aren't you good at playing the piano? Just practice your martial arts as a supplementary course. Who is good at everything? Although she had heard Yifan's advice, Mu was still rather disappointed. At night, Mu stayed in Su Qingshua's study until very late before going to bed. The girl's originally high enthusiasm for cultivating inner force also slowly cooled down. She felt that she might not be suitable for cultivation. In fact, Yifan could also understand that if anyone in this world could practice inner force skills well, then experts would not be rare. In ancient martial arts, talent was very important, followed by perseverance. The next day was New Year's Eve. In the morning, the house gradually became lively. Mo Shui Xian and Du Yuner both came over and started to work with Aunt Jiang. To their surprise, Tong Huizhen also carefully came over. When Tong Huizhen entered the door, she was still a little hesitant. On the other hand, when Su Qingxue saw her, she coldly said to her, "Come in." Aunt Jiang's feelings towards Tong Huizhen were naturally rather complicated, and her expression was also not very natural. However, Tong Huizhen took the initiative to walk into the kitchen and asked Aunt Jiang with a fawning smile, "Is there anything I can help with?" When Aunt Jiang saw the pitiful look on the woman's face, she felt relieved and realized that she didn't hate this woman that much. "Madam, there are already enough people here. Miss Du and Narcissus are both here. You can go outside and watch TV. You really don't need any help." Aunt Jiang smiled. When Tong Huizhen heard the word "madam," her eyes brimmed with tears. She wiped the corners of her eyes and said, Then I'll go sweep the floor and clean it up." Without allowing Aunt Jiang to say anything, Tong Huizhen went out to work. Mo Shui Xian sighed, "Ah Yuan, it seems like she has truly repented." Aunt Jiang turned around and continued to cut the vegetables. She said, "It's not easy for her either. Now I understand why Miss is willing to forgive her." Because he had to wait for Mu Shuasong to finish her performance, the New Year's Eve dinner started rather late. When it was almost 8 in the evening, Mu Shuasong hurriedly drove back and apologized as soon as she entered the door. A large table of food had already been prepared, and Su Qingxue had even opened a bottle of aged Mao Tai and a bottle of Romani Conti. To a woman, she had never eaten such a lively New Year's Eve dinner before, so it was still very memorable. He had been married to Su Qingxue for more than half a year, but it was as if he had already gone through several years. After experiencing so many things, this New Year's Eve dinner was like a temporary blossoming and bearing fruit, giving him a witness. "Come, let me give you two a toast. With such an outstanding niece and niece's son-in-law, I'm very happy to be able to recognize you." Mu Shuasong drank the white wine, and as the alcohol returned, she also spoke a lot louder. Mu Shuasong and Su Qingxue clinked glasses with him, and Mu Shuasong drank another small cup. "Dad, you drank too much, your ears and neck are all red," Mu said. "You little girl, Dad isn't drunk. In the future, when I perform outside, you have to listen to your sister and strive to become as outstanding as your sister, do you understand?" Mu Shuasong patted his daughter's head and said. Mu pouted, "How is that possible? Big sister is so much smarter than me, her IQ is 180, how about you let me go back to the furnace and rebuild it, and give me a smarter brain?" You child. Mu Shuasong was speechless. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. With Mu around, the atmosphere would be much livelier. Qingxue sipped a mouthful of red wine and said, "Uncle, I think Mu is already outstanding enough. He plays the zither well, looks good, and has a kind heart. Your education has already been very successful." Although Mu Shuasong said that his daughter wasn't good, he was still very proud of himself when he heard Qingxue's praise. He found it hard to hide his smile as he said, "This child is generally not bad, just naughty." As an elder sister, if there's anything you can't see, then do your best to discipline her. There's no need to be polite, Li Fanxian muttered in his heart. His wife still had a way with words. As a result, it was especially logical for Qingxue to take care of Mu Mu Mu. After all, even her own father had supported her. However, Mu 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 didn't seem to feel any of this. To a girl, she wouldn't think too much about it. Chapter 623. 0623. Everyone at the dining table was shocked. Only Yi Fan could hear it clearly. The person on the other side of the phone was from the property management, and he actually told Su Qingxue that the old house was on fire. Miss Su, we have already called the fire department over, but it will be very difficult for them to arrive in a short period of time. We are already using fire-fighting equipment to save as much as possible. Su Qingxue hung up the phone and immediately looked at Yi Fan. Could it be? Yi Fan also thought of the two unknown stones that he had placed in the secret room of the Su family's old mansion. Could it be that the two mysterious substances that he had taken from the copper man had been discovered? Let's go over immediately. Yi Fan stood up and said. Tong Huijin also had a face full of panic. How could there be a fire? When I came out, it was fine. Seeing that Su Qingxue and Yi Fan wanted to go over to take a look, Tong Huijin was also very anxious and ran out with them. Yi Fan was too lazy to say anything more. If the woman wanted to follow, then let her follow. The three of them got into a car and headed straight for the Su family's old mansion. Before they even arrived at the old house, they could already see thick smoke rising from the villa area. When they arrived near the house, they saw that the fire had already burned to the third floor. The fire extinguishers were almost used up, but to no avail. A few security guards and property management personnel on duty ran over. Miss Su, you're here. We've really tried our best, but we don't have enough people and fire extinguishers. If the fire engine doesn't come, we really won't be able to put out the fire. Why isn't the fire engine here yet? Su Qingxue was naturally angry and sad when she saw that the home she had stayed in as a child had been burned down. Tong Huijin was already crying from anxiety. How could this be? There's nothing we can do about it. There are a few places where the fireworks were set on fire. The fire brigade doesn't have enough manpower, the property manager said. Sigh, it's New Year's Eve, and such a thing happened. Miss Su, think on the bright side, the new year will definitely be bustling. That's right, there's an insurance company to compensate you anyway. Miss Su, you won't lose too much. Su Qingxue's eyes revealed a cold glint. I will hand over tens of thousands of property management fees to you guys every year. What the hell are you guys doing eating? Didn't you notice that the fire was so big? Now that things have gotten to this point, you guys are telling me that it's going to be a big fire. If it's your house that's going to be burned, do you think it's going to be a big fire? The people from the property management company looked embarrassed. They could only lower their heads and listen quietly. They couldn't understand why the fire had suddenly become so big. Fan Xian sniffed, his eyes flashing, and said, Wife, don't blame them, this fire is not ordinary. What do you mean? I smell sulfide in the air. It should be left behind by some kind of high explosive. This fire was deliberately set by someone. Yi Fan frowned. Man-made? Hearing that, Su Qingxue frowned and said, You mean? Yi Fan nodded and cautiously said, I'll go in and take a look. Don't run around outside. What? You want to go in? Su Qingxue exclaimed, This fire is so big. I can't withstand the Phoenix Girl's Phoenix flames, this little fire still can't affect me. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to go around the back of the house and charge into the flames. Tong Huijin was stunned. Qingxue, what is Yi Fan going to do? The fire is so fierce. Su Qingxue looked at her suspiciously. Have you ever entered the secret room in my dad's study? Tong Huijin was puzzled. Secret room? What secret room? Is there a secret room in your dad's study? You've been cleaning the house recently, didn't you find the secret in the study? Su Qingxue asked, staring straight at Tong Weizhen. However, Tong Weizhen still had a confused look on her face. She shook her head and said, I really don't know what secret room there is. Qingxue, believe me. All right. Seeing that Tong Weizhen didn't seem to be lying, Su Qingxue temporarily believed her. Not long after, Yi Fan came out of the sea of fire. The clothes on his body were somewhat charred, but Yi Fan himself was not harmed in the slightest. How is it? Is the stone still there? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. The secret room is destroyed, it's all burned. I don't know if the stone was burned or taken away, but it's gone. Tong Weizhen was puzzled. What stone? Did you put any treasures in it? Su Qingxue regretted and blamed herself. It's all my fault. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you leave it here. I thought it was very safe. Yi Fan smiled and said, Wife, it has nothing to do with you. We must have overlooked something, otherwise we wouldn't have been found. Then what if it was taken away by that clown? Will he do something to hurt you? Su Qingxue worried. Li Fanxian shrugged his shoulders. I'm not sure about that. Actually, I don't know how to use those two stones either. Maybe they're actually trash. At this moment, Tong Weizhen let out an cry and exclaimed, The little turtle I raised is still inside. Su Qingxue was surprised and said, You actually want that little turtle? In Su Qingxue's memories, Tong Weizhen was definitely not someone who was so concerned about small animals. When the house was on fire, the first thing she thought of was gold and silver. That's a life after all. Tong Weizhen said anxiously, I wonder if it's dead yet. Li Fanxian smiled. Where did you put that black turtle? In the aquarium in the living room on the first floor. There's water, maybe he's not dead yet. I'll go make a trip. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he went back into the house. Not long after, Yi Fan took out a glass jar and walked out. That little black turtle was still moving around inside. Tong Weizhen let out a sigh of relief, took the glass jar and said gratefully, Thank you, Yi Fan. No need to thank me, I'm very happy. You actually had a day where you would be worried about a little turtle. Yi Fan said. Tong Weizhen smiled awkwardly and looked at the turtle jar in her hands. It's me. Living too shamelessly. Su Qingxue's expression was complicated as she remained silent. At this moment, the fire engine arrived late and began to extinguish the fire. Encountering such a thing on New Year's Eve, Su Qingxue's mood was naturally terrible. After dealing with these matters on the spot, she also planned to let the lawyer deal with the aftermath of the compensation. When the three of them returned to their home in Igra County, Aunt Jiang and the others were still waiting for them. This New Year's Eve dinner, which had been interrupted halfway, only ended in the wee hours of the morning. The group of people comforted Su Qingxue, but the home in the depths of her memories had been burned down. No matter what, it would take a period of time to calm down. Tong Weizhen had lost her place to stay, so Su Qingxue arranged for her to stay at home with her. She could also help Aunt Jiang, which made Tong Weizhen feel flattered and grateful. At around 3 in the morning, Yi Fan returned to his room and took a bath. He made a call to Sally and asked her to pay attention to the movements of the clown and Song Xinghe. If this fire was caused by the clown and the others, and the stone was stolen by them, then there should be signs of activity again. In addition, Yi Fan also planned to start investigating the truth of his mother's death again. This was because Zhuge Tianming's words that day showed that his enemy was indeed still in this world. However, Yi Fan wasn't sure if he could find out. At the same time, under the night sky, in the high seas, a yacht was anchored there, brightly lit. In the sky, a clown wearing black and red armor descended from the sky through a jet propulsion system and landed on the deck. After the clown face on the helmet retracted, Selena, who had revealed her true appearance, grinned brightly at the man and woman who were already waiting for her on the deck. Chapter 624. 0624 Song Xinghe, who was dressed in a white coat, smiled disdainfully. This is no big deal. However, I am curious, what is the use of these two lousy stones that you spent so much effort to find? Broken stone. Selena narrowed her eyes, then smiled and said, since you think this is a broken stone, then it's up to you. Humph, even if you don't tell me, I don't care. What I care about is, when are you going to take action and kill Yi Fan? Song Xinghe's eyes were like a hungry, bloodthirsty wolf. Selena spread out her hands. You've got it. You can make your move whenever you want. I've waited long enough, I don't want to wait a moment longer. Song Xinghe said excitedly, I want you to provide me with your biological mecha. Selena sneered, first of all, I said that I would cooperate with you, but that doesn't mean that I will give you a biological mecha. Secondly, even if I gave you a biological mecha, you would still not be a match for Yi Fan. Song Xinghe, you can't be naive enough to think that if you fight Yi Fan head-on, you will have any chance of winning, right? Didn't you say that you once used a biological mecha to suppress Yi Fan? Song Xinghe questioned. That was only in the past, and it was when Yi Fan had consumed a lot of energy. Now that his strength has improved, even I can only protect myself. Selena spread out her hands and said. Song Xinghe said with a gloomy face, then you said that if you want to help me get revenge, you're just lying to me. I said that I would help you, but I didn't say that I would definitely succeed in my revenge. The only thing I can provide you with is funds and a laboratory. As for how to kill Yi Fan, don't you have a plan in your mind? Selena smiled evilly. Song Xinghe calmed down, his eyes flashed for a moment, and said, I need money, I need a laboratory. Selena smiled brightly, to satisfy you, I will let you use my laboratory in Malaysia. I will give you $100 million, how about it? 100 million. Are you trying to send a beggar away? Song Xinghe glared and said, 1 billion. Selena's eyes flashed coldly, you really are asking for too much. Humph, don't think that I don't know. Your family definitely wants Yi Fan to die. That's why you're so supportive of me taking revenge. You need my skills, and you also need me to take the risk for you, so that you can hide in the back and reap the benefits. Song Xinghe do not care. If you want to use me, fine, but you must pay the price. It's only 1 billion, and the cost of your biological mecha is already more than that. No matter who your boss is, no matter what organization he is, he will definitely not lack this bit of money. Song Xinghe said with a face full of confidence. Selena was silent for a moment, then grinned, as expected of a talent that I have my eyes on. Song Xinghe, I will give you 1 billion, but you better not disappoint me. If I'm disappointed, my employer will be disappointed too. And since I can save you from Lucifer, I can also destroy you directly. Song Xinghe had a calm expression on his face towards this threat, and laughed evilly. I have already failed twice, this time, Yi Fan is dead for sure. It's best if that's the case, Selena said coldly, a helicopter will take you to the laboratory in an hour. The funds will be transferred to your secret account within a day. I will turn off all the surveillance. You don't have to worry about me stealing your technology. Now, I'm going to rest. I hope that the next time I see you, your revenge will have been successful. After saying that, Selena walked into the luxurious cabin of the yacht. All the way to the middle area of the yacht, Selena opened a double password door with iris and fingerprint identification. Selena walked in, and the password door immediately closed. This was a laboratory built in the cabin of the ship. Selena walked into a 2-meter-tall, metal capsule-like instrument. The biological mecha on her body was quickly untied and embedded into every block of the capsule. When she walked out, she only had a tight battle uniform left, and her figure was curvaceous. Walking to a small bar, Selena poured herself a glass of whiskey, put 2 ice cubes on it, and took a sip. At this moment, a huge screen behind him showed a request for communication. Selena picked up a remote control laser pointer, clicked on the accept button, and the video call was immediately started. On the screen was a middle-aged man in pajamas. He was sitting on a huge bed that looked like a dragon bed. "Doctor, have you thought about what I want you to do?" the man asked. "Mr. Leibson," Selena turned around and said with a smile, "killing Lucifer is not a simple task. When I was in a meeting with the members of your club, your request was only to avoid this demon and obtain the lighthouse element. Now, you're suddenly asking me to kill Lucifer. Can you tell me the specific reason?" "I, Rebus, don't need a reason to want anyone to die. Even if he really is the king of hell, if I want him to die, he will die. What's more, he's just a mortal after all." Rebus snorted coldly. Selena nodded. What amazing bold words. "All right, since it's Mr. Leibson's intention, then I naturally have to give him some face. However, killing Lucifer requires a lot of money, because it's very difficult for ordinary methods to work. Just tell me, how much will he die?" Selena narrowed her eyes and raised a hand. "This number. 500 million. Selena smiled. Hiss. Rebus sucked in a breath of cold air and sneered, 5 billion. This Lucifer's life is really valuable. I can give you 5 billion, but if Lucifer doesn't return to hell within 2 months, then this 5 billion. The one you kill won't be Lucifer." Leibson's words were filled with a sense of intimidation. Selena smiled. "Of course, please wait for my good news." Rebus nodded, and then said, "After you kill Lucifer, take back the lighthouse elements as soon as possible. You've delayed the ANKH research long enough." Selena continued to smile and nod. "Understood. Don't tell anyone about our private communication, including the people from the club. Otherwise, it won't be good for you." "I understand, this is just a private deal between me and Mr. Leibson," said Selena. "I don't think you have the guts to say anything. Besides, this deal doesn't conflict with the club's interests." Rebus snorted and cut off the communication. When the screen turned black, Selena turned around, walked to the metal chest, and opened it. Looking at the 2 colorful stones inside, but she didn't know what material they were made of, a complacent smile appeared on Selena's face. A bunch of idiots. Chapter 625. 0625. In the first few days of the first month, Yi Fan was also rather busy. He promised Feng Yuing, ate a meal with her parents, and then accompanied the 2 elders to the shopping mall in Huahai. This made Feng Yuanxiong and Ma Liying very satisfied. Originally, there might not have been enough time, but it just so happened that the Su family's old mansion had been burned down. Su Qingxue and the lawyer had a bunch of things to do, so they didn't have the leisure to care about where Yi Fan went. Yi Fan told the woman that he wanted to accompany Fog Knight and the other assassins to eat and reward them. Of course, Su Qingxue couldn't be bothered to care about it. Yi Fan took advantage of this time to enjoy the wonderful life of a holiday at the residence of Feng Yuing and Ning Zimo. Eating and drinking, he had the most comfortable spring festival ever since he returned to China. It was the 5th day of the new year, and he would have to go to work soon. On the night of the 5th day, Yi Fan was preparing to sleep in his room when he received a call from Sally. "Wang, the matter you asked me to investigate has encountered some trouble." Sally Yi felt somewhat helpless on the phone. Yi Fan asked, "What is it?" Sally said, "You asked me to investigate 3 things. The first is Du Yun'er's background, including information on Gu Yu and the Phoenix Girl. The second is the whereabouts of Song Xinghe and Selena. The third is the murderer who killed your mother. As for the whereabouts of Song Xinghe and Selena, I don't have any clues at the moment. They have done very strict security work, and the technology is very high, erasing all traces that can be traced. However, when I was investigating Du Yun'er's background, Xiao Xian'er's background, and the information on the murderer who killed your mother, I discovered that there seemed to be someone who was deliberately obstructing me from investigating further. Someone is obstructing. What do you mean? Yi Fan revealed a suspicious look. I don't know if it's a person or some organization. Every time our intelligence network feels like it's getting close to the truth, the clues will be cut off. Whether it's the ancient jade or the murder of your mother, the information that involves the truth will be strangely covered up every time we get close to it, and the clues will be cut off. Although I don't know if I'm being paranoid or if it's a coincidence, but I always feel that there's an invisible barrier hiding something behind it. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that this is like an unsolved mystery of a UFO? You can catch wind in shadow, but you can't find out if it really exists. Similar to this feeling. I feel that there is an unknown existence hiding some secrets behind it, Sally cautiously said. Fan Xian sighed. Is that so? Last time, I tried to get Xiao Xian'er to tell me her family background, but that woman was indeed tight-lipped. This is incredible. Even the Rothschild family wouldn't be able to hide their family members so well. Sally thought of something and said, "Oh right, King, because you asked me to investigate the Phoenix Girl, I also checked on the current Dragon King of China's Dragon Soul. I discovered something, I don't know if it's a coincidence, Dragon King. What's his business?" Yi Fan was puzzled. The current Dragon King actually has the same surname as you. His surname is also Yi, and his name is Yilongtang. Oh. Yi Fan frowned, he really didn't expect this. However, there are a lot of people with the surname Yi, and I didn't find any other information about Yilongtang. I only know that he hasn't been the Dragon King for a long time, and I can't find any information about the previous Dragon King. Yi Fan nodded. Just as you said, there are a lot of people with the surname Yi. It's impossible to say that he has contact with me. It might just be a coincidence. I'm sorry. King, I've disappointed you. Sally Yi blamed herself and said, I spent so many resources, but I still couldn't find the information you wanted. Yi Fan smiled and said, don't be silly. If we rely on money and connections to find out the truth, then would we still need to ask the Heaven's Eye to buy information? We can even open a Heaven's Eye ourselves. It was lucky to be able to find out, but it was normal not to. Sally, go ahead and invest your resources in the investigation. Don't stop. I understand. I will continue to work hard. Li Yi asked expectantly, King, when will you return to Purgatory Island? They keep talking about you on the island. Li Fan Xian scratched his head and said, in a few more days, if I want to go back, it definitely won't be a day or two. I have to make some arrangements. Li Yi let out an "oh" in disappointment. With a hint of bitterness, she said goodbye to Yi Fan and hung up the phone. Yi Fan put down his phone and laid on the bed. He thought about what Sally had said about the Dragon King's surname being Yi. He couldn't help but remember that when he met the Dragon King, that guy seemed to have asked about his background. Could it be that it was only because the two of them had the same surname that he asked? Or was there some other reason? Yi Fan thought for a while, then shook his head. Since the Dragon King didn't say anything, he would definitely not get an answer if he took the initiative to ask. He could only pretend that he didn't know. One night passed. Early the next morning, it was time to go to work. When they went downstairs to eat breakfast, Su Qingxue was already watching the morning news on TV while eating. Tong Huizhen and Aunt Jiang were also at the dining table. Seeing Yi Fan, Tong Huizhen was already more natural. Yi Fan, you're up. I've prepared some porridge for you. Tong Huizhen said enthusiastically. Thank you. Yi Fan nodded and walked to Su Qingxue's side. When the woman was caught off guard, he kissed her on the cheek. Su Qingxue cried out in surprise, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. What are you doing? Li Fan Xian pulled out a chair and sat down, smiling. Wife, you're so cute today, I can't help but want to kiss you. Crazy. Su Qingxue looked at her professional attire and thought to herself, how am I cute? Aunt Jiang and Tong Huijin, who were at the side, were smiling. Seeing the relationship between the young couple gradually deepen, they were obviously very happy. At this moment, a piece of news on the TV caused the atmosphere to suddenly change. The chairman and CEO of Hua Hai Embroidery Group, the famous young entrepreneur, Lady Su Qingxue, is suspected of having a fake background. According to the information provided by a man called Zhang Tao, Su Qingxue's mother, Zhou Wenli, is his deceased wife. Su Qingxue was brought back to the Su family by the previous chairman of the embroidery group, Su Yue. She has always been thought to be the daughter of Su Chongping and Zhou Wenli, but this man called Zhang Tao claims that Su Qingxue is not the daughter of the Su family at all. At the same time the TV station was broadcasting this news, a photo of Zhang Tao being interviewed by a reporter also appeared on the screen. Zhang Tao was dressed in the image of a sloppy tramp, holding a photo in his hand. When he was being interviewed, he seemed to be crying. Su Qingxue saw half of it and her pretty face had already turned pale, her hand holding the chopsticks was also trembling. Chapter 626. 0626 Tong Huijin also revealed a surprised expression. She couldn't help but look at Su Qingxue and advise, Qingxue, don't panic. What this Zhang Tao said is fake. We all know this. This is so infuriating. This person was so vicious back then, and now he still has the face to jump out and slander the young miss. Aunt Jiang was filled with righteous indignation. Li Fan Xian was a little surprised. This Zhang Tao definitely didn't just find out about Su Qingxue's current situation in the past few days. After all, although Su Qingxue wasn't a celebrity, she was still very famous in Hua Hai. If this Zhang Tao really had the guts and evidence to say that Su Qingxue was his biological daughter, then Zhang Tao wouldn't have ended up on the streets. Su Yue wouldn't be so stupid as to bring back his granddaughter without even doing a DNA test. Moreover, Su Qingxue's bloodline was special, so she was definitely a member of the Su family. Since that was the case, why would Zhang Tao suddenly appear and cause trouble for Su Qingxue? Su Qingxue silently put down her chopsticks, picked up her phone, and dialed a number. It was for her assistant, Chenya. Director Su. I saw the news on my way to work. Chenya was also planning to call Su Qingxue. Find out where the source of this media report is. If no one is playing tricks behind the scenes, such news wouldn't have suddenly been exposed. Su Qingxue said coldly. Chenya swallowed her saliva. Yes. I'll go check immediately. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks and continued to eat breakfast. She didn't seem to be too nervous. Yi Fan was used to women's calm personality and asked, Wife, how about I? No need. Without waiting for Yi Fan to say anything, Su Qingxue interrupted the man. I can handle this matter. Su Qingxue said with certainty in her eyes. He was really nosy. If Su Qingxue couldn't even solve such a small problem, then what was the point of talking about entering the Ghost Valley again? What he had to do was to silently watch from behind. Unless there was something that would endanger a woman's life, it would be better not to interfere. Some women liked to rely on men, but some women had strong self-esteem and liked to rely on themselves. Su Qingxue obviously belonged to the latter. After hurriedly finishing breakfast, Su Qingxue drove out and headed to the company to hold an emergency meeting. Yi Fan, on the other hand, drove another car to the Cloud Club. He went to find Chu Yunyao early in the morning, not because he missed the warmth of a woman's hibiscus tent, but because Yi Fan felt that something was amiss and needed to discuss it with Chu Yunyao. After arriving at the clubhouse, when the clubhouse manager saw that it was Yi Fan, he immediately welcomed him with a smile and led Yi Fan to find a woman. Chu Yunyao was eating breakfast alone in a luxurious restaurant. Seeing Yi Fan come in, the woman charmingly smiled. "Darling, I just returned to Hua Hai last night. Why did you come looking for me so early in the morning? Do you miss me that much?" Yi Fan sat down opposite the woman and looked at the woman who was elegantly moving her knife and fork. Her jet black hair was slightly curled, and her smooth oval face was rosy. She had bright eyes, white teeth, and a snow-white neck. She was wearing a wine-red silk nightgown with a deep collar that revealed her creamy skin. Her perfect figure was faintly discernible, making one want to rip off that loose collar. Just looking at this woman's lazy appearance, the flames in Yi Fan's lower abdomen were a little uncontrollable. "There's something I need you to check for me," Yi Fan said. The smile on Chu Yunyao's face disappeared, and she returned to her expressionless face. "So you didn't miss me, you just wanted me to help you do something." Yi Fan hurriedly smiled and said, "Yes, of course I miss you too." "Little Yao Yao, don't be angry." "I'm not angry, what's there to be angry about? Originally, you and I were just using each other." Chu Yunyao lightly snorted. "From your tone, it seems like you really do have resentment. Does that mean you really have feelings of jealousy?" Yi Fan said happily, "This is progress. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have any interest in being jealous. You're thinking too much. I'm just in a bad mood. Don't tell me that even if I'm in a good mood, I have to be controlled by you," Chu Yunyao coldly said. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. "That won't do. My little Yao Yao is in a bad mood, I have to think of a way to make her better." After saying that, without waiting for Chu Yunyao to react, Yi Fan quickly went around his seat and hugged the woman from behind. "You! What are you doing?" The knife and fork in Chu Yunyao's hand fell into the plate and she cried out in alarm. She felt that her sensitive spot had been grabbed. "Ing!" Yi Fan lowered his head and kissed Chu Yunyao from the side. At the same time, one of his hands followed the smooth collar of his pajamas and groped inside. Only when the woman's face was already flushed did Yi Fan let go of her mouth and touch Chu Yunyao's face. "I really missed you these few days when you went back for the new year. Trust me," Yi Fan said seriously. Chu Yunyao's red lips parted as she panted. She pulled her pajamas back up to cover her ample bosom. "If you want me to help you, that's fine." Chu Yunyao's beautiful eyes flashed, "But I also have a condition." Yi Fan was puzzled. "What?" Chu Yunyao stood up and suddenly used her bare hand to forcefully grab Yi Fan's lower body. Hiss. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the woman in surprise. "What are you doing?" "It's very simple. Before I work, you have to let me eat my fill." Chu Yunyao revealed a charming smile. "If you want to be my, Chu Yunyao's, man, you can't not even be satisfied with this, right?" Yi Fan was surprised. This was the first time Chu Yunyao had taken the initiative to ask for it. Originally, she seemed to be very unwilling, as if she had been forced by him. This kind of change caught Yi Fan off guard, but he also inexplicably became excited. In fact, in terms of age, Chu Yunyao had indeed reached the age where her physical needs were strong. Perhaps it was because she had gradually accepted the relationship between the two of them that she had also begun to let go. Yi Fan's body was more than enough to deal with Chu Yunyao. In less than an hour, in Chu Yunyao's room, the woman was lying on the bed, too lazy to move. During the new year, she had obviously endured the loneliness and let it all out in one go. Yi Fan looked at the drowsy Chu Yunyao, feeling proud and helpless. "Little Yao Yao, you promised to help me investigate something after you finish, you can't sleep. So annoying. Then carry me to the laboratory, you know how to get in." Chu Yunyao said lazily. Yi Fan picked up the woman's princess. "Are you an idiot? Help me put on my clothes first. You want me to stand naked in the laboratory and type on the keyboard?" Chu Yunyao was so angry that she rolled her eyes. Yi Fan thought to himself, since no one else saw it, why would he pay so much attention to it? However, he still helped the woman put on her pajamas. After arriving at the laboratory, Chu Yunyao asked, "What do you want me to investigate?" "Did you see the news this morning?" Yi Fan asked. Chu Yunyao had an expression that said she knew this would happen. "You want me to help your wife? She sees me as an enemy. Is it possible for me to help her?" Yi Fan shook his head. "My wife will deal with this crisis herself. What I am more concerned about is that person behind the scenes. Why did he suddenly find Zhang Tao? I suspect that someone has been following my wife and has been waiting for an opportunity to harm her." Chu Yunyao understood and said, "You want to go against the reconnaissance and find the person following you?" "Actually, I'm not sure if there's anyone following me, because I was also present on the day I saw Zhang Tao. I didn't notice anyone following me. There aren't many people in this world who can hide from me, and I feel that the probability isn't high. So, I think it might be some kind of tracking device that I can't find, because only with a machine would it be easier to be silent. Of course. It could also be that I'm overthinking it. This time's matter is just a coincidence," Yi Fan said. Chu Yunyao seemed to be deep in thought. "Interesting, using technology to track. We do have some equipment in the military, so we can do it, but we haven't seen it among the people yet. Alright, since you've made me comfortable twice today, I'll send out nanomachines to help your dear wife do a counter-investigation. Oh right, don't tell her when you get back. If she finds out that I helped her, she'll definitely get into a fight with you." Chapter 627. 0627 Brocade Building, Underground Parking Lot. A Pagani screeched to a stop in the parking lot. The angry sound of the engine seemed to indicate the turbulent waves in the owner's heart. Su Qingxue got off the car and walked straight to the elevator. Chen Yo was already waiting at the elevator door. "Director Su, the people you want to gather are all waiting in your office. I've already cancelled today's morning meeting for you. Who told you to cancel it?" Su Qingxue glanced at the assistant. "Did I say I cancelled the morning meeting?" Chen Yo was stunned, but something like this happened. It's precisely because of this that the company is in a state of panic. That's why I can't disrupt my rhythm of work. Morning meeting as usual," Su Qingxue said. "Yes, sir." Chen Yu quickly issued another order through the tablet in her hand. The elevator gradually began to rise. On the floor that needed to be dealt with, Su Qingxue quickly finished some work as usual. 20 minutes later, Su Qingxue walked into the office. A few of the company's higher-ups and some of the people from the public relations team were already waiting with complicated expressions. After Su Qingxue sat down, she swept a glance at everyone present. "You all know very well why I called you here. I need to know the current situation of the company, the situation of the outside world, and all the information that can be used to solve the problem. Director Su, there are a lot of rumors outside. When the stock market opens, our stock will probably fall by a lot. We just discussed and felt that we should hold a press conference." "That's right, that Zhang Tao obviously doesn't have enough evidence. Director Su, you did a DNA test back then and returned to the Su family. They are just deliberately discrediting you. As long as we clarify it, there will naturally be no problems." A few of the higher-ups spoke one after another, talking about the method of holding a press conference, but Su Qingxue remained silent. Feng Yuing frowned and said, "I don't think it's appropriate to hold a press conference." "Why?" a higher-up asked. Su Qingxue also looked at Feng Yuing, deep in thought. Feng Yuing sighed and said, "Actually, it's obvious that this news itself is not convincing, because everyone knows that as long as we do a DNA test, Director Su will definitely not be Zhang Tao's daughter, not to mention that the DNA test information from that year can be found. Then, why did the person behind this incident, who wanted to harm our embroidery group and CEO Su, let the reporter interview Zhang Tao and let Zhang Tao act out such a bitter scene of being abandoned by his biological father?" The group of higher-ups looked at each other. They were also puzzled. This was obviously fake, so why would someone still hype it up? Feng Yuing continued, I think that Zhang Tao's appearance this time is just a prelude. The enemy wants to blow this matter up. When we directly respond, hold a press conference, and go to court, it is equivalent to building a stage for the enemy to display their fists and feet. Actually, I don't know what their real goal is, but one thing is for sure. If we hold a press conference to clarify things, they must have thought of this a long time ago. We will only fall into the enemy's trap. At this point, Feng Yuing looked at Su Qingxue, Director Su. I feel that it's best if we can quietly resolve this matter, cut off the reports of the news media, and suppress the public opinion. Before long, when the other gossip news comes out, this matter will be over. Su Qingxue nodded slightly and agreed with Feng Yuing's strategy. Cut off the report and suppress the public opinion. Vice President Feng, it's easy for you to say. If the major media outlets were willing to buy it, would they still report it? Right now, they are like a school of sharks, and we are the bleeding victims, floating in the sea. They all want to bite us and eat our meat. Another higher-up gnashed his teeth. Feng Yuing had a bitter look on her face. She could only think of so much, but she had no clue as to what to do to suppress this storm to the greatest extent. Qinya, which media outlet was the first to report? Su Qingxue suddenly asked. Qinya Hui reported, it's Huahai 7, News TV. Their reporters gave a report. TV station. No wonder it spread so fast. A few executives sighed helplessly. Who is the person in charge of this news? Su Qingxue asked again. It's their deputy director, Cui Hongxia, who is in charge of news. Qinya said. I want her details, Su Qingxue said. Qinya looked at the tablet and said, Cui Hongxia is 49 years old this year. She has a double master's degree from Huagang Media University. She has been the deputy director for 7 years and has always been in charge of the news section. Enough. Su Qingxue interrupted Qinya's words, I can search for this information on the internet myself, it's completely useless. Qinya lowered her head apologetically, I'm sorry, Director Su. I'll check it out as soon as possible. No need, help me make an appointment with Cui Hongxia. I want to have a meal with her or have a cup of coffee with her today. Su Qingxue ordered. Yes, sir. Just as Qinya was about to go out, she heard Su Qingxue call out to her again. Wait a minute. Su Qingxue looked at the time on the computer and said, go to the first floor. There should be a foreign woman with dark chestnut hair at the front desk. Bring her to my office. Qinya was puzzled. She wondered why she didn't know that there was a foreign guest coming, but she still quickly walked out. Su Qingxue waved her hand and said to the group of upper echelons, other than Vice President Feng, everyone else should go to work. Don't interfere with the employees' words too forcefully. The few higher-ups silently nodded and left, leaving Feng Yuing sitting on the sofa. Director Su, why did you keep me here? Feng Yuing was puzzled. The corner of Su Qingxue's mouth curled up into a faint smile. Senior sister, there's someone I want to introduce to you. Just as Feng Yuing was feeling puzzled, the office door opened. Qinya led a tall Caucasian woman in a gray windbreaker with long hair in the wind and walked in. This woman looked capable and heroic, and her face was brimming with a confident smile. Qinya had something to do, so she naturally left immediately. However, she was obviously very curious about Helena, but she didn't dare to ask. Welcome, Helena. Have you recovered from your injuries? Su Qingxue stood up and walked over to shake hands with Helena. When Helena saw Su Qingxue, there was a trace of excitement in her eyes. She held Su Qingxue's hand tightly and went forward to hug her. Miss Su, thanks to you, my injuries are fine. I hope I can do my best for you. Helena smiled. Use as much strength as you have. Don't worry, I can't afford it. Su Qingxue said. Helena smiled in relief. Understood. Come, let me introduce you. This is our company's vice president, Feng Yuing. After Su Qingshua's introduction, Feng Yuing was very surprised. Such a beautiful woman had actually been a mercenary before. And an expert. Senior sister, although Helena knows 7 foreign languages and has no problem communicating, she is still not familiar with our China and our company. I hope that in the next few days, you can bring her along to familiarize yourself with her. In addition, I hope that you can help her do something for me. There are some things that I don't feel at ease leaving to others to do. Su Qingxue said meaningfully. Feng Yuing naturally didn't have any objections, but she was still a little reserved towards this Helena. What is it? Helena giggled. I saw some news on the way here on the subway. I checked it out and chatted with the people on the subway. I already know what happened. Miss Su, you want me to investigate some people for you, right? As expected of an elite from an A-rank organization, it seems like. You understand even without me saying more. Su Qingshue's eyes flickered as she said. Helena said excitedly, there's something to do again. I feel like I've come back to life. Miss Feng, let's go. Do you have a car? Chapter 628. 0628 at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in a coffee shop under the headquarters of Hua Hai TV station. Because there were often people here to discuss matters with the people from the TV station, the coffee shop made a lot of small private rooms to facilitate some secret conversations. Chenya stood outside a private room. She looked at her watch, frowned, and pushed open the private room door. Director Su, it's already been more than half an hour. Do you still want to wait? Chenya asked. Su Qingshuo sat inside and was using her phone to send a message. She, Helena, and Feng Yuing created a chat group so that they could communicate in time. Hearing Chenya's question, Su Qingshuo nodded, wait another half an hour. If you don't come, enter the TV station. Chenya said unhappily, this Chui Hongsha, we have an appointment with her at 12:30. It's obvious that she didn't come so late on purpose to give you a show of strength. Let her be, showing off her might is just a meaningless waste of time, but waiting is not necessarily a waste of time. The key is to see what you do while waiting. Su Qingshuo said lightly. Chenyo looked at the boss's non-stop messages and felt a wave of doubt in her heart. She had actually been wondering since a long time ago what that woman called Helena did with Feng Yuing, but she didn't dare to ask. After waiting for another 10 minutes or so, a middle-aged woman in a purplish-red professional attire, black-rimmed glasses, and lipstick walked in with a Prada bag in her hand. She had a thin face and looked very capable. Miss Chui. When Chenya saw this woman, she quickly revealed a professional and warm smile and invited, our director Su is already waiting for you inside. Chui Hongsha replied with a faint and swaggered into the private room without even looking at Chenya. Qingxue stood up with a faint smile and took the initiative to shake hands with Chui Hongsha. Director Chui, I'm sorry to disturb your work. This is the first time we've met. Chui Hongsha acted as if she didn't see the hand that was extended towards her. She put her bag to the side and ignored it. Qingxue silently retracted her hand. She didn't have any intention of getting angry. She sat down and handed the menu over. Director Chui, what would you like to drink? I don't have time to drink. If Miss Su has anything to say, there's no harm in saying it. Chui Hongsha crossed her hands in front of her and looked at Qingxue coldly. When Qingxue heard this, she poured a cup of green tea and placed it in front of Chui Hongsha. Chief Chui, this is the first time we've met. Why do I feel like you have a prejudice against me? Did I accidentally offend you? Su Qingxue asked. The corner of Chui Hongsha's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. I've long heard that Su Qingxue of the embroidery group is not only beautiful, but also cold and arrogant. But after seeing her today, she doesn't seem to be much. Oh. Is that what outsiders say about me? Su Qingxue smiled. Miss Su, do you know that in the past 3 years, our television station has invited you to do an interview every year, but you've rejected all of them? You're not free, Cui Hongxia said. Su Qingxue nodded. I know, the assistant mentioned it to me. A billionaire like you, a busy man, actually came to the cafe downstairs of our television station, arranged to meet me in such a small room, and even took the initiative to pour tea for me. You must be very unconvinced in your heart, right? Cui Hongxia lowered her voice, her eyes full of ridicule. Qingshua's expression did not change as she lightly said, just because I didn't accept your interview, Chief Cui is going to broadcast a completely fake news without any professional ethics. Fake news. Fake news. Ha! Cui Hongxia sneered. Miss Su, we are only broadcasting what we have heard and seen based on the information we have. What the people think, whether it is true or false, has nothing to do with us. Moreover, Miss Su, do you think that we have already broadcast all the content? As far as I know. Miss Su's biological mother, Miss Shou Wenli, seemed to have worked in a nightclub back then. I wonder what the employees and shareholders of the embroidery group would think of Miss Su if this news were to spread. Presumably, they would feel that CEO Su's life is very inspirational. Su Qingshua's beautiful eyes flashed. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. Cui Hongxia saw that Su Qingxue didn't say anything and revealed a trace of doubt in her eyes. She then said, I still have things to do at the TV station. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. When Cui Hongxia stood up, Su Qingxue asked 2 words. How much? Cui Hongxia's eyes revealed a hint of complacency. She slowly turned around and leaned over to Su Qingshue's ear and whispered a few words. Then, Cui Hongxia stood up and said, in 2 days, we will do a special in-depth report. Before that, Miss Su still has a chance to remedy the situation. After saying this, Cui Hongxia left with the wind in her footsteps. After the person left, Qinya entered the private room and asked with concern, Director Su, is she willing to stop? Qingshue's pretty face was ice cold as she said, a house in the West Xiu Peach Blossom Spring, 100 million in cash. What? Qinya said angrily, the mansion at the Peach Blossom Spring is now at a minimum of 100 million, and there's another 100 million in cash. Is she crazy? You want to get more than 200 million. Isn't she afraid that after this matter is over, we'll fight back? 200 million is enough to get her off the stage and into prison. Su Qingxue faintly said, it's probably because we have evidence in our hands that we won't fight to the death with her for 200 million. What kind of evidence is there? Director Su, you're not that Zhang Tao's daughter at all. Everyone knows this in their hearts. Su Qingxue naturally wouldn't explain too much. Although she had never despised her mother for going to a nightclub, this matter concerned her mother's reputation, so she would naturally hide it if she could. At this moment, outside the coffee shop, a person holding a black phone-like tool slowly walked to the door of the private room. Why are you here? When Su Qingxue saw the person, she was puzzled. Qinya turned her head and asked curiously, Yi Fan. How did you know we were here? Yi Fan raised his head and smiled, wait a moment. Then, Yi Fan pressed the button on the black instrument. See? There seemed to be some kind of electronic whistle coming from a corner of the room. Found it, there really is one. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he quickly walked to the corner where the sound came from, squatted down, and picked up a small thing from the ground. It was a small round ball, like a small steel ball. Its entire body was grayish-black, and it wasn't much bigger than the head of a ballpoint pen. What is this? Su Qingxue walked over to take a look and asked curiously. Chapter 629. 0629 Qinya was shocked, isn't this just a small steel ball? Is this a listening device? This was also the first time he had seen this kind of eavesdropping device, but if it wasn't for this kind of thing causing trouble, it would have been impossible for him and Su Qingxue to be monitored. When he met Zhang Tao that day, it was probably because he was heard that someone went to find Zhang Tao. How did you find this kind of bug? Where did the instrument in your hand come from? Su Qingxue thought of another problem. Li Fan Xian laughed. I borrowed it from a friend. I still have quite a few friends who understand this kind of anti-reconnaissance technique. Li Fan Xian naturally didn't dare to say that this was all thanks to Chu Yunyao. There was no other reason. This listening device was invented by Chu Yunyao. After Chu Yunyao used the nanomachines to search for a bit, she discovered that this kind of listening device actually appeared beside Su Qingxue. After that, Chu Yunyao gave Yifan a tool that specialized in retrieving this kind of listening device. After finding it, it could instantly stop the work of the listening device. Chu Yunyao suspected that it was someone with a military background who took out this kind of advanced equipment. It was impossible for an ordinary underground organization to have such advanced equipment, and even if they did, they might not be able to use it. Then can we find out who is eavesdropping behind our backs? Su Qingxue didn't really understand these technical problems, so she could only rely on Yifan in this aspect. Yifan shrugged his shoulders. That's more difficult. The other party must already know that we intercepted the listening device, so if he immediately ran away, it would be normal for him to not be able to find it, but he probably won't take the risk of using this method to eavesdrop again. Fortunately, it's just eavesdropping. Su Qingxue secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If she could monitor the image and capture her privacy, then she wouldn't even dare to think about it. Yifan asked, did you guys come to the TV station to negotiate with the person who spread this news? How is it? Are the people from the TV station willing to stop? Don't mention it. That deputy station head opened his mouth and asked for more than 200 million. It's even more excessive than ripping us off. Chenya said. More than 200 million. Yifan chuckled and said, if we give it to her, it would be fine if she could completely help us. However, I don't think that's possible. Right at this moment, Chenya received a call. After hearing a few words, Chenya's expression changed. Mr. Su, there's a problem at the Gua Cultural City. There's a holdout who refuses to accept the demolition. He even told a few media outlets that we've teamed up with the Iron Blood Alliance's underground gang to threaten them with a low price. Now, several media outlets have started to publish these reports. Although they are not mainstream media outlets, our stock price has obviously started to take a hit. Su Qingxue frowned, took the tablet computer, and flipped through the information. Mr. Su, someone is purposely spreading rumors. We're not cooperating with the Iron Blood Alliance. We can ask our lawyer to send a lawyer's letter immediately. Su Qingxue shook her head. No, the Blue Moon real estate that we are working with is indeed backed by the Iron Blood Alliance's Sun family. It's just that ordinary people wouldn't know about it. This is absolute inside information. Ha! Chenya was shocked. As the CEO's assistant, she didn't even know that there was such a thing. Fan Xian said happily, this is interesting. On one hand, we are making an issue out of our CEO Su's background, and on the other hand, we are making an issue out of the embroidery group's image. Both of them are working together, and we must drag the embroidery group down with us. You can still laugh. If we have anything to do with the underground gang, then the company will be finished. Who would dare to cooperate with us? Who would dare to buy our shares? Even the government doesn't dare to publicly give us preferential treatment. This is a huge crisis of trust for the company. Chenya shouted. Yifan waved his hand. I know, but there's no need to shout. If I don't laugh, I can't possibly cry. Chenya gritted her teeth and looked at Su Qingxue bitterly. Director Su. Why haven't you mentioned it to me before? No one in the company knew about this matter. I was the one who personally came into contact with the Sun family before I agreed on this project. Shu Qingxue didn't want to hurt Chinya's heart, so she signaled Yifan with her eyes not to expose her. When Chinya found out that this was the case, she felt a little more balanced. Then Director Su, what should we do now? Even if someone knows that we are cooperating with the Iron Blood Alliance, it doesn't mean that they have sufficient evidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to spread this news through a nail. The problem lies with the nail. Tell him to shut up and admit that he's talking nonsense. Then everything will be fine. Su Qingxue said. All right, I'll immediately find someone to talk to that nail. It's just asking for a bit more money. Adding a few 100,000 to him, 1,000,000 is nothing. Chenya said. Shu Qingxue shook her head. If we can rely on this little bit of money to negotiate, we should have already done it. The Guyu Cultural City is a project for our company to reach a higher level. What's the situation with this holdout? Give me his information, and perhaps I should personally meet him. Yes, sir. In a beautiful mansion in Huahai, the heater was on and the floor was covered with a soft carpet. A man wearing black silk pajamas with his collar open was slumped on a sofa. In his arms was a seductive girl who was naked. Little O, let me put on my clothes. It's cold, the girl said in a coquettish voice. Hee hee, little darling, isn't it hot to rub and rub? Where is it cold? I'll let you touch it more. The man smiled evilly. I hate it, don't do it anymore. It's not cold there. It's already flowing water, isn't it cold? Ha. Suddenly, the door was opened. A handsome man wearing a coffee-colored windbreaker with a fair face and no facial hair walked in. The woman was startled and hurriedly picked up a pillow to cover herself, but it was impossible to cover her up completely. I wonder who it is. Ting Ziqiao, can you press the doorbell or knock on the door before coming in? Although you and I are partners, our relationship isn't that familiar, right? Ting Ziqiao glanced at the flirtatious girl and slowly walked to a nearby bar. He poured himself a glass of red wine and said, Mr. O Jiyun, our listening device has been discovered. It seems like Su Qingxue and Yifan are already on guard. What? O Jiyun was shocked. He stood up and said, then what should we do? They know we did it. That won't be the case. I threw all the tracking equipment into the river. They won't be able to find it, but... It's probably impossible to eavesdrop, Ting Ziqiao said. Then can't we get another set of equipment? This eavesdropping is a great help. O Jiyun said. Chapter 630. 0630. When O Jiyun heard this, he immediately said complacently, that Zhang Tao is also stupid enough. He even wanted to raise the price and bargain with me before he was willing to give Su Qingxue the information. In the end, I sent someone to teach him a lesson for the whole night, and now he's so obedient that he almost told me about Su Qingxue peeing her pants when she was young. Ha 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 ha, normal information is useless. Information that can make Su Qingxue yield is what we want. Ting Ziqiao said. O Jiyun laughed coldly and said, I've already sent people out to look for that person according to what Zhang Tao said. I think there will be results soon. Very good, if we can really find that person, then we'll be even more confident in dealing with Su Qingxue. Ting Ziqiao asked, how is the embroidery group doing now? O Jiyun picked up a cell phone on the table and clicked on a news app. The nail in the Guyu Cultural City has already made a big deal out of the news as we expected. The brocade stock price has been falling all this time. The Iron Blood Alliance's Sun family also didn't dare to appear. They were afraid that someone would catch them, so they were probably extremely anxious. Su Qingxue, that bitch, stole our OG's big deal in Europe and invested in 3 big projects in a row. She forced her own capital chain to a dead end, and if she didn't succeed, she would die. This way, as long as the Guyu Culture City project is delayed for one more day, the pressure on the embroidery group's capital chain will increase day by day, and it's not impossible for them to collapse. Cui Hongxue seems to have already started to use the evidence we gave her to meet Su Qingxue. With that woman's appetite, she will probably take a big bite of fat. Ting Ziqiao said, once Su Qingxue and Cui Hongxue exchange benefits, there will be evidence. Su Qingxue has a guilty conscience. She bribed the upper echelons of the television station and tried to cover up her background. Ha, I can even think of this news headline for her. Oh, Jiyun said happily. Humph. I think Su Qingxue is already in a terrible situation. She is too aloof and looks down on others, which is why she ended up like this. I'm afraid she would never have thought that the person she disdained in the past would now be able to chase after her and extort her. A cold light flashed in Ting Ziqiao's eyes as he muttered resentfully, My dear junior sister, this is the result of you and your man offending me. Oh, Jiyun stretched lazily and said, Ting Ziqiao, I will say the ugly words first. As long as I defeat the embroidery group and trample on Su Qingxue, I will regain my position as the successor to the O clan. If you want to kill someone or take revenge, I won't get involved with you. I'm a good citizen, not a murderer. When Ting Ziqiao heard this, he suddenly turned around and quickly walked in front of O Jiyun, grabbing his neck. Ugh! You! What are you doing? Let go of me. Oh, Jiyun was so scared that his face turned pale. The flirtatious woman at the side also screamed and trembled. Ting Ziqiao's eyes seemed to emit an evil light as he looked at Oh Jiyun gloomily. Mr. O, if I didn't take the initiative to help you, you would have been chased out of the country a long time ago, and all the inheritance rights would have been taken away by your cousin. I helped you kill your cousin, so that means you killed him. You are already a murderer whose hands are stained with the blood of your relatives, so don't talk to me about being a good citizen. Oh, Jiyun's face turned green. Firstly, he couldn't breathe smoothly, and secondly, he felt fear. You killed someone. The flirtatious woman was so scared that she almost peed her pants. Ting Ziqiao said in a low voice, I gave you a second chance to win the family fortune, and I can also completely deprive you of everything. If you cooperate with me well, then we will have a cooperative relationship. If you dare to retreat halfway and delay my revenge, I will be the first to kill you. I understand. Let me go. Oh, Jiyun's eyeballs almost popped out of his sockets. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue crippled me, ruined my reputation, and even killed my biological father, causing me to be expelled by my sect. I already have nothing left. Those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Whoever dares to stop me from taking revenge is my enemy. Do you hear me? Ting Ziqiao roared. Oh, Jiyun's mind was already starting to go blank as he nodded with difficulty, yes. Got it. Only then did Ting Ziqiao let go of his hand. Oh, Jiyun took a deep breath, as if he had just died once. Looking at Ting Ziqiao again, Oh Jiyun was already trembling in fear. Ting Ziqiao patted his shoulder and grinned evilly, Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with me and show me your sincerity to help me complete my revenge, I won't take your money. Instead, I will let you get everything you want. I only want Yi Fan and Su Qingxue's lives. I understand, I will do my best to cooperate. Oh Jiyun nodded his head vigorously, not daring to say anything. Ting Ziqiao nodded in satisfaction and looked at the bewitching woman at the side. The bewitching woman shivered. After realizing something, she hurriedly knelt on the carpet. I didn't hear anything. I won't talk too much. I can swear, bam. The wine cup in Ting Ziqiao's hand directly smashed onto the top of the woman's head. The woman didn't even have time to react before she fell onto the carpet with blood gushing out of her head. Oh Jiyun was so scared that he jumped off the sofa. You killed her. Don't bring women in here in the future. I don't like to see women. Ting Ziqiao's eyes were filled with hatred. Oh Jiyun sneakily glanced at Ting Ziqiao's lower body and shivered as he nodded. I understand. On the way to the demolition site of the Guyu Culture City, Chunya reported the information of the local nail-biters to Su Qingxue. Director Su, according to the latest news, this man called Chen Xiuyuan is not ordinary. He graduated from the Department of Ancient Literature at Beijing University and has been a university lecturer for more than 10 years. Now that he had opened a small antique shop, he did not lack money. He had 2 cars and 3 properties under his name. He only got married when he was 35 years old. His wife divorced 5 years ago and took half of his property. His daughter was now 15 years old and was in the magnesium country with his ex-wife. In the community that we are going to demolish, his house occupies the largest area, more than 600 square meters. He dug a pond and planted a lot of plants there. He originally planned to live a comfortable life. I guess it's because he can't bear to part with that place, and he doesn't lack money, so he tried his best to stay there. After listening, she lightly said, the surrounding people have all left. He's the only one there, so he has to bear the pressure. The reason he dares to do this is definitely not because he doesn't lack money. Chapter 631. 0631 inch. But if we give him too much money, the other households will probably collapse again. Moreover, with this exception, it will be difficult to negotiate with the other places that will be demolished. Chunya said worriedly. How about I make him disappear from the face of the earth? Yi Fan turned around from the driver's seat and smiled, making a throat-slitting gesture. Chunya frowned and said, stop joking. We're talking about serious business. Speaking of which, why did you have to follow us? Chunya was very puzzled by Yi Fan's shameless request to come and take a look. In her opinion, Yi Fan couldn't help at all. On the other hand, Chunya felt that the new assistant in the company, Fog Knight, could be brought along and used a beauty trap or something. Of course, Chunya wasn't too willing to give Fog Knight a chance to render meritorious service, so she didn't bring it up. Yi Fan shrugged, if there's another bug, I'll be able to discover it in time. How can there be so many bugs? Chunya muttered. Qingxue, on the other hand, knew that Yi Fan was worried about her safety, because it was unknown who the enemy in the dark was. The car drove to a rather messy district. Many houses had already been demolished. After the 3 of them got out of the car, they arrived at the entrance of a courtyard with a rather beautiful environment. Looking in, the lush trees gave off a unique feeling. This person is quite elegant. Yi Fan said with a smile. If you really have the mood, then you should be aloof from the world and not cause such a commotion. As Su Qingxue spoke, she went up and pressed the doorbell. However, after pressing a few times, there was no movement from inside. Director Su, it's useless. He won't open the door. At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. From a Mercedes-Benz G55 not far away, a man walked out with an assistant. Young Master Sun. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue both recognized him. This was the Iron Blood Alliance's Sun family's 3rd young master, Sun Yu. It had been a while since they last met. Sun Yu had grown a beard and looked much more mature. Mr. Yi, Director Su, how have you been? Sun Yu sighed bitterly and said, I guessed that you guys might come over, but I was afraid that someone would eavesdrop on you guys with my cell phone, so I didn't dare to call. Yi Fan smiled and said, you guys are quite careful. Our Sun family must not be discovered on this project. Once it is confirmed that we are the behind-the-scenes shareholders of Blue Moon Real Estate, who would dare to buy our house? Sun Yu sighed. Young Master Sun came here to persuade this Qingxue. Su Qingxue asked. Sun Yu shook his head, I followed my dad's instructions and chased away all the reporters and paparazzi here. However, I also came here secretly and didn't dare to be too brazen. Yi Fan suddenly understood, no wonder, I saw a lot of people wearing security uniforms, but no matter how I looked at them, they didn't look like security guards. So you guys sent them to expel the paparazzi. We have no other choice. This matter cannot continue to ferment. Otherwise, our Sun family will be finished. We have invested almost all of our savings in this project. Sun Yu said seriously. Chinya, who was at the side, was very shocked. She had never seen anyone from the 5 great underground families before, and only then did she know that the man in front of her was actually the young master of the Sun family. She couldn't help but look at Su Qingxue and Yi Fan strangely, wondering, when did they befriend the Sun family? Have you sent anyone to persuade Qingxue Yuan? Su Qingxue asked. Sun Yu smiled bitterly. Before we came, many reporters and paparazzi were ringing the doorbell and knocking on the door, wanting to interview him, but he didn't open it at all. He told the news that our Sun family is behind Blue Moon Real Estate and pointed out which people in Blue Moon Real Estate are closely related to our Sun family. I feel that there is someone behind him who is using him to attack us. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know about this inside information. However, you guys still can't use force against him. Otherwise, if something happens to him, your Sun family will be the scapegoat. Instead, you guys will have to protect him well. This is really troublesome. Yi Fan laughed. Mr. Yi, you can still laugh. My dad is so worried that his hair is about to turn white. Today is different from the past. Our underground family's days are getting harder and harder to survive. It's not easy for us to have this project to wash our assets clean. If we lose all of them, we'll be finished. Sun Yu said with a bitter face. Su Qingxue thought for a moment, then said to Yi Fan, "Can you open the door?" Li Fan Xian was stunned for a moment. After understanding the woman's meaning, he nodded and jumped over the wall. He walked inside and opened the door. This. Miss Su, Mr. Yi, this isn't good, right? He will say that we forced our way into a private house, and it will be even harder to clean up. Sun Yu said gloomily. Su Qingxue turned her head and said, "As long as I can convince him, it will naturally be fine." Saying that, Su Qingxue walked in. Yi Fan waved at Sun Yu and Chinya, who were outside. "You guys aren't coming in." The two of them hesitated for a moment before following him in. The winding path led to a secluded place. Following the stone-paved road, they bypassed a small pond and arrived outside a 2-story elegant building. A man in a gray jacket was carefully trimming a potted plant in a glass sunroom. This man's hair was somewhat white, and he looked rather delicate and pretty. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, and there was a hint of coldness in his scholarly demeanor. Su Qingxue walked to the door of the sunroom and knocked. The man raised his head and found a group of people standing outside the door. He was stunned at first, but then he frowned and unhappily walked to the door and opened it. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Su Qingxue said in a clear voice, "I am Su Qingxue from the embroidery group." "You should be Mr. Qingxue Yuan, right?" Qingxue Yuan frowned and thought for a moment, then impatiently said, "So it's the rich and imposing embroidery group's boss Su. I don't welcome you here. If you don't leave, I'll call the police and say that you guys..." Without waiting for him to say anything, Su Qingxue had already walked into the sunroom and looked around. "What are you doing? Who allowed you to come in?" Qingxue Yuan asked. Su Qingxue looked at the potted plants and watched them with interest. Then, she walked to a flat black ceramic basin that was 2 wash basins wide. The shape of this porcelain basin was very special. On the outside, there was a ring-shaped painting of the market. It was very meticulous. There were no flowers in the pot, but water and pebbles. There were a few small goldfishes. "Is this an antique?" Su Qingxue looked at the basin and liked it. Qingxue Yuan said angrily, "Didn't you understand my words? Get out of my house. Mr. Qin, please respect our director Su." Chinya defended him in annoyance. However, in this kind of situation, Su Qingxue definitely had her own plans. He said that he wouldn't interfere and let the woman solve her own problems. It was better to watch from the side first. Did you get my permission to come in? Did you respect me first? Chen Xiuyuan mocked. However, Su Qingxue didn't seem to mind. Chapter 632. 0632 Chen Xiuyuan sneered, "It's just something over 100 years old, 2 to 3,000 yuan. It's not worth anything at all." Big Boss Su, if you're done asking, then hurry up and take your people and scram. Is that so? But it's not easy for such a big thing to be able to circulate for more than 100 years without being damaged. Su Qingxue said. Boss Su, what exactly do you want? I'm not interested in talking about antiques with you, Chen Xiuyuan said. Su Qingxue turned around and walked in front of Chen Xiuyuan, looking at him expressionlessly. Chen Xiuyuan felt uncomfortable being stared at by the woman's cold and unfathomable gaze, as if everything in the depths of his heart would be seen through. This is a good place, but 5 million is definitely a fair price. Su Qingxue said. Hearing that, Chen Xiuyuan's eyes revealed a hint of disdain, and he lightly laughed. In the end, you still came to beg me to accept your price, what a pity. I don't accept it. You're wrong, I'm not begging you. I never beg anyone in business, I just came to talk to you about this matter. Su Qingxue said. Even if you beg me, I won't accept it. Please go back. Chen Xiuyuan waved his hand and said. Su Qingxue narrowed her eyes. Reason, I want to know the reason for your refusal. Is that complicated? You rich people, capitalists, all think that you can buy anything with money, but for me, having a place to live, having food to drink, and being able to do what I like is enough. I feel that my life is very good right now, so why should I accommodate you? For you to build some cultural city and destroy my home that I've built for more than 10 years? I know that your background is extraordinary, and you have even joined forces with a gang like the Iron Blood Alliance, but I, Chen Xiuyuan, am not afraid. Since I dared to expose you, I was already prepared to fight you to the end. Unless you roll over me with a road roller, I will never give up my rights as a citizen. You are not a country, you have no right to forcibly take away my land, my home. I don't care about your money. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes flickered a few times. Is this all your reason? Chen Xiuyuan sneered. Don't think that I don't know, you guys are just bluffing. Even if you are the Embroidery Group, a listed company, even if you have the Iron Blood Alliance, so what? I am the one who represents the common people. The country will not allow people like you to cause a negative impact. In the end, the country can only help me. Because to the country, we don't lack 1 or 2 companies. We won't lose the hearts of the people because of you. This is the age of the internet. If I casually post what happened here on the internet, the netizens will only help me. Your embroidery group stock price will continue to fall. Do you dare to fight me head-on? You're thinking a lot, and you're even worried about the stock price for us. Su Qingxue said. Big Boss Su, let me tell you the truth. Others might not know how important this Guyu culture city is to your embroidery group, but I, Chen Xiuyuan, still know. I know very well how important this is to the Iron Blood Alliance. You can't afford to drag this out. I don't care if you drag it out for another day, but your losses are immeasurable. Chen Xiuyuan pointed outside and said, the residents here who have been convinced by you are very naive. They think that taking 1 or 2 million is a blessing from the heavens. That's because they haven't seen the world. The price you gave is the normal market price, but the normal market price is a deceptive price for this project. You deceived so many residents, but you can't deceive me. If you want to give me 5 million, then tell me to scram. Are you trying to send a beggar away? After saying so much nonsense, isn't it just that the money is too little? Chinya angrily said, "This is extortion." Sun Yu frowned, gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Chin, how much money do you want? Name a number yourself. We can sign a confidentiality agreement and give you special treatment." Sun Yu was also anxious, he just wanted to finalize it as soon as possible. But Qin Shuoyuan shook his head. "I said, money, as long as it's enough. I don't want money, I just want my own home." 5 million. Sun Yu gestured with a hand. "We are willing to pay twice the price. I'll pay you on the spot." Qin Shuoyuan's face was full of disdain. "I already said, I don't want your dirty money, the smell of copper makes me sick." "You." Sun Yu gritted his teeth, but he didn't want to force. Li Fan Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. He couldn't help but admire the way China managed these underground gangs. In foreign countries, how could these underground gangs and underground organizations be so obedient? A nail-biter was able to make the Iron Blood Alliance's Sun family's third young master suffer a loss. This was something that was completely unimaginable in foreign countries. An ordinary person dared to extort the mafia? Crazy. It was no wonder that the underground organizations of various countries had always treated China as a forbidden area. They had to weigh their options before coming here and didn't dare to stay for long. "Mr. Chen," Shu Qingxue coldly said, "you can only get 3 million. This is the final price I will give you." Qin Shuoyuan was stunned, Chinya, Sun Yu, and the others were also stunned. Fan Xian frowned, thinking that his wife was still the most interesting. Sun Yu's 5 million was rejected, but she, on the other hand, was willing to give him 3 million instead. "Miss Su, this project of yours is worth tens of billions, and in the future, it will be on the scale of hundreds of billions. Don't you think that these 3 million of yours are just a joke? And I've already made it very clear, I don't want money. I don't need your money." Qin Shuoyuan snorted heavily. "I don't know how much money the person who made you cause trouble, the person who told you the Sun family's secret, promised to give you, and I don't know what the price in your heart is. In fact, I don't care how much you want. I'll only give you 3 million. Today, I'll sign for you." Shu Qingshua's aura was like an iceberg, full of oppression. Kanchan Shuoyuan's face was stubborn. "You want to find someone to beat me up and force me to submit? I won't let you have your way. If you don't leave now, I'll call the police." The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Even Sun Yu was a little worried, afraid that things would get out of hand. Shu Qingxue reached out her hand to caress the leaves of an orchid beside her, and leisurely asked, "Mr. Qin, you should have read the news online, right? Do you know why people despise those who flaunt their wealth, why they like to read the negative news about the rich, and why they like to see the rich second generation get into trouble?" Chapter 633. 0633. The corner of Qingshua's mouth curled up into a sneer. "Justice. Ha! What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? You colluded with the Iron Blood Alliance and helped them cheat the public to launder money. Now, you've come to my place in such a threatening manner. You want to use some stinky money to buy my painstaking efforts and destroy my home. If this isn't black-hearted, then what is?" Qin Shuoyuan was filled with righteous indignation. Su Qingxue said, "Mr. Qin, have you heard of me?" Qin Shuoyuan sneered, "Big Boss Su is young and promising. I often see you on the news, so of course I've heard of you. Do you know what the outside world is saying about me?" Su Qingxue asked again. Qin Shuoyuan had a strange expression on his face, as if he didn't know what to say. "If you don't know, I can tell you." Su Qingxue said calmly, "Most people think that I am a cold-blooded money-making machine. I will do anything to achieve my goal. I have no mercy, and I don't have the social responsibility of an entrepreneur." Qin Shuoyuan frowned and said, "People often say that on the internet, but I also saw the news that you donated 10 billion yuan to the orphanage. So, they might have misunderstood you. However, I won't sell my home to you just because you're not that kind of person. You're wrong. Su Qingxue coldly said, on the contrary, their evaluation of me shows that they understand me very well. What? What? Qin Shouyuan was stunned, he couldn't keep up with Su Qingxue's train of thought. Qinya, Sun Yu, and the others were also puzzled. They didn't know why Su Qingxue said that about them. Wasn't this adding fuel to the fire? Mr. Chen, I don't care what the person who asked you to cause trouble told you, but I want to tell you, there is no absolute freedom in this world. The choices that everyone can make are limited. You can choose not to cooperate with us and continue to be a holdout. Indeed, our project will not be able to proceed smoothly and we will face huge losses, but how long do you think you can persist? 1 day? 2 days? Or a week? How long do you think the media's attention and reports on you will last? I have absolute control over the embroidery group. I can tell you, even if it's a month, Su Qingxue, can afford to wait. I will lose billions, and even the capital chain will break, but so what? Even if I go bankrupt, I will still be richer than you. My life won't be under any pressure at all. To me, earning money is as easy as drinking water. At worst, I'll just make a comeback. What about you? Without the protection of the media and no one paying attention to you, do you think the Iron Blood Alliance will let you off? Do you think the person who used you to deal with us will continue to protect you? Don't be silly. Their goal is to use you to disgust us. You're just a pawn in their plan. Once they're done using you, they'll throw you away. At that time, the citizens will only see a man's corpse floating on the river. As for who this person is, do you think everyone will care? Qin Shouyuan paled and gulped. You don't have to threaten me. Qingxue couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and continued, I just asked you why the public likes to read negative news about the rich. It's actually very simple. It's not because they have a sense of justice, but because of the jealousy in their hearts, jealousy. He didn't even want to admit that he had an inferiority complex. Those who said that they didn't need much money and that it was enough were only because they only had that much ability. Or rather, they didn't have the chance to earn money at all. They could only pitifully use sour grapes to imagine that those rich people weren't living well either. Sooner or later, they would be finished. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Now, let's use a mature, adult perspective to think about what's going to happen next. You're not poor. Your house, car, and antiques add up to about 20 million yuan. You're not short of money, but 3 million yuan in cash isn't a waste paper to you. I want to give you a chance for you to continue to be envied by your relatives, friends, and neighbors. A chance for you to buy a Porsche for your daughter, who is in high school in the Magnesium country, as a graduation present, and give your ex-wife a diamond necklace to save your marriage. I believe that this should be more significant to you than finding a floating corpse in the river. Qin Shouyuan's mouth was already open, but he couldn't say a single word. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes flickered with fear. Su Qingxue quietly looked at him for a while, then leisurely said, All right, I've finished speaking. 3 million, the final price. My time is limited, I can only count to 5, and I won't wait for you. 1 deal. Qin Shouyuan almost roared out these 2 words. Qinya and Sun Yu, who were at the side, clenched their fists in excitement. He still couldn't figure out what Su Qingxue was thinking, which words were true, and which words were false. Su Qingxue nodded and said to Qinya, Finish the signature today and let them start work quickly. Yi Fan, on the other hand, sighed with emotion as he looked at the woman with a complicated gaze. He still couldn't figure out what Su Qingxue was thinking, which words were true, and which words were false. Yes. Director Su. Qinya hurriedly took out a document from her bag. Su Qingxue walked out of the sunroom. When she reached the door, She turned around and pointed at the black porcelain basin used to raise fish. I want that. I want to see it in my office tomorrow morning. Do you have any objections? Qin Shuoyuan shivered in fright when he was swept by the woman's cold gaze. He quickly nodded and said, no. No problem, I'll personally deliver it to you. The group of people quickly left the courtyard. When they arrived outside, Sun Yu said excitedly and admiringly, as expected of Miss Su. My dad's head is about to turn white from worry, but you immediately solved it the moment you arrived. Now I can rest assured. Young Master Sun, the person who is causing trouble from behind hasn't been found yet, so we can't relax. Su Qingxue said very calmly. I understand. Once the demolition is over, we will immediately target Qin Shuoyuan and track down who found him. If we have any news, we will tell you, CEO Su. Sun Yu said. Don't forget, let him deny that the Blue Moon Group is related to your Iron Blood Alliance. Su Qingxue said. Sun Yu smiled and said, as long as he finishes signing and starts work, this is all a small matter. Just write a few reports and say that he started a rumor in order to negotiate the price. It was already evening when the matter was settled. Yi Fan drove the car and returned to the company with Su Qingxue and Qinya. Su Qingxue told Qinya to get off work while she returned to the office. Chapter 634. 0634-inch Mr. Yi, it's nice to see you again. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Seeing Yi Fan, she didn't call him by any other name. Only then did Fan Xian remember that Su Qingxue had recruited this female mercenary. He smiled and said, you've already come here to work. Not yet. I just arrived today and encountered something. Miss Su asked me and Miss Feng to investigate together. Helena said. Yi Fan looked at Feng Yuing, what did you investigate? Feng Yuing seemed to find it inconvenient to say it, so she said with a complicated expression, you should ask CEO Su. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, was using a tablet computer to look at a report that Helena had given her and said, all right, I will take care of the rest. Helena, how do you feel about cooperating with Vice President Feng? Helena looked at Feng Yuing, I really like Miss Feng, she's too cute when she's serious. Aw. Me. This was the first time Feng Yuing was called cute, so she blushed a little awkwardly, but still said, thank you. Su Qingxue then asked Feng Yuing, senior sister, what do you think of Helena? Can we get along? Feng Yuing nodded, Helena knows a lot, you can learn a lot from her, she's quite easy to talk to. At the side, Yi Fan muttered in his heart. A well-trained female mercenary like Helena was like a chameleon. She could talk to people and talk to ghosts. She would definitely be easy to talk to. That's good. Helena will be my special assistant and deal with some external matters of the company. However, she has just arrived in China and is unfamiliar with the place. I hope that you can bring her along. Su Qingxue said. Feng Yuing was confused. I'll bring her along. How? Didn't senior sister recently change to a big villa? Can you let Helena temporarily stay at your place so that she can take care of her life? Su Qingxue asked. Feng Yuing was startled and couldn't help but look at Yi Fan awkwardly. That house was something that Yi Fan got from Chu Yunyao and gave to her. Su Qingxue obviously knew about this matter. Under such circumstances, Feng Yuing couldn't say anything to reject her. Furthermore, she really liked to interact with Helena. Alright, I'll take Helena to my place today. Helena also happily agreed. Miss Su, this arrangement of yours is too good. Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was great, when he went to Feng Yuying's place in the future, there would be Helena as a light bulb. Although he wouldn't stop them from being intimate, it meant that Su Qingxue would know everything about him going to Feng Yuying's place. He could only say that his wife had played this move well. Su Qingxue looked at her watch and said, it's getting late, it'll be troublesome to go back and eat. Let's go eat a hot pot, since we have to welcome Helena anyway. It was rare for Su Qingxue to take the initiative to go out for a meal, so Yi Fan and Feng Yue naturally didn't have any objections. In any case, she and Helena knew each other before, so they might have to work together in the future. It would be better to turn hostility into friendship. The atmosphere in the hot pot restaurant was very harmonious. It was Helena's first time eating hot pot. She was very interested in the variety of ingredients. Sensing the completely different atmosphere of life from when she was in the metal tide, the defenses in her heart were slowly lifted, and the smile on her face became more sincere. Su Qingxue asked, "Helena, do you still feel like you've been tricked by me?" Helena was stunned for a moment. Her eyes flickered, and in the end, she smiled in relief. "I still feel like I've been tricked, but I'm very happy to be tricked. Thank you, Miss Su, for tricking me." "No need to thank me." Su Qingxue raised her cup and clinked it with Helena. Feng Yuing and Fog Knight, who were at the side, didn't understand what they were talking about. Actually, with Helena's brain, she had long since figured it out. Back then, when Su Qingxue saved her, she had actually planned it step by step to take her in for her own use. However, Helena really didn't have anywhere to go, and her heart was broken by the people from the metal tide, so she still chose to come to Huahai to find Su Qingxue. However, it was only at this moment that Helena truly accepted Su Qingxue's good intentions after feeling the warmth of human emotions and the beauty of her new life. Su Qingxue also used this honesty to exchange for Helena's loyalty, so that Helena wouldn't have a knot in her heart. Yi Fan's mood couldn't help but be a bit complicated. If Su Qingxue had already thought of what she was going to say during today's hot pot when she was still in the Enamel Kingdom, then her wife's shrewdness was truly astonishing. After eating the hot pot, Helena and Feng Yuing left first. Fog Knight, on the other hand, was going to the Purple Leaf Tea House. It seemed that he had a good relationship with Ning Zimo recently and often went to drink tea and teach Ning Zimo some combat skills. Yi Fan was also very happy that Fog Knight could have a different life. After all, it wasn't a good thing for a girl in her early 20s to think about killing people all day. On the way home, Yi Fan kept thinking about something, so he couldn't help but ask Su Qingxue, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, "Wife, what you said at the charity auction last time, and what you said to Qin Shuyuan today, which one was true?" Su Qingxue was playing with her phone when she raised her head and blinked. "What do you mean?" "Last time at the auction, you took money very lightly, but today, your words seem to take money very seriously. I'm just wondering, what's your attitude towards money?" Yi Fan grinned and said. Su Qingxue was silent for a moment, then said, "I am a merchant, everything I do is to earn money. As long as it is within my means, I will do whatever it takes. This is my attitude towards money." Yi Fan was stunned, then. "What you said at the auction last time, that you were very happy spending money. You don't really believe it, do you?" Su Qingxue was a little speechless as she shook her head. "Luckily you're not a businessman, otherwise you would definitely be in a very miserable state." "Don't tell me the others don't believe me," Yi Fan said in surprise. "I don't know about others, but Chu Yunyao doesn't believe me at all. Do you think that when she said that my speech was good that day, she was praising me for spending money?" "You're wrong, she didn't mean it that way," Su Qingxue said. Li Fan Xian awkwardly scratched his head. He felt that he had been tricked by the two women. "Then wife, why did you donate the money? Didn't you donate all 10 billion to the orphanage?" Su Qingxue sighed. "Don't ask, you will naturally know the reason after a while." Li Fan Xian clicked his tongue and couldn't help but ask, "Then wife, do you like money more? Or do you like me more?" Su Qingxue thought for a moment, then said with a frown, Should I answer that I like you more? Right?" Yi Fan's entire body withered, and his feet that were stepping on the accelerator went limp. "It's better if you don't say any more, I understand." A mischievous look flashed across Su Qingshue's eyes. She took the initiative to lean over and kiss Yifan's face. Chapter 635. 0635 Fan Xian felt as if his heart had been electrocuted, and his entire body felt numb. He smiled and said, "Wife, now that you mention it, my question seems to be a bit silly." Su Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled, then continued to use her phone to send messages. Yifan couldn't help but ask, "Wife, are you still chatting with Helena?" "No, it's Moo Moo," said Su Qingxue. "What happened to that girl?" Yifan asked. "Something big happened at my company, and the news is spreading. When she saw it, she asked me how I was." Su Qingxue said. Fan Xian suddenly understood and couldn't help but laugh. "This girl has learned to care about you, her sister. She probably wants to swindle a good car from you again." Su Qingxue glanced at the man and said meaningfully, "She's my sister. It doesn't matter if I give her a car or a house. Other than people, I can discuss giving her anything." Fan Xian swallowed his saliva and quickly stopped talking. When he got home, Yifan returned to his room, took out his phone, and called Chu Yunyao. "Why did you call me so late? You're delaying my beauty sleep." Chu Yunyao yawned and said in dissatisfaction. "Little Yao Yao, I asked you to help me find out who's behind this. Do you have a clue?" Yifan asked. He couldn't let Su Qingxue know about the matter that he had asked Chu Yunyao to investigate. Otherwise, the woman would definitely be angry with him. However, in Huahai, or even in China, the one who investigated this kind of thing was definitely Chu Yunyao. Firstly, it was a woman's skill, and secondly, it was her connections. It was impossible for Yifan and the others to leave their posts and investigate. If someone came to harm his women at this time, then the gains would not make up for the losses. That's it. For now, I've only found out that it's related to O Jiyun from OG. Chu Yunyao said. O Jiyun. Yifan remembered that he had met that guy in the Kingdom of Enamel. He didn't expect him to still be unwilling to give up and still come looking for him. O Jiyun failed in his negotiations in Europe, so he couldn't marry his fiancée. He should have been banished to the cold palace by the O family. However, his competitor, his cousin, had suddenly died, so he had a second chance. They probably know that if the embroidery group doesn't fall, their O family will still slowly decline, so they want to use some unorthodox methods to destroy the embroidery group. Chu Yunyao said. Fan Xian asked curiously, "Then why do you say temporarily? Are you stupid? Do you think O Jiyun can get the listening device I developed?" Their O clan had assets, but they were only merchants. So, it was impossible for them to obtain military equipment. Furthermore, O Jiyun doesn't have the ability to kill his cousin. Someone must have helped him from behind. And that person is the key to all of this. Fan Xian scratched his head. "Now that you mention it, it seems to make sense." "Then who is it? Why are you in such a hurry?" "They must have received professional training. They won't be able to find out in a short time. Give me another day." Chu Yunyao indignantly said, "You want me to help Su Qingxue, and you still want so much? What exactly am I trying to do?" Fan Xian awkwardly smiled and said, "Little Yao Yao, when this matter is over, if you have any requests, feel free to raise them. I will try my best to satisfy you." Hearing that, Chu Yunyao said, "This is what you said. When the time comes, don't be afraid of your wife and go back on your word." "How could that be? I am a man after all, how could I be afraid of my wife? I was just respecting." "Respect." Yifan chuckled. Sigh. Chu Yunyao let out a long sigh. "To be honest, it's only right for you to be afraid of Su Qingxue. Your wife is not an easy woman to deal with. O Jiyun and the people behind him, no matter what their goal is or what they are planning. As long as they don't use force to deal with Su Qingxue, I reckon that in the end, they won't be Su Qingshue's match. Right now, the stock of the embroidery group has plummeted, but it is only temporary. With Su Qingshue's scheming, after this incident, she will probably only earn more benefits. Hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Fan Xian remembered the conversation he had with Su Qingxue in the car today. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Little Yao Yao, last time at the charity auction, you said that my wife's speech was not bad. What do you mean by that?" Chu Yunyao doubtfully said, "That's right, of course it means good. What else can it mean? Are you saying that my wife's charitable heart is good, or is her generous attitude towards money good?" Yi Fan asked. Chu Yunyao suddenly burst out laughing. "Yi Fan, you're not joking with me, right? You're really naive. Could it be that you believe Su Qingshue's speech?" Yi Fan let out a bitter smile. Indeed, it was as Su Qingxue had said, he misunderstood Chu Yunyao's meaning. Neither of the two women had that kind of thought at all. "It seems like I was too naive." Yi Fan sighed. "After all, you are not a businessman, and your way of thinking is definitely different from ours." Chu Yunyao said, "And not only you, there should have been more than half of the people at the scene who believed Su Qingshue's words, especially those who are easily hot-blooded." When Yi Fan heard this, he felt a bit more comfortable. At that auction, Su Qingshue's decision was very successful, and her speech was just right. If I could take out 10 billion, I would definitely compete for it. Unfortunately, I was a step too late. Chu Yunyao said regrettably. Yi Fan was puzzled. "Why are you guys robbing me for 10 billion? Why?" "Of course it's to earn money." Chu Yunyao smiled mysteriously and said, "Didn't your wife tell you how much this money of hers can bring her in return?" Yi Fan truthfully said, "No, she just said that she would help President Li set up a charity fund. She sure can endure it." Chu Yunyao muttered. Yi Fan frowned. "She gave the money to President Li. How can she earn money?" President Li knows about your relationship with Su Qingxue, right?" Chu Yunyao asked. "I know, what's wrong?" Yi Fan didn't understand. "Why do you have so many questions? Can't you use your brain to think about it?" "I'm going to sleep, I'm too lazy to explain to you, in case you think I'm talking bad about your good wife." Chu Yunyao hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Yi Fan's heart itched. This matter concerned the orphanage and President Li, so he naturally wanted to know everything. However, it was already late. Su Qingxue had been busy for the whole day, so she must have fallen asleep. Yi Fan thought to himself, he just needed to ask the woman tomorrow morning. One night passed. Early the next morning, when Yi Fan went downstairs, he saw that Su Qingxue had already finished her breakfast. "Wife, you're so early today." Yi Fan still wanted to ask about women, but Su Qingxue looked like she was about to go out. I'm going to have a morning meeting today. The construction of the Guyu Cultural City has started, and there are a lot of things to do." After Su Qingxue finished speaking, she walked out of the door first. "I'll drive myself, you can eat slowly." Chapter 636. 0636 Yi Fan sat down and ate a few mouthfuls of breakfast. Seeing that only Aunt Jiang was there and Tong Weizhen was nowhere to be seen, he couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, "Where did Tong Weizhen go?" Aunt Jiang smiled bitterly. "She helped me buy some radishes yesterday. This morning, she wanted to learn how to make sour and vinegar radish pickles from me, but when she was cutting the radish, she cut her hand. I wanted to bandage it for her, but she said there was no need and ran upstairs to bandage it. She's been learning pretty hard recently." Yi Fan knew that Tong Weizhen had been working hard to learn how to do housework recently. That's right, that's why people are kind. Miss forgiving her was not in vain. Aunt Jiang said with a smile. At this time, Tong Weizhen walked down from upstairs. Her face was not very good and was a little pale. Madam, are you all right? Is the wound big? Aunt Jiang asked. Tong Huijin shook her head with a complicated expression and forced a smile. It's fine, it's already stopped bleeding. Aunt Jiang looked at the gauze on her finger, it's all wrapped in gauze. It seems like the injury isn't light. Don't touch water for the next few days. Aunt Jiang, I'm fine. Don't worry. Tong Huijin smiled at Yifan again before sitting down to eat. Yifan looked at Tong Huijin's expression and felt that it was strange. However, he reckoned that Tong Huijin had been living a luxurious life since she was young and was scared after being injured, so he didn't think too much about it. After eating, Yifan hurriedly drove to the company. He took the elevator to the chairman's office floor. Just as he walked out, he saw Jiang Chao and another male security guard coming out of the office. Brother Fan. You're here. Jiang Chao greeted warmly. Yifan smiled and asked, You guys are also going to have a morning meeting early in the morning? Brother Fan, don't make fun of us. At our level, even going to the chairman's office to pour tea is too low. It's like this, someone gave the chairman an antique. The big porcelain basin was quite beautiful. We moved it up for the chairman. One person was afraid of falling and knocking, and 2 people were safe. It was that Chen Qiuyuan. He had delivered the item as promised. It seemed like he was really scared by Su Qingxue. Brother Fan, are you looking for the chairman? Jiang Chao asked. Yifan nodded, ask me something. As expected of Brother Fan, he even gets along so casually with the chairman. I'm so envious. Jiang Chao's flattery continued to flow. Yifan chased the flatterer away before walking into Su Qingxue's office. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Qingxue standing beside a tea table in the middle, looking at the porcelain basin on it. The woman was wearing a white striped sweater paired with a pair of black slim-fit trousers. She stood tall in the heated office. Seeing Yifan come in, Su Qingxue smiled sweetly, like a blooming daffodil, fresh and refined. Wife, I'm in a good mood. Seeing that the woman was happy, Yifan was also happy. The morning meeting is over. It went very smoothly. It just ended not too long ago. In any case, I have to assign tasks to them and let them do as they see fit. I'll just go and check them out when the time comes. Su Qingxue pointed at the porcelain basin. This Chen Qiuyuan is quite interesting. I told him that I wanted this basin, and he brought all the pebbles and goldfish inside to me. Yifan looked around and saw that there really were goldfish inside. He smiled and said, Isn't that perfect? Your office doesn't have any ornamental animals, so just let Chinya throw some fish feed. That's right. I'll let Chinya help me raise it. Su Qingxue immediately asked, Why are you looking for me? When I went out in the morning, you seemed to have something to do. Just as Yifan was about to speak, he heard someone knocking on the door. Director Su, Cui Hongsha requests to see you, Chinya said from outside. Yifan was stunned. He had heard about what happened yesterday. Why did that insufferably arrogant deputy director of the television station come knocking on his door? Su Qingxue was not surprised and said, Let her come up. Since Cui Hongsha had come, Yifan's matter could only be put on hold. He was also curious about the situation, and seeing that Su Qingxue didn't chase him away, he sat on the sofa and waited for Cui Hongsha to come. Not long after, Cui Hongsha walked in. She was a middle-aged woman wearing a black coat. Her face was haggard, as if she hadn't slept well all night. Her eyes were bloodshot. As soon as she entered, she gritted her teeth when she saw Su Qingxue and said, Su Qingxue, you're so vicious. Yifan frowned. What was going on? At this moment, Su Qingxue had already returned to her boss's chair. She looked at Cui Hongsha calmly and didn't have any intention of inviting her to sit. Madam Cui, did you come to find me just to scold me? Shu Qingxue took a sip of coffee. Cui Hongxue suddenly took out a credit card from her bag and slapped it on Shu Qingxue's desk. My Chinese bank credit card has been frozen for no reason since I got off work yesterday. Call the bank and say that I'm suspected of cashing out, that I have a bad record. This is simply a fabrication. Su Qingxue nodded and regretfully said, I am very sorry about this. Although I am a shareholder of the Chinese bank, I do not directly intervene in the management. So, my husband went to the David Golf Club yesterday. He said that his membership had been revoked, and in front of so many big shots in the business world, he said that he was not qualified to enter the course. Do you dare to say that this has nothing to do with you? Cui Hongxue asked. Shu Qingxue looked surprised. The number of people in the David Golf Club is limited. They have been inviting me to join them, but I have been busy and have been rejecting them. Yesterday, I was in a bad mood, so I wanted to play a few rounds of golf. I didn't expect that I would actually squeeze out your husband's spot. I'm sorry, I really didn't expect. I know you hate me, but if you have anything to do with me, what's the point of dealing with my husband? The size of his company is not even worth mentioning in front of your embroidery group. Do you think you're that amazing by humiliating him like this? Cui Hongxia's entire body trembled. Shu Qingxue looked at her coldly. Madam Cui, I said, this was just an accident. Humph. Su Qingxue, do you think I will be afraid of you just because of this? Don't forget. You still have your mother's information in my hands. Without waiting for Cui Hongxue to finish speaking, a call came to her cell phone. Cui Hongxue took it out and looked at it. After hesitating for a moment, she immediately picked it up. Son. Why did you call your mother now? You should be having dinner in the Magnesium country, right? In the end, a boy's panicked voice came from the other side. After hearing her son's words, Cui Hongxia's face turned ashen. Her hand that was holding the phone was trembling. Son. You. Don't be nervous, Mom will think of a way. First. Hang up first. Mom will definitely think of a way to help you. After Cui Hongxue hung up the phone, she took a few deep breaths. Looking at the calm Su Qingxue, a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. Madam Cui, your complexion seems to be very ugly. Are you feeling unwell? Our company has an infirmary. Do you want to find a doctor to take a look at you? Su Qingxue asked with concern. Chapter 637. 0637 Shu Qingxue slightly raised her eyebrows. Madam Cui, are you praising me for my looks? Or did I misunderstand you? Stop pretending. Cui Hongxia yelled, my son's scholarship at Berkeley University in Maine Nation has just been cancelled by the school. Also, the police were involved in the investigation and said that my son was doing drugs in school. Do you dare to say that there's such a coincidence? Is that so? I'm also very sad to hear this news. Su Qingxue said lightly. Humph. Sad. Don't think that I don't know. If you hadn't bribed the people from the school, this would have happened. Why does the fight between us have to hurt my child? Despicable and shameless. Cui Hongxia cursed. Yi Fan, who was sitting on the sofa, was also quite surprised. He didn't expect Su Qingxue to conduct such a detailed investigation of Cui Hongxia's family in such a short period of time. Moreover, just like hitting a snake at 7 inches, Su Qingxue's attack point was very accurate. A man's face, a child's studies, and a person's life experience were all of the utmost importance. No matter how strong Cui Hongxia was, she was still a woman. Without the support of her husband and son, she completely lost her confidence. After all, if she lost her family, the money she got would be meaningless. The plan was very good, but Yi Fan didn't expect that Su Qingxue would be so decisive when she did such a thing. This gave Yi Fan a strange feeling, At this moment, Su Qingxue, who was sitting on the CEO's chair, and the girl who was eating donuts, seemed to have changed other than her appearance. Even if Madame Chui suspects that I did it, it's only your suspicion. Without evidence, I can say that you're slandering me. Chui Hongxia slammed the table. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? If you don't stop all of this and clear my son's name, I'll spread the word about your whore mother. Su Qingxue's face became colder and colder as she stared straight at Chui Hongxia. Madam Chui, there are some things that I think you can take a look at. After you finish reading them, you can consider what kind of tone you should use to speak to me. Su Qingxue said. Chui Hongxia glared at him and said, What is that? Just take it out. Did you cancel my membership, or did something happen to my husband's company? If you dare to continue acting recklessly, I'll immediately make you lose your reputation along with your mother. Su Qingxue took out a document bag and threw it in front of Chui Hongxia. You can take a look for yourself. I'm not sure if I made a mistake. However, if all of this is true, I can't help but admire you. The two of you, husband and wife, are indeed very emotional. Su Qingxue said. Chui Hongxia's expression changed slightly, and her eyes flickered a few times. She picked up the folder, opened it, and found a pile of photos inside. Chui Hongxia took out the photo inside and took a look. Her face immediately burned. These photos were taken in a special club. Chui Hongxia and her husband were members of this club. In the club, there were all kinds of torture tools, but these were not used to interrogate prisoners, but to satisfy some special fetishes between men and women. Chui Hongxia was dressed very provocatively inside. Although she was not young, she was very unrestrained. As for her husband, there were all kinds of photos of him being interrogated naked. In short, the two of them were having a very exciting time. Once these photos were spread out and spread to the internet, there was no doubt. It was like a bomb, directly exploding the two of them into the sky. No. Impossible. How could this be? Chui Hongxia's face turned pale, her lips trembled, and she wished that she could hide under the table. Su Qingxue stood up and slowly walked to Chui Hongxia's side, saying, You want to say, this club is absolutely confidential. With such good precautions, how could your information leak out? How could you be willing to sell your information? Chui Hongxia was indeed puzzled. One had to know that the most important problem with the existence of this kind of club was secrecy. Absolutely protect the privacy of the members. Believe me, there are no absolute secrets in this world, no airtight walls. This is the age of the internet. On the internet, there is nothing. You are absolutely safe. Chui Hongxia's legs had already gone soft. She suddenly started to tear the photo apart, crazily tearing it apart. Shut up. This is all fake. It's fake. This is just an instance dungeon. I can print as many as I want, you can tear it as much as you want. However, Madam Chui, there is something I must tell you. Chui Hongxia's tears were already flowing, her eyes were red, and her entire body trembled as she said, You. What else did you do? Su Qingxue coldly swept her gaze over her. Your son wasn't framed by me. He really was selling drugs in the University of Magnesium, it's just that he never told you about it. Chui Hongxia immediately felt her vision darken and she staggered a step. If it wasn't for the fact that she had her hands on the table, she would have fainted. You're lying to me. My son is so obedient. He won't. Believe it or not. Su Qingxue looked at a clock on the table and said, If I make a call within 3 hours, the police might stop investigating and your son will be safe and sound. Of course. I'm only saying that it's possible. Madam Chui, you also know that the new President of the United States of America is not very friendly to international students. You don't seem to know any lawyers over there, right? Chui Hongxia's eyes were already filled with despair. With tears in her eyes, she covered her face and sobbed, You are the devil. Su Qingxue. You are the devil. I'll take it as a compliment. Shu Qingxue took out an agreement from a folder and placed it in front of Chui Hongxia. Sign this confidentiality agreement. The general meaning is that you will admit that there was a mistake in the news before, that Zhang Tao's words were all nonsense, and that you will officially apologize to me and the embroidery group. Of course. What to do is written in the agreement, don't even think about taking advantage of it. Shu Qingxue placed a pen in front of Chui Hongxia. Madam Chui, you still have 2 hours and 59 minutes to consider whether or not to sign this agreement. Chui Hongxia took a deep breath and looked at Shu Qingxue with fear and unwillingness in her eyes. She grabbed the pen and signed her name on the agreement with a face full of humiliation. Tell them to let my son go immediately, Chui Hongxia said. However, just as she finished speaking, Shu Qingxue turned around and raised her hand to slap him. Paw! Chui Hongxia was slapped so hard that she fell to the ground. She spat out blood and even felt her teeth loosening. Shu Qingxue's face was cold, her eyes were as cold as black ice as she looked down at Chui Hongxia. Chapter 638. 0638 Chui Hongxia covered her face. She was stunned by this palm strike and looked at Su Qingxue in a daze. At this moment, she felt an unimaginable pressure. Su Qingxue's gaze was like a sharp knife, wanting to pierce through her entire heart. Yi Fan sat on the sofa. Seeing this scene, his heart couldn't help but tremble. This morning, the impact that Su Qingxue gave him was really big. He never would have thought that when Su Qingxue exploded, it was like a volcano erupting, like a thunderbolt. Yi Fan originally thought that after spending more than half a year together, he already had a basic understanding of what kind of woman his wife was, but at this moment, Yi Fan realized he was still far from it. However, the Su Qingxue in front of him made him see a glimmer of brighter hope. The hope of re-entering the Ghost Valley. Perhaps, one day in the future, Su Qingxue could really rely on herself to take back what belonged to the Su family. The more powerful a woman was, the less help he could give her. However, it should be a good thing that his wife could protect him. So, Yi Fan was also very conflicted. Chui Hongxia trembled as she crawled up. Her eyes were filled with deep fear. She was truly frightened and didn't even dare to look Su Qingxue in the eye. Even though she was filled with resentment and anger, she still didn't dare to raise her head. You can go now. Su Qingxue picked up the confidentiality agreement and coldly said. Chui Hongxia nodded, turned around and walked a few steps. In the end, she couldn't help but turn her head and ask in a low voice, Su. Director Su, you will call. Tell them to let my son go, right? What she was most worried about was her son, who was still in the magnesium country. Su Qingxue raised her head and lightly said, even if I don't call, your son will be fine, because he didn't sell drugs at all. What? What? Then what did you just say? There are police investigating your son, but it's only an investigation. With your son's guts, would he dare to sell drugs? Su Qingxue sneered. Chui Hongxia's face flushed red. She was so angry that she almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Yi Fan was also stunned. Only now did he know that the matter of Chui Hongxia's son selling drugs was all fabricated by Su Qingxue. First, she froze her bank card, cancelled her husband's membership in the golf club, and stole the photos of the special interest club. This made Chui Hongxia feel that Su Qingxue was omnipotent, and it was all based on real evidence. After he had intimidated Chui Hongxia, he made up the story that her son was dealing drugs in the Mei Nation. Chui Hongxia naturally thought it was true and immediately signed the contract. From beginning to end, Chui Hongxia had been toyed with by Su Qingxue. From the moment she stepped into the office, everything had been planned by Su Qingxue. I know you're very angry, very angry. If I gave you a gun, you might shoot it at me without hesitation. But, you should know what's the right thing to do, right? Su Qingxue sat down and leisurely said. Cui Hongxia clenched her teeth as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She had been in the industry for almost 30 years, but she had never met someone who could make her so afraid. Most importantly, this was a young woman in her 20s. Director Su. I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. Cui Hongxia laughed. Her laughter was even uglier than crying. Su Qingxue organized the information and said, if there's nothing else, you can leave now, all right. Cui Hongxia turned around with difficulty, her figure filled with loneliness. Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Su Qingxue raised her head and said, next week, let your husband go to the David Golf Club. They seem to have a problem with the system and deleted your husband's information by mistake. He should still be a member there. A hint of light appeared in Cui Hongxia's eyes, but then, looking at Su Qingxue's perfect face and that pair of eyes that seemed to have seen through everything, she felt incomparably terrified. This woman had already calculated everything. Even her husband's matters at the club had been arranged. She was sure that she would come to sign this agreement today. Don't worry, as long as all the subsequent news and public opinion are in accordance with our agreement, no one will remember the matter between you and your husband. Su Qingxue said. Thank you. Thank you, Director Su. Cui Hongxia completely gave in. This thank you had already made her give up all her self-esteem. Cui Hongxia silently turned around and left, and the office became quiet again. Su Qingxue saw that Yi Fan had been sitting there without making a sound and smiled. What's wrong with you? The way you look at me seems very strange. Yi Fan smiled emotionally, stood up and said, I just didn't expect that my wife's methods would be even more brilliant than I imagined. It's just that Helena is very efficient. I didn't expect that the mercenaries of an A-rank organization would be so effective. Compared to the elites of ordinary society, they are much stronger. Su Qingxue said. Li Fanxian shook his head. Wife, don't think that every member of an A-rank organization is so powerful. Her position in the guild was second only to Gonzalez. Of course, her overall quality was very high. If it was an ordinary A-rank organization member, it wouldn't be so easy to use. Su Qingxue happily said, in that case, I've made a profit. If I recruit Helena, she'll be able to help me a lot in the future. Li Fanxian nodded. Just as he was about to ask about the Ivy League Foundation, he heard the phone on Qingxue's table ring. Qingxue discovered that it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, she picked it up and asked, who are you looking for? Ha ha. Dear junior sister, you forgot about me so quickly. A sinister voice floated over from the other end of the phone. Qingxue's eyes immediately focused. Ting Ziqiao. What, are you surprised to hear my voice? Do you think I'm already dead? Ha! What a pity, my life is tough, and I live a good life. Ting Ziqiao laughed evilly. Yi Fan also heard the voice on the phone, and his face darkened. He finally understood why that Ou Zhiyun was able to obtain military equipment. If Ting Ziqiao and Ou Zhiyun were together, then everything would make sense. At this moment, Yi Fan's phone also received a WeChat message. It was sent by Chu Yunyao, and only 3 words were written, Ting Ziqiao. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. This time, without waiting for him to look for him, this guy took the initiative to come knocking on his door. Are you the one behind the recent events? Su Qingxue had more or less realized something. Ting Ziqiao sighed and said, it's me. But as I expected, this level of difficulty is not difficult for you to break through. So, Su Qingxue, this senior has added a new problem for you. As for the specific content, you can look at your mailbox. Chapter 639. 0639. Su Qingxue quickly opened her mailbox, but she didn't find any suspicious emails inside. After thinking for a moment, Su Qingxue remembered that when she was at school, she used an email address. She reckoned that Ting Ziqiao had sent it to that email address. After Su Qingxue opened the mailbox from when she was a student, there was indeed a new email, and the other party's email address was anonymous. Yi Fan couldn't help but admire this Ting Ziqiao. He was truly courageous. Perhaps Ting Ziqiao also knew that he couldn't hide forever, so he took the initiative to attack head-on. Yi Fan walked to Su Qingxue's side, looked at the email in the woman's mailbox, and said, "Wife, why don't you open it?" Su Qingxue frowned and said, "I'm afraid there's a virus." Yi Fan smiled and said, "If Ting Ziqiao wants to use the internet to attack, he won't attack from you. Instead, he should send it to the other employees of the company. They aren't as vigilant as you are, so it's easier for them to succeed." Hearing this, Su Qingxue felt that it made sense, so she opened the mail. Inside were a few photos and a paragraph of text. The first photo was of an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. His hair was half white, the corners of his eyes were wrinkled, and there were many age spots on his face. He wore an old brown jacket and sat on a chair, tied up. The old man seemed to be in a coma, raising his head. The next few photos were of a household register, identity cards, and other men's information. Zhou Xinjiang. After Su Qingxue saw the information on this old man surnamed Zhou, she instantly stood up from her seat. Grandfather. Yi Fan was also surprised. "Wife, is this really your grandfather?" Li Fan Xian had never heard of Su Qingxue's mother's relatives. Because Su Qingxue's mother had passed away a long time ago, the woman had never mentioned it, so Yi Fan naturally wouldn't ask too much. I'm not sure either. My mother said that my grandparents passed away a long time ago. She came to Huahai to work by herself and met my father. I was still young at that time, so I believed everything. Could it be that my mother lied to me? Su Qingxue's expression kept changing. Yi Fan frowned. "Then how do you know that this Zhou Xinjiang is your grandfather?" "Just because of what Ting Ziqiao said." Ting Ziqiao would not come out of nowhere. He must have gotten the news from Zhang Tao. After all, Zhang Tao had been with my mother before. He owed so much debt back then, so he must have wanted to take money from my mother's family. If he knew about my grandparents, it's very possible. Su Qingxue said. Fan Xian rubbed his chin. "In that case, I'd rather believe it than not. If this really is my wife's biological grandfather, then it's very likely that he's your only close relative." Su Qingxue clenched her fists. "My mother almost never mentioned anything about my grandparents to me. She said they all passed away. I never thought that I would be able to see them again, but I didn't expect. I still can't be sure if it's true." "Wife, you don't have to be too excited," Yi Fan advised. "No." Su Qingxue's eyes were sparkling. "I can tell that he should be my grandfather. Although he's old, his facial features are very similar to the mother in my memories. They definitely didn't just find someone to impersonate him." Yi Fan scratched his head. This was a bit difficult. If it really was Su Qingxue's grandfather, then regardless of whether this old man lived or died, it was obvious that it was unjustifiable. Moreover, looking at Su Qingxue's expression, it was obvious that she was both happy and afraid. Of course, she was very excited to have such a close family member appear. However, the moment they met, it was because of her that her family members had been kidnapped. In his mail, he told you to go to the Haidong development zone by yourself before noon. How about I ask Little Ro to follow you in secret, and if she does, she shouldn't be discovered," Yi Fan said. "But, if someone were to be found out with me, my grandfather would be killed immediately. I can't take this risk." Su Qingxue shook her head. Although Yi Fan felt that with Ting Ziqiao's ability, he shouldn't be able to discover Fog Knight stalking. Since Su Qingxue had rejected him, he couldn't forcefully send Fog Knight over. All right, my wife, give me an hour to prepare. After an hour, you can set off again. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue was puzzled. You. What are you going to do? Arrange a battle plan. I must do my best to protect your safety. Yi Fan said seriously. Although Su Qingxue didn't know what Yi Fan was going to do, she still obediently agreed. An hour and a half later. A white Mercedes-Benz AMG drove to a factory in the Haidong development zone. Su Qingxue got out of the car and looked at the front of the factory. The words on it had all been peeled off. In the short term, this factory seemed to be closed. Many workers had yet to return from other places, and the development zone was also very deserted. Su Qingxue walked into workshop number 1 of the factory. As soon as she walked in, she saw an old man tied to a chair in an open space not far away. It was Zhou Xinjiang. Zhou Xinjiang had also woken up at this moment. Seeing Su Qingxue walk in, his slightly turbid eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. 1. Wenli. As if realizing that it was impossible for it to be his daughter, he frowned and said, You are Wenli's daughter. When Su Qingxue heard this, the remaining trace of uncertainty in her heart also disappeared like smoke in thin air. Grandfather. I'll save you. Su Qingxue resisted her intense emotions and wanted to run over to untie Zhou Xinjiang. However, a sword hum came from the side. Clang! A streak of sword qi slashed the ground, leaving a white mark. Ting Ziqiao walked out from the pile of goods with an evil smile on his face, holding his silver dragon sword in his hand. Dear junior sister, you really came alone. I can't help but admire your courage. Su Qingxue looked at the white marks on the ground and clenched her teeth. Ting Ziqiao, what do you want? I'm already here. If you want to settle your grudge, just look for me. Let my grandfather go. Zhou Xinjiang's eyes reddened as he shook his head and said, No. Don't worry about me. Child. Run by yourself. This person was a madman. It's a madman. TSK, tisk. Ting Ziqiao said in a strange tone, What a touching reunion between grandfather and grandson. I can't bear to see this kind of bond between family members the most. Speaking of which, I once had a father who loved me deeply, but unfortunately, because of your husband, I have nothing now. Just based on this, do you think I will let your grandfather go? My silly junior sister. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and circulated a wave of true qi in her hand. The already cold workshop seemed to have become even colder. Chapter 640. 0640. When Zhou Xinjiang, who was sitting on the chair, saw this scene, his expression also changed as he looked at Su Qingxue strangely. Su Qingxue's nerves were taut. If she had to trick her opponent in the mall, she wouldn't panic at all. However, this was the world of ancient martial arts, and she was still a rookie. Although he had seen a grand scene like the Sai Te Great Assembly and felt the strength of legend-rank experts, Ting Ziqiao, who was at the peak of the Xiantian realm, was not even worth mentioning. However, Su Qingxue was still in the Houtian realm, and was still far from the Xiantian realm. Facing Ting Ziqiao, the pressure was naturally boundless. What's wrong? You seem very nervous. Ting Ziqiao proudly said, You're nervous, you're afraid, that's right. Without that stinky man of yours coming with you, I don't even know what kind of confidence you have that allows you to stand in front of me. Su Qingxue swallowed her throat and said, Ting Ziqiao, don't be stubborn. Let my grandfather go, I can let you go. If Yi Fan wants to kill you, I will also stop him for you, as long as you don't come looking for trouble with us again. Ting Ziqiao laughed out loud and said, Su Qingxue, are you crazy? Are you still bluffing with me? I've seen all the surveillance cameras and sent people to keep an eye on you. You came here alone, which means no one can save you now. As long as I capture you, what can your good husband, Yi Fan, do to me? Come on, let me see how powerful this little bit of Jin Qi of yours is. If you want to save your grandfather, then go ahead. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, took out all of her cultivation, and sent a palm strike towards Ting Ziqiao. A streak of blue icy true qi shot out like a thin and long ice snake. Ting Ziqiao's silver dragon sword made a sword flower, blocking the true energy outside. However, a layer of frost immediately formed on the silver dragon sword. Ting Ziqiao frowned. Interesting, this Shin Qi is actually so cold, but unfortunately, your cultivation is too shallow. If you want to deal with me, you're still far from it. Su Qingxue was also powerless. She had already used all her strength, but unfortunately, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Although the quality of her Jin Qi was high, it was still too small. Alright, do you want me to tie you up, or do you want to obediently surrender? My dear junior sister. Ting Ziqiao looked at the woman viciously. If it wasn't for the fact that he was crippled, he would have pounced on Su Qingxue and humiliated her. Su Qingxue raised her hand, looked at the Cartier jewelry watch in her hand, and suddenly let out a sigh of relief. It's about time. Su Qingxue muttered. Ting Ziqiao was puzzled. What are you talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a loud boom coming from the top of the workshop. The ceiling was directly smashed by a force, and a figure steadily landed on the ground. Yi Fan. When Ting Ziqiao saw who it was, his expression immediately changed. How is this possible? Yi Fan dusted off the dust on his body and grinned at Ting Ziqiao. What? Do you think that if you send someone to keep an eye on the ground, I won't be able to follow you? Parachute. Ting Ziqiao suddenly came to a realization. More than an hour ago, Yi Fan used Su Qingxue's private plane, carried his parachute bag, and flew into the sky. Ting Ziqiao didn't have a listening device. If he wanted to see if anyone was traveling with Su Qingxue, he could only use the surveillance and human tracking. Yi Fan didn't think that anyone could follow him, not to mention that he had the help of Chu Yunyao's nanomachines. Therefore, he could rest easy and not be afraid of being discovered. If he had arrived here early, Ting Ziqiao might not have appeared when he discovered that it wasn't Su Qingxue. Therefore, just in case, Yi Fan still made an appointment with Su Qingxue to let her appear first and stall for time. Yi Fan looked at Zhou Xinjiang, who was sitting at the side, and greeted him with a smile. Grandfather, hello. I am Yi Fan, your grandson-in-law. Zhou Xinjiang couldn't react in time and nodded stiffly. All right. Good. Be careful, don't worry, I will definitely save you. Yi Fan naturally took the opportunity to perform well. Yi Fan. Ting Ziqiao gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to eat Yi Fan. Ting Ziqiao, you lost. Actually, you shouldn't have come. After all, I didn't plan to chase after you. Right now, you are a wanted criminal. Even if we don't capture you, as long as the military knows that you are here, you will still spend the rest of your life in prison. Yi Fan said. Humph. You're too naive. Ting Ziqiao sneered and said, do you really think that I can't guess that you would secretly follow me? Oh. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Then why are you still waiting for me here? Could it be that your power has increased by leaps and bounds? I can't tell. Su Qingxue hurriedly ran behind Zhou Xinjiang and helped the old man untie him. Grandfather, I'll take you out first. No one should even think about leaving. Ting Ziqiao roared and suddenly took out a small remote control. You two idiots. When you enter this workshop, you will never be able to leave again. In this workshop, all the supplies are high explosives that I have placed. Even in the ground, I have buried several tons of explosives. As long as I press this red button, this place will immediately explode. The whole workshop will explode into the sky. We perish together. Hearing this, Su Qingshue's pretty face immediately turned pale. She never would have thought that Ting Zixiao would still have such a trick up his sleeve. Looks like you didn't plan to leave alive from the beginning. Yi Fan sighed. Because of you, I have nothing now. Reputation, status, wealth, and even a man's self-esteem are gone. If you want me to live a life worse than death, then I'll let you accompany me in death. Ting Zixiao roared. Leaf, however, Fan Xian's expression did not change as he walked towards Ting Zixiao. Seeing this, Ting Zixiao's face was filled with suspicion. Don't come over. If you get any closer, I'll detonate the explosives. Yi Fan didn't listen at all, and said as he walked, What, are you trying to threaten me? Let me commit suicide in front of you, and then you let my wife go. Stop joking. I can even guess that little trick of yours. Ting Zixiao, it seems like you really haven't spent much time abroad. I've seen a lot of people die together with you. It really can't be any more old-fashioned. If you want to kill me, this is indeed the most likely move to succeed, but unfortunately, your skills are too crude. Humph, you're still being stubborn. Come again, I'll really press it down. Ting Zixiao's face and palms were trembling, and his mind was already tense to the extreme. Yi Fan. Su Qingxue also felt very flustered. She didn't know what Yi Fan was going to do. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of the explosives in the entire workshop? However, Yi Fan completely ignored him and walked straight over. Seeing that he was about to get very close to Yi Fan, Ting Zixiao roared, Dad. Your son will avenge you. Crack. Chapter 641. 0641 inch. There was no movement at the scene. Kacha kacha. Ting Zixiao quickly pressed a few more times, but there was still no movement. At this time, Yi Fan had already walked in front of Ting Zixiao, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. What? You can't figure it out. I don't understand why none of your explosives detonated. Ting Zixiao's face was filled with shock and confusion. He really didn't understand. Yi Fan took out a metal ball from his pocket. There were some lights on it, and its shape was very exquisite. EMP. Ting Zixiao suddenly realized that it was this small electromagnetic pulse weapon that caused his remote control to malfunction. I told you, your skills are too crude. What era are you in? You're still using remote-controlled explosives. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he snatched the remote control from Ting Zixiao's hand. With a cracking sound, the remote control was crushed. Ting Zixiao's face instantly turned pale. No. No. No way. This is a trap that I meticulously set up. Fortunately, he contacted Chu Yunyao and took an EMP from the woman just in case. Otherwise, he would have to put in a lot of effort. Speaking of which, Chu Yunyao had helped him quite a bit. Logically speaking, he should treat Chu Yunyao better. Seeing that the situation was over, Ting Zixiao became bold and raised his sword to stab at Yi Fan's abdomen. However, one of Yi Fan's hands had already grabbed onto the blade of the sword. Clang! The sword was directly broken. Yi Fan held the broken sword in his hand and directly pierced into Ting Zixiao's skull. Ting Zixiao didn't have time to react before he fell backwards to the ground. It looked like he was completely dead. To Yi Fan, killing Ting Zixiao was nothing, so he naturally wouldn't be too excited. He silently turned around and walked back to Su Qingxue and Zhou Xinjiang's side. It's fine, wife. Bring grandfather out of here as soon as possible. Being surrounded by explosives is not a good thing. Yi Fan said. Of course, Qingxue also wanted to leave as soon as possible, so she said to Zhou Xinjiang, Grandfather, let's go. Zhou Xinjiang smiled with a complicated expression, good children. It's all thanks to you. The three of them got into Su Qingshua's car. This time, it was Yifan's turn to drive and leave the development zone. On the way, Su Qingxue naturally had many questions. "Grandfather, where have you and grandmother been all these years? Why did I hear from my mother that all of you are no longer in this world? If I knew you were still alive, I would definitely go find you. Do you not know of my existence?" Su Qingxue asked. Zhou Xinjiang sighed. "So your mother. That's what she told you. It's also my fault. It's too late to regret what I did back then." Hearing Zhou Xinjiang's story, Yifan and Su Qingxue finally understood the whole thing. Back then, Zhou Wenli came to Huahai from the Jiang province to work. After meeting Su Chongping, she fell in love and had Su Qingxue. However, the Zhou family was very poor, so Zhou Wenli could not marry into the Su family. Even, and Wenli, and she, Zhou, to Zhou Wenli, her parents' lack of understanding and hardships of life also made her angry at her parents, which was why she told Su Qingxue that her grandparents had passed away. In the past 20 years, Su Qingshue's grandmother had already passed away, leaving only Zhou Xinjiang, who was living on his pension in the province. "When your grandmother left, she kept talking about your mother. Only then did I realize that I was too heartless back then. I broke your mother's heart and failed to fulfill my responsibility as a grandfather. I've always been paying attention to you on the news. I know that you returned to the Su family and became the CEO of the embroidery group, but how could I have the face to recognize you? Up to now, I almost killed you." Xiao Shui. "Grandfather is really sorry for you. I'm sorry for your mother." Tears streamed down Zhou Xinjiang's face as he cried bitterly in the car. Su Qingshue's eyes were also filled with tears, but she didn't hate the old man in front of her. After all, it was normal for the older generation to not be able to accept their daughter getting pregnant before marriage. So many years had passed, and Zhou Xinjiang knew that she was the CEO of the embroidery group, but he didn't ask for anything from her. He didn't rely on his status as a grandfather to benefit from it. "Grandfather, it's all in the past. I think if my mother was still alive, she would have forgiven you a long time ago. In the future, I will take her place and properly respect you. I'll bring you to Huahai to live. Anyway, my house is very big and there aren't many people." Zhou Xinjiang hurriedly shook his head. No, please don't. I'll just go back to my hometown in the province. In the future, when you have time, come and see me, I'll be satisfied." Su Qingshuo tried to persuade him again and again, but Zhou Xinjiang didn't want to come and live with her. Considering that the old man had neighbors over there and was used to living there, Su Qingshuo could only agree. However, Su Qingshuo also requested to hire a professional nanny to take care of the old man's daily life. Zhou Xinjiang had been locked up for a day and his stomach was rumbling with hunger, so the three of them went to a restaurant and started eating home-cooked dishes. Taking advantage of this time, Yifan sent a message to Fog Knight. Fog Knight had already successfully taken care of O Jiyun and Zhang Tao. Yifan didn't plan to tell Su Qingshuo about this matter. "Grandfather, even if you want to go back, you should stay with me for a few days. There's no need to be in such a hurry to leave." When Su Qingshuo heard Zhou Xinjiang say that she was going back to the province in the afternoon, she was very reluctant to part with him. However, Zhou Xinjiang had a troubled expression on his face. "Xiao Shui, grandfather also wants to talk to you more. I want to know how you've grown up all these years. However, grandfather still has chickens and ducks, cats and dogs waiting to be fed. Once I come out, no one will care about these beasts anymore. How about next time, I'll get someone to help me take care of it, and then I'll come to Huahai to meet with you guys. Grandfather, you still raise chickens and ducks?" Su Qingshuo asked in surprise. To a girl, this was something that was rather far away. "We, the villagers, can raise some money during the holidays. I'm just an old man, so I have nothing better to do. Zhou Xinjiang said with a smile. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment and looked at Yi Fan, who was eating at the side. Fan Xian understood and said with a smile, "I'll drive. Let's send grandfather back to his hometown. We'll be there in 3 hours anyway." "Aw. No need, no need. I'll just take the bus back. I know the way." Zhou Xinjiang hurriedly waved his hand. Li Fan Xian said, "Grandfather, you have to let us recognize your family's road, right? Otherwise, how will we find you next time?" Zhou Xinjiang was stunned for a moment. He was indeed reluctant in his heart, so he nodded with a gratified smile. After eating, Su Qingxue called Qinya and said that she was going out for a while. Then, the three of them got on the highway and headed towards the province. Chapter 642. The clan 06422.5 hours later, the car drove from the main road into a rural section of the road. There were rolling hills and some plantations by the roadside. A river meandered past, and the villages by the river were mostly farmhouses and tea-picking farmers. As the hills turned into mountains, the roads became more and more tortuous, and gradually, there were several sections of winding roads. He had thought that he would be able to reach the place in 3 hours, but it took him nearly 4 hours to arrive. This was a village surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The village looked very big, with a chessboard layout and beautiful houses. At the entrance of the village, a small river gurgled towards the terraced fields in the distance. It gave off a feeling of paradise. However, compared to some of the villages on the road, this place was clearly more backward. It didn't seem to have much tourism. Other than a few shops selling daily necessities and agricultural products in the middle of the street, there were only a few village shops left. Most of the roads in the village were only big enough for one car to drive through. Su Qingxue's Mercedes-Benz was especially eye-catching in this kind of place. After all, the farmers here still used motorcycles as a means of transportation. Zhou Village. Seeing a stone tablet at the entrance of the village, Su Qingxue was rather surprised and asked, "Grandfather, is everyone in this village surnamed Zhou?" "That's right, they were all passed down from the same ancestor. They were all surnamed Zhou. This place is rather remote. Every day, there are only 2 buses to the county town at noon and at night." "Don't mind," Zhou Xinjiang said with a smile. "How could that be, grandfather? I think the scenery here is very beautiful. There are very few places like this that are not polluted, but no one comes here to travel. If it is really developed, with the conditions here, I think it will definitely become a popular tourist attraction." Su Qingxue was eager to give it a try. Xiao Shui, you must not say this in the village. This cannot be said," Zhou Xinjiang hurriedly advised. Hearing this, even Yi Fan, who was driving, was puzzled. He turned around and asked, "Grandfather, is there something wrong with what my wife said?" Su Qingxue was also curious, is it bad to travel? The villagers here don't want to be rich. Zhou Xinjiang sighed and pointed to the front, "Let's go to my house first. This matter is hard to explain in a few words. It's already late, so I'll cook some dishes for you. Sit down and talk slowly." The car arrived at the door of a 2-story old house. The car could enter the gate, and there was a grain sunning ground inside. At this moment, the moon was high up in the branches, and the night breeze was gentle. As soon as he got out of the car, a dim yellow light bulb at the door lit up. A peasant woman in her 60s or 70s walked over curiously with a baby in her arms. "Brother Xinjiang, you have a guest." Zhou Xinjiang hurriedly introduced with a smile, Mei, this is Wen Li's daughter, Xiao Shui, and my grandson-in-law, Yi Fan. They sent me back." When the woman heard this, she also said happily, "Oh, is this the Xiao Shui who is now the CEO of a big company? Brother Xinjiang, you're finally willing to see your granddaughter?" Congratulations, you'll have a good life in the future. I say, such a beautiful car. This car looks like it will cost more than 100,000, right? Too rich. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue looked at each other in dismay. They had finally seen the backwardness of this village. They didn't even recognize the Mercedes-Benz. A car worth more than 3 million actually only required a few 100,000. Damn it, even a few 100,000 felt like an astronomical figure. However, although this peasant woman was envious, she didn't feel greedy. She purely wished Zhou Xinjiang well, and after asking, she walked away with a smile. Zhou Xinjiang said embarrassedly, "Don't mind me. In our village, many of the older women have never gone to school, so they don't have much culture or knowledge. They have basically spent their entire lives in the village, and at most, they have gone to the city a few times. When your mother was young, your grandmother said that she didn't need to go to school. A woman's lack of talent was a virtue. I thought, with just one daughter, I would just support her through high school. Who would have thought? Your mother had a culture and wanted to go outside to take a look. Grandfather, it's fine. I think that grandmother is quite simple. This is also very good, at least she is carefree." Su Qingxue said. "Then do the children here study now?" Yi Fan asked. Zhou Xinjiang nodded. Most of them have already studied, so many of the young people in the village have also gone out to work. As the three of them spoke, they walked into the house. Zhou Xinjiang took off his coat and began to busy himself inside and outside. He first went to the stove to cook a pot of rice, and then fed the animals. When Yi Fan saw the stove, he took the initiative to help Zhou Xinjiang light the fire. Zhou Xinjiang thought that Yi Fan didn't know how to do it and wanted to teach him, but Yi Fan skillfully lit the fire. He held the shovel and burned the fire. Qingxue also wanted to help, but she could only do some washing and chopping. She didn't know how to do most of the things in the old kitchen. With the help of 2 people, Zhou Xinjiang spent an hour making 4 dishes and 1 soup. Because there wasn't much meat, he didn't have time to kill chickens and ducks. He could only fry some eggs and make a bowl of egg and vegetable soup. The rest were all vegetarian dishes. "Yi Fan, do you want a drink?" "I made some rice wine," Zhou Xinjiang asked enthusiastically. Yi Fan nodded. He also wanted to give it a try. "Thank you, grandfather." "What are you thanking me for?" "This is your first time here, and I'm already treating you so shabbily. You guys stay here tonight. I'll kill 2 chickens and ducks tomorrow, buy a piece of meat from the market, and have another good meal." Zhou Xinjiang felt very upset. "No need, grandfather, we don't care about this. We still have to go back to work tomorrow," Su Qingxue said. "Oh. That's true, you have such a big company to manage, how can you have so much time to waste here?" Zhou Xinjiang slapped his forehead. "I'm old and confused, then let's hurry up and eat. After we finish eating, I'll send you guys off." Although Qingxue really wanted to stay for a few days and accompany the old man, she just so happened to have something to take care of. She could only say, "Grandfather, let's eat breakfast tomorrow before leaving." Hearing that the 2 of them were willing to stay for the night, Zhou Xinjiang happily nodded. "All right, I'll make egg pancakes for you guys to eat tomorrow morning." After pouring the wine and eating the dishes, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue naturally asked about the development of the village's tourism. As a merchant, Qingxue still wanted to do something for her mother's hometown. If she could turn this place into a rich village, it would be a good thing. "Grandfather, why can't we mention the tourism development?" Su Qingxue asked. Zhou Xinjiang sighed, got up, closed the door and windows, then sat down and said in a low voice, "You are all on the same side. Yi Fan is also our Zhou family's grandson-in-law, so I'll tell you the truth. It's not that our villagers don't want to get rich, it's just that our clan elders and clan leaders don't allow developers from the outside to come in. Moreover, the government doesn't dare to interfere in our village's affairs. All decisions regarding the village have to be approved by the clan elders. Chapter 643. 0643 Fan had heard of it before. In some remote places, or in some backward areas, there would be such ancient clan rules that continued to this day. However, no matter what, the Zhou family village was still an economically developed province. It was only an hour's drive away, and they would be able to reach the county. How could such a situation exist? Furthermore, there were no news media reports on such a village. It was enough to show that either the villagers were keeping it a secret, or there was some power behind them that had been hiding such a village. Ha ha. It's hard to imagine, but that's it. Our village is called a village, but we don't have a village chief, only a clan chief. The clan chief is elected by every family in the village, and the clan elders are appointed by the main family. They have always been decided by the main family. Main family? What is that? Su Qingxue asked doubtfully. Zhou Xinjiang said, I've already said it, our Zhou family has a long history. I heard from the clan elders that it has been thousands of years, and there aren't many written records. At that time, we already existed. Think about it, how could there only be such a village of people after thousands of years of inheritance? The Zhou family's main sect would definitely not be able to accommodate so many people. Therefore, our Zhou family has clan villages everywhere. Each village has clan elders, and they are all managed by the main family. What? All over the country? Then where is the Zhou family? Su Qingxue was very surprised. Zhou Xinjiang shook his head and sighed, how would we know? We are just one of the many Zhou clansmen, the lowest clansmen. If you want to know where the main family is, you have to have enough talent. If you are chosen by the clan elders and feel that you are a promising talent, you will be sent to the main family. When Fan Xian heard this, he suddenly thought of something. It was as if an electric current had flashed through his mind. Grandfather. You. Fan Xian suddenly remembered that when he and Su Qingxue were saving Zhou Xinjiang, the various ancient martial arts and jinqi that they displayed did not seem to surprise Zhou Xinjiang much. From beginning to end, the old man did not ask much about the ancient martial arts. Zhou Xinjiang smiled and said, Child, you only understand now. Ha ha. I know, you all practice ancient martial arts, right? Su Qingxue also reacted and said in astonishment, Grandfather, are you saying? The Zhou family's main family chose a talent that can be made, a talent that practices martial arts. That's right. Zhou Xinjiang smiled and nodded. Our Zhou family has a tradition of cultivating ancient martial arts since ancient times. The reason why the main family is the main family, other than the purest bloodline, is that the disciples of the main family possess a special bloodline. It was rumored that this bloodline surpassed that of ordinary people. It was a power passed down from an ancient ancestor. Once it was awakened, it would become abnormally powerful. When I was young, I heard a clan elder say when he was drunk that in ancient times, there were immortal-like existences in our Zhou clan. They could call the wind and summon the rain, they were omnipotent. However, it was only that one time. Generally speaking, we at the bottom of the clan don't understand the matters of the clan. If it was in the past, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue might not have believed it, but last time, Yi Fan met Shen Shi, a legendary descendant of an immortal, in that mysterious tomb. In addition, the mysterious bloodline made Yi Fan think of Shao Xaner's phoenix bloodline and the mysterious and unknown background behind Shao Xaner. Yi Fan swallowed his saliva. Although he felt that it was inconceivable, he still believed it a little. He didn't feel that Zhou Xinjiang was spouting nonsense. Moreover, such a beautiful paradise was actually not developed by a developer in a wealthy area like the Jiang province. This was already very magical in itself. Xiao Shui, Yi Fan, where did you learn your ancient martial arts? Zhou Xinjiang asked. Yifan simply talked about his experiences overseas, while Su Qingxue talked about the origins of the Su family. Zhou Xinjiang couldn't help but sigh, "You two children are really lucky. You have to know that our Zhou family's disciples don't have talent and don't even have the chance to practice martial arts." "Grandfather, I don't understand. Even if the Zhou family is very old and has a lot of assets, there's no need to restrict the development of the village, right? Why can't we develop this place? Isn't it good to let the clansmen be rich?" Su Qingxue was puzzled. "It's because of the bloodline inheritance, right?" Without waiting for Zhou Xinjiang to say anything, Yifan opened his mouth and said, "That's right." Zhou Xinjiang nodded. "Yifan is right. The main reason is that we don't want our village to have too much contact with the outside world. Actually, in our Zhou family village, most of the young men and women are married within the clan, so that the children they give birth to have a higher chance of awakening the special bloodline that the family wants. Once we marry more men and women from the outside world, the probability of this bloodline appearing will become smaller and smaller." "Has such a bloodline ever appeared in the village?" Su Qingxue asked. "It is said that one appeared 600 years ago. At that time, our Zhou family village relied on that ancestor and enjoyed a period of glory. Afterwards, there was no more." Zhou Xinjiang sighed. "This is too outrageous. For the sake of such an illusory bloodline, the lives of over 1,000 people in the village are at a standstill." Su Qingxue felt that it was very unfair. Wouldn't everyone in the village be dissatisfied? Zhou Xinjiang smiled bitterly and said, "I'm used to it. I grew up here, and I'm not starving or freezing. When I'm old, I have a pension, and I don't have to worry about food and clothing. It's all so quiet, and the air in the village is cleaner than outside. Besides, if you were to openly go against the clan elders and the main family, that would not be a joke." Some of the clansmen were chosen to go to the main family to practice martial arts when they were young, but when they found out that they couldn't, they were expelled. I've heard a few people say that some of the experts in the main family are extremely terrifying, so I don't dare to mention anything else. So, here, everyone is very respectful of the main family. They don't dare to talk about developing tourism and interacting with the outside world. When we go out to the county or go out to work, we have to talk to the clan elders before we can do so." Yifan bitterly smiled and said, "No wonder. Back then, when my mother-in-law was pregnant outside, the two of you would be so stiff with her. I reckon that the pressure in the clan is also very great, right?" Zhou Xinjiang sighed. "If you want to get married and have children outside, you usually have to talk to the clan elders. If you don't have anything to say, then you will be expelled from the clan and will never be allowed to return to the village. Therefore, normally, the young men and women here would not talk to each other outside without permission. In addition, we are poor here, so the men and women in the cities outside look down on the people here." At this point, Zhou Xinjiang said awkwardly, "Xiao Shui, don't be angry. Back then, I actually advised your mother to abort you. This way, she wouldn't be expelled from the clan." Chapter 644. 0644. When Su Qingxue heard this, her eyes dimmed. She was incomparably grateful towards her mother's choice. Back then, Zhou Wenli didn't know what kind of pressure and pain she had to endure to give birth to her. Speaking of which, she had never had the chance to be filial to her mother. Now that things had come to this, she could only try her best to let Zhou Xinjiang have a good old age to make up for some of her mother's regrets. "Grandfather, I won't be angry. If I were a parent, I would have stopped him back then. Because my mother is really working too hard," Su Qingxue said faintly. Zhou Xinjiang's eyes were red as he smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Come, let's eat." Although Fan Xian was curious about where the Zhou family came from and where they were, he actually didn't have much confidence in his heart, so he could only temporarily suppress the confusion in his heart. After returning to Huahai, Fan Xian planned to let Chu Yunyao and Sally Yi investigate from home and abroad. From this Zhou family village, they wanted to see if they could find any clues. After all, the Zhou family's background was related to Su Qingxue, and it could also be related to Su Qingxue's mysterious physique and cold qi. Then another problem arose. Was Su Qingxue's body condition related to the Ghost Valley Su family? Or was it the influence of the mysterious Zhou family? As he thought about it, he finished his meal. When they realized that they were going upstairs to sleep, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue realized the problem. Were the two of them going to sleep in the same room? Obviously, Zhou Xinjiang had tacitly agreed that the two of them were husband and wife, so he took the initiative to bring them to a bedroom. This is the room your mother used to sleep in. The bed might be a little small, but two people should be able to sleep in it. I haven't really touched the things here. Fortunately, I often clean it. It's a bit old, but it's still clean. The conditions of the house are simple and crude, so I've wronged you. Zhou Xinjiang said. Su Qingxue looked at the room illuminated by the yellow light bulb. There were still some pictorials from the last century on the walls, and the posters of the stars. The cabinets were also old, and their styles were from that era. At the window, there was a sewing machine, and on the dressing table beside it, there were a few yellowed black and white photos. This is a photo of your mother when she was young and when she was in middle school. Zhou Xinjiang walked over, happily picked it up and said, Xiao Shui, you look quite similar to your mother, but you are much more beautiful than she was back then. It's a pity that she couldn't see what you looked like when you grew up. Su Qingxue took the photo of her mother and stroked it lovingly. There was not a speck of dust on it, and it was obvious that it was frequently wiped. Grandpa, I want to take a photo, and then I'll wash it myself and leave it at home. Is that okay? Su Qingxue naturally wouldn't take the photo away, but she really wanted to see it often because there were too few photos of Zhou Wenli left. Of course you can, go ahead and take a picture. Zhou Xinjiang took out a photo album from the side. There are still some here, including your grandmother's, they are all here. She took the photo album and flipped through it while asking Zhou Xinjiang about the people and things inside. After flipping through it, Su Qingxue saw a notebook at the side. It looked quite old, and there seemed to be a lot of things inside. She curiously took it and flipped it open. She was immediately stunned. This was a booklet with many newspaper clippings and magazine pages. The news and reports on it were all related to a girl's upbringing. Is this the report when I won the Olympian competition? Su Qingxue saw that this was a news article from 10 years ago. It was written that Su Qingxue, who was still in middle school, had obtained the results on behalf of the school. Not only that, there were also some articles that Su Qingxue had published in newspapers and periodicals. The information about Su Qingxue's participation in various competitions, as well as Su Qingxue's interviews and reports over the past few years, were all pasted into this booklet. Zhou Xinjiang blushed in embarrassment. I have nothing better to do, so I went to the newsstand to see if there's any news about you. I just want to know about your current situation. Some of them were stuck on by your grandmother. Su Qingxue was extremely moved. She never would have thought that in a place that she didn't know of, there would be a pair of old people who had always been silently concerned about her growth. Grandfather. Su Qingxue didn't know what to say. Zhou Xinjiang seemed to be on the verge of tears as he hurriedly said, All right, you guys rest. I'll turn on the hot water machine for you guys. I don't usually need it. Since you guys are here, I can't let you guys wash in cold water. After busying himself for a while, he said a few more words, and then Zhou Xinjiang returned to his room. When there were only two people left in the bedroom, Yi Fan originally wanted to be intimate with Su Qingxue, but he discovered that the woman was still looking at the photos with a face full of thoughts. Fan Xian was also embarrassed. At this time, he went to wash up and said, "Wife, I'll make a bed on the floor and go to sleep first." Leaf just as Yi Fan was about to go to the cabinet to get the bedding, he heard Shu Qingxue say, "No need." "Ha." Yi Fan turned his head, puzzled. "What sleep on the bed?" Shu Qingxue sighed and said, "Didn't you want me to say that in your heart?" Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly, "Wife, look at what you're saying, I still respect your intentions." Although he said that, the speed at which Yi Fan climbed onto the bed was not sloppy at all. Shu Qingxue got up and walked to the bathroom, saying, "Luckily I didn't put on makeup. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have brought makeup remover." "Wife, have you ever put on makeup? Why do I see that you're always as beautiful as ever?" Yi Fan asked. "You pig, of course you can't tell. I don't believe what you said." Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Li Fanxian chuckled with a face full of anticipation. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Shu Qingxue came back from the bathroom and walked to the bedside. She calmly took off her shoes, coat, and pants. Yi Fan swallowed his saliva. Seeing the woman's perfect figure gradually reveal itself, his heart also began to beat faster. When Shu Qingxue was only left with her bra, she turned her head, bit her lips, and said with a flushed face, "How long have you been staring at me for? Turn your head. You're not allowed to look." Yi Fan couldn't help but ask, "Wife, you sleep naked? Go to hell. I didn't bring my pajamas." Shu Qingxue was also very depressed. After thinking for a while, she walked to a wardrobe, opened it, and searched for a while. She just happened to find an old t-shirt that was a little yellow, and happily took it out. Although it wasn't as comfortable as the silk pajamas at home, Shu Qingxue still felt that it was better than taking it off. After going to the bathroom to change, Shu Qingxue walked out. However, below her were already 2 long legs, flawless white jade, so beautiful that it made Yi Fan's heart tremble. Chapter 645. 0645 Aya. You. What are you doing? What else can I do? Go to sleep. Yi Fan could not hold it in any longer. After pressing the woman on the bed, he began to kiss her neck and cheeks. Su Qingxue's skin was tender and smooth, full of elasticity. Her entire body was emitting a unique fragrance that smelled better than any perfume. But Su Qingxue forcefully pushed the man, "Let me go. If you continue like this, I'll be angry." Hearing that the woman didn't seem to be joking, Yi Fan could only get up and bitterly smile. "Wife, is it still not okay?" Su Qingxue burrowed into the blanket, her back facing the man as she said, "I told you to go to bed. It's not like I'm allowing you to do that kind of thing. You haven't proposed to me yet, so you're not allowed to officially hold a wedding ceremony." Yi Fan lay down dejectedly. There was a peerless beauty lying beside him, but he couldn't touch her. This feeling was worse than sleeping on the floor. Since the woman didn't give it to him, Yi Fan could only silently close his eyes and sleep. The blanket was completely rolled up by Su Qingxue. Fortunately, he wasn't cold, so he made do with it. However, after sleeping for less than half an hour, Su Qingxue snorted. Yi Fan couldn't help but ask, "Wife, what's wrong?" Angry, Su Qingxue whispered. Yi Fan was puzzled. "Why are you angry? What did I do wrong? Do you not like me at all?" Su Qingxue turned around. In the darkness, a pair of big eyes were still sparkling. Yi Fan was confused. "What are you talking about? How could I not like you? Then why didn't you hug me when you slept with me?" "Ha!" Yi Fan revealed a wry smile. "Didn't you tell me not to touch you? I said you're not allowed to do it. Do that kind of thing." Su Qingxue said vaguely. Yi Fan thought for a while, and finally came back to his senses. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed, stretched out his arm, and hugged Su Qingxue, saying, "My silly wife, you won't let me touch you, but at the same time, you want me to hug you to sleep. Tell me in detail, how would I know it's so complicated? If you don't want to hug me, then forget it. Su Qingxue said angrily. Fan Xian pinched the soft flesh on the woman's arm. How could that be? My wife is so fragrant, it's so comfortable to hug her. When Qingxue heard this, she smiled and burrowed into the man's embrace. She hesitated for a moment before placing her hand on Yifan's abdomen. Touching the man's strong and elastic muscles, Su Qingxue's face heated up. How is it? Your husband's figure isn't bad, right? Shameless, speaking of which, wife, our relationship has already been tested by life and death. When will you be able to call me husband? Yifan had been struggling with this question the whole time, and had never heard Su Qingxue shout out. Why are you in such a hurry? This kind of thing has to take its course. Su Qingxue muttered. Yifan sighed, and couldn't force her. After a while, Su Qingxue asked, say. What kind of family is the Zhou family my grandfather mentioned? Is it even more powerful than the 5 great sects? When Yifan heard this question, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, I'm not sure either, but if it's really as grandfather said, then this Zhou family is much more powerful than the 5 great sects combined. Why? Su Qingxue asked in surprise. Is it that ridiculous? Think about it, no matter how powerful the 5 great sects are, they wouldn't dare to disobey the country's words. If the country wants to develop its economy, would they dare to obstruct it? Can they completely control the domestic media and seal off such a traditional clan-like place? To put it bluntly, the 5 great sects were only within the country's system. They had a lot of resources and authority, but they didn't even dare to think about being above the country. However, this Zhou family, they are like a country of China. In China, for thousands of years, they have maintained their own system, their own rules, but the successive dynasties have not been able to change them. Tell me, isn't it powerful? When Su Qingxue heard this, she couldn't help but let out a silent and sighed. I wonder how many secrets are hidden in this world. I wonder if there are any families like the Zhou family. Li Fan Xian muttered in his heart. Not to mention anything else, Xiao Xianer's background was most likely the same. Therefore, this place in China was really deep. No wonder the Dragon King of the Dragon's Soul didn't seem to be nervous at all when dealing with him. It was probably because legend rank experts didn't have as much weight in China as they did overseas. Thinking of this, Yifan suddenly thought of Xie Linfuan. He didn't know if he, as the military advisor, knew about the Zhou family. Both of them had their own thoughts, and unknowingly, they slept until daybreak. Xinjiang woke up very early. After feeding the animals, he made breakfast for the 2 of them. How is it? Are you used to sleeping? Come. Try the egg pancakes made from our own eggs. Zhou Xinjiang placed a plate full of pancakes on the table. Li Fan Xian and Su Qingxue naturally praised the old man's craftsmanship, and the atmosphere early in the morning was joyous. However, halfway through his meal, Yifan suddenly sensed that there were people approaching from outside the door. There were a few ancient martial artists among them, and their strength was not ordinary. Xinjiang. Open the door. An old man's rough voice came from outside. When Zhou Xinjiang heard this, his face was filled with surprise, and he said, Patriarch. He hurriedly ran outside and opened the door. Outside the door, there were already more than 10 people standing. The leader was a bald old man who looked to be around 70 years old, wearing a blue tunic suit. Beside him was an old woman. She wore a black coat with colorful patterns and had 2 white braids. She was a little bloated. The old woman held a long pear-wood staff in her hand. It was 1.7 meters tall and was more than 10 centimeters tall. At the top of the staff, there was a colorful ball the size of a ping-pong ball. Behind this old man and old woman were some middle-aged men and women from the village. What's going on? Elder, Patriarch, and everyone else are here. Zhou Xinjiang asked nervously. Hee, I heard that your Wen Li's daughter and your grandson-in-law are here. We came to take a look. The old man in blue said with a smile. Oh. Patriarch, that is my granddaughter, Xiao Shui. That is her husband, Yi Fan. Zhou Xinjiang hurriedly introduced. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue also walked out. Yi Fan discovered that among this group of people, this blue-clothed patriarch actually had the cultivation of the Xiantian realm. Moreover, the feeling of this Xinqi was different from the people he had met before. It was definitely a cultivation technique that he had never seen before. What surprised him even more was that this old woman should be an elder of the clan. Her strength was actually at the body refinement realm. The group of young men and women behind him also had the strength of the Hotian or Xiantian realm. Chapter 646. 0646. However, what caused Yi Fan's eyes to narrow the most was the colorful stone embedded in the pear blossom wood staff of the clan elder. Although the color was relatively dim and turbid, no matter how he looked at it, it was the same type of stone that he had taken out from the copper man's body. Could it be? This wasn't some rare treasure in the world. This was just some kind of ore. Just as Yi Fan was surprised, the clan elder also looked at him. What a heavy aura of hostility. Jiang, who exactly is this grandson-in-law of yours? The old woman asked with a vigilant expression. Yi Fan frowned. This elder's senses were quite sharp. He had killed too many people. His evil aura was indeed very strong, but his cultivation realm was high. He had long suppressed these auras, and ordinary people would not be able to sense them. I don't know, elder. Yi Fan is a good child. Zhou Xinjiang explained. I woke up from my dream last night and did a divination. I felt that there were ominous signs in the village, so it turned out. It was such an ominous person who entered our village. The clan elder frowned and heavily struck his cane. Speak. Young man, who are you? What are your intentions in coming here? Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Elder, I am accompanying my wife to send my grandfather back. You guys are thinking too much. We will return to Hua Hai after breakfast. Our Zhou family village does not welcome you. Your arrival will break the peace here and bring misfortune to the village. Jiang, our village does not welcome them. I'll give you two choices. Either you are not allowed to see them in the future, or you leave with them. The elder said solemnly. Hearing that, Zhou Xinjiang's face turned pale. Elder, could it be a misunderstanding? How could this be? Jiang, the elder's divination will not be wrong. Are you going to question our family's divination techniques? The patriarch said. Patriarch, elder, that's not what I meant. But Su Qingxue was also very angry when she heard this. What era is this? Why do you still believe in divination? It's our family's business to see grandfather. Could it be that we have to be restricted by you? The inheritance of the clan is greater than your small family. The divination technique passed down by our Zhou clan is a divination technique that coincides with the heavenly Tao. What do you young outsiders know? The clan leader said unhappily. I don't think it's the heavenly Tao, it's just superstition. If your divination is so effective and you say that it's unfortunate, then does that mean that you all know who's sick and who's going to die in your village? Su Qingxue said indignantly. Zhou Xinjiang was anxious and hurriedly persuaded. Xiao Shui, don't say any more. The clan elder let out a long sigh, leaned on his staff and said, I've only learned a little bit about divination, and my cultivation is also shallow. I can't say that I know everything, but I can still predict great calamities and great blessings. Wen Li's daughter, your mother broke our rules and left this place. As for you, you didn't grow up in the Zhou village. You've long been a stranger to us. If you want to take your grandfather away, we have no objections. But if you bring misfortune to our village, we will not allow it." Su Qingxue could not bear to listen any longer. In her opinion, this was simply something that did not exist, so she said to Zhou Xinjiang, "Grandfather, come back to Huahai with us. You don't need to be angry at them at all." Sigh. Zhou Xinjiang shook his head and said, "I've lived here all my life, how can I leave just like that? I'm also old, I don't want to move anymore. In the future, don't come to see me. If you have time, just give me a call. When the time comes, I'll get a number and contact you." "Grandfather." This. Su Qingxue's face was filled with disappointment. Seeing this, Fan Xian thought for a moment and said, "Elder, since you said that I'm an unfortunate person, then how about I don't appear in the future and let my wife come back to see grandfather, is that okay?" When the elder heard this, he still refused. This old one has already made it very clear. There's no other choice. Let's go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Li Fan Xian narrowed his eyes. This group of villagers with the surname Zhou really didn't give him any face. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about the mysterious family behind him, he really wouldn't have put this group of people in his eyes. However, even his own wife's grandfather was restricted like this, so Yi Fan naturally wouldn't casually endure it. He wanted to see if the Zhou family behind him would show themselves if they were offended. "Elders, although you are older than us, you can't be unreasonable. You casually gave me a hat and then told us to abandon our family. This is too unreasonable," Yi Fan said. Elder, I think this guy won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. If we teach him a lesson, he will naturally know that the rules of our Zhou village can't be broken." A robust man behind him said. "That's right, he dares to look down on the divination of our clan elders. This is a great disrespect," another man said. When Zhou Xinjiang saw this, he hurriedly and nervously advised, "Yi Fan, don't act recklessly. These people have all been to the main family when they were young and practiced some martial arts. Although they didn't stay in the main family, they are not ordinary people." Yi Fan smiled and nodded, "Grandfather, I know, but I can't casually swallow this anger." Su Qingxue, who was at the side, was a little conflicted. She was both angry and afraid that Yi Fan would get into trouble. "Patriarch. He looks down on us. I don't think there's any need to waste words with him. Use your fists to let him understand his identity." The few men were filled with righteous indignation. Leaf the Patriarch asked the elder for his opinion. Seeing that the elder had closed his eyes, he shouted, "Chase him out of the Zhou village." All of a sudden, two men jumped out. Both of them had the strength of the Xiantian realm, and as soon as they appeared, they activated their Jin Qi. They had all heard from the elders that Yi Fan's strength shouldn't be weak, so they didn't dare to be careless. One on the left and one on the right, they attacked Yi Fan. Yi Fan sensed that their Jin Qi was not ordinary. It wasn't their cultivation, but the quality of their Jin Qi. Although it was Jin Qi, it had a bit of spiritual energy. This meant that their cultivation techniques were more in line with the mysteries of the world, so they could sense the existence of spiritual energy earlier. Hoo! Two fists swept past Yi Fan's eyes. The other person's punch was aimed at Yi Fan's waist, and Yi Fan turned around to avoid it. This speed wasn't much in Yi Fan's eyes. After all, his physical fitness was too weak. However, Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry to retaliate, because he wanted to see what kind of martial arts this group of people had learned from the Zhou family. The two's martial arts seemed to be due to the fact that they had practiced ordinary martial arts. They were not complicated and appeared to be very direct. Both of them used a set of ancient fish techniques. It felt like the 12 forms fished, imitating the postures of tigers, monkeys, horses, snakes, and other animals to attack and defend. However, it was different from the 12 forms fist that Yi Fan was familiar with. Their fist techniques were closer to the true movements of animals in the natural world, and they looked more primitive. However, because it was closer to the most primitive animal reaction, it was actually faster and more powerful. Chapter 647. 0647 Interesting. Li Fan Xian was overjoyed. This was the martial art that was closest to the ancient martial arts he had seen after seeing the Copper Man's ancient sword technique. Although it couldn't compare to the Copper Man's ancient sword technique, he could still see a lot of content. Yi Fan was not in a hurry to counterattack. He moved back and forth to dodge, all in order to see more of these people's fists. The three of them fought for more than 40 moves, but were still unable to touch the corner of Yi Fan's clothes. This made the two men very angry. "You're hiding here and there, are you still a man?" A man said angrily. Yi Fan smiled and said, "You guys can go ahead and have more people. With just the two of you, it's not worth it for me to fight back." As soon as these words were spoken, the other village martial artists also stood up. "Look down on us. Everyone, attack together." The few men and women all attacked Yi Fan, and for a moment, it became a siege of 6 or 7 people. Moreover, there were 2 more martial arts being used. There were 3 men who used a palm technique that looked like it was a series of 8 trigrams palms, but compared to the 8 trigrams palms that Yi Fan knew, it was more detailed, and the essence of piercing and blocking and sticking was displayed even more perfectly. The other 2 women were actually using a type of finger technique. At a rough glance, it looked a bit like Shaolin's flower-pinching finger, but the flower-pinching finger was used to injure people from afar with true energy. The finger technique of these 2 women was more like an acupoint sealing technique. Yi Fan wandered around in the midst of the 7 people's attacks, continuously memorizing their ancient martial arts. He secretly pondered and deeply felt that in many details, he could really make up for some of the inadequacies in his understanding of ancient martial arts. When he saw that there were no more new tricks, Yi Fan stood on the spot, proudly waiting for them to attack him. The few men and women thought that Yi Fan had made a mistake, and in their joy, they fiercely attacked Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at the fist coming towards him, and reached out his hand as fast as lightning to grab it. He directly threw the man away, and at the same time, sent another man who was about to attack flying. He bent down and stretched out his hand, grabbing a man who had ambushed him, and threw him over his shoulder. After a few simple grabbing movements, the group of men and women were thrown to the ground. Although their martial arts were not bad, their cultivation was not high enough, and their body's speed and strength were not high enough. If Yi Fan wanted to deal with them, it wouldn't take much effort at all. He did not want to kill them. After all, these were just villagers. There was no enmity between them, so there was no need to kill them. Originally, everyone thought that they were on par with Yi Fan, but who would have thought that Yi Fan would directly knock them down with a counterattack? At once, everyone's faces were filled with shock and unwillingness. They looked at the clan leader and the elders in shame. Zhou Xinjiang, on the other hand, had a face full of shock. He didn't expect that Yi Fan could deal with so many people by himself. Xianjiang. Your grandson-in-law is indeed extraordinary. Even if we were to make a move, I'm afraid we wouldn't be his match. The clan elder said in a deep voice. Zhou Xinjiang bitterly smiled. How could he have known that Yi Fan was so powerful? This time, the trouble was getting bigger and bigger. Fan Xian smiled and said, Elder, you haven't made a move yet, how do you know you're not my match? Kid, don't think that I can't discern that you're obviously secretly learning our Zhou clan's ancient martial arts. You want me to show you other martial arts? No way. Yi Fan smiled awkwardly, Ginger is still the hottest. The fact that you can defeat these children so easily is already stronger than this old one. The elder solemnly said, but as an elder of the clan, I have an obligation to protect the people in the village. If you continue to cause trouble like this, I can only report it to the main family. Leaf. Just as Yi Fan was about to say something, he suddenly realized that someone was approaching from afar. He was puzzled. Why would that guy come? Not long after, a military green jeep arrived outside the door. The person who got off the jeep was Xiao Linfuan, who was wearing a military uniform. Don't fight. Don't fight. Xiao Linfuan quickly ran into the courtyard and stood between Yi Fan and the clan elder, saying, misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. The two of you should be the Zhou family village's patriarch and elder, right? I am Xiao Linfuan from the military, and I have been specially ordered to deal with this matter. I hope that the two of you can make peace, and I will immediately bring them away from the Zhou family village. Fan Xian frowned and said, Old Xia, how did you know we were here? Xiao Linfuan nudged Yi Fan with his elbow and whispered, let's talk after we get out, boss. Listen to me, you can't afford to offend me. Leaf Fan Xian was even more shocked. Xiao Linfuan actually told him that he couldn't afford to offend him. Could it be that this Zhou family was really strong to the point where they, Inferno, were no match for them at all? Didn't that mean that a single Zhou family was stronger than the old rulers and the sacred royal court combined? When Su Qingxue heard this, she didn't dare to let Yi Fan do it anymore. Although she really wanted to meet Zhou Xinjiang often, she couldn't let anything happen to her man. Yi Fan, let's go. We'll talk about the future in the future. Su Qingxue advised. Yi Fan wasn't stupid. Why would he provoke an opponent that was so strong that he couldn't afford to offend just for a moment of impulse? Yi Fan smiled and said, all right, then let's go. Yes. Xiao Linfuan also heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly went up to the chief and the other villagers to hand over cigarettes. Come, everyone has a misunderstanding. I will immediately bring them out of the Zhou family village. Chief, elders, thank you for your magnanimity. The patriarch waved his hand and said, General, we, the Zhou clan, are not unreasonable people. We just want to protect the rules that our clan has always had. You don't have to worry about us holding a grudge. Yes, yes. I was too talkative, Xiao Linfuan said with a laugh. After a round of pleasantries, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue could only bid farewell to Zhou Xinjiang. Then, together with Xiao Linfuan, the two cars drove out of the Zhou family village. After leaving the village, they arrived at a resting place on the mountain road where they could park their cars. The few of them got off the car. Leaf Fan Xian naturally wanted to ask clearly how this guy came here. Old Xia, could it be that your dragon soul is following us? Boss, how could we have the guts? It's just that this Zhou family village is not an ordinary place. We have always arranged for people to take care of it. Once a special person enters, we will naturally receive the news. Xiao Linfuan explained. Yi Fan was about to ask the next question, but saw Xiao Linfuan raise his hand. Don't. Boss. Don't ask. Yi Fan frowned, you know what I want to ask. No matter what, it must be related to the Zhou family village, and everything related to the Zhou family village is a secret. Xiao Linfuan smiled bitterly and said, Boss, to be honest, before I received the order from the Dragon King to bring you out in the early hours of this morning, I didn't know that there was such a place and such a family. It can only be said. In the past, our horizons were too narrow. The reason why China is a forbidden area in the eyes of the entire world's underground organizations is definitely not as simple as we imagined. Chapter 648. 0648-inch epic level. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This really caught him off guard. An epic expert was someone who needed to cross over a century and still stand at the peak of the world. Only then would they have the qualifications to be an expert. This was no longer a matter of personal strength. This was something that could only be done after a century of experience, by forming a faction of their own, and by possessing powerful backing and resources. Yifan didn't know how many hidden experts there were in this world, but he had only heard of 3 epic experts, and these 3 people were all elusive. Logically speaking, Xiao Linfuan was the 3rd strongest person in the Dragon Soul. Before today, he didn't even know about the Zhou family village and the Zhou clan. Then how high was the level of secrecy of this clan? General Xia, since the Zhou family is so powerful, why didn't they protect my grandfather before? Su Qingxue felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but angrily say. Xiao Linfuan sighed, sister-in-law, that was just an accident. Besides, they didn't openly kidnap and rob you. They used a trick to trick your grandfather out. Besides, there are so many people in the Zhou family village, and many of them are studying and working outside. If something happens to them outside, it's impossible for them to care about it. Just like your mother, no one from the Zhou family went to care about her. However, the boss's identity is special, and sister-in-law's identity is also special. If you go in, it might destroy the peace of the village, which will have a great impact. That elder is just spouting nonsense. How could there be such a thing as divination? Isn't it all superstition? Don't tell me they don't have other families and relatives outside. Su Qingxue said angrily. Xiao Linfuan smiled bitterly. Divination is not something that can be trusted, but the Zhou family's words, I would rather believe it than not believe it. Boss, sister-in-law, listen to my advice. For your own good and for the sake of the Zhou family village, let's change the phone number in the future. Isn't your dragon soul military? In this world, there are still families that can surpass the army and the country. Su Qingxue felt that it was inconceivable. Xiao Linfuan wiped his face and said vaguely, sister-in-law, if you limit your gaze to a city, then the country is a colossus. If you place your gaze on a country, then the world is a colossus. If you're looking at a planet, then you start to look at the galaxy, the universe. Big or small, it actually depends on how you look at it. Sometimes, only by jumping out of the conventional logic can you see the essence. What nonsense, I don't understand, I just want to see my grandfather. Su Qingxue said angrily. Fan Xian sighed and hugged the woman's shoulder, all right, don't make things difficult for me. Looks like the Zhou family has something special about them that allows them to disregard the laws of the world. Boss, I didn't say anything. Xiao Linfuan quickly waved his hand. Fan Xian could tell that Xiao Linfuan was also suffering, so he patted him on the shoulder, you and I are friends of life and death. Since you say so, I won't force you to ask. Don't worry, we won't act rashly. Xiao Linfuan nodded gratefully, boss, to be honest, I'm also very depressed. I feel like I've been around for so many years, but I'm still treated like a fool. But under the eaves, you have no choice but to lower your head. Boss, you're still young. If you cultivate for another 10 or 20 years, they won't dare to point fingers at you. Yifan couldn't help but bitterly smile. He had waited too long, but Xiao Linfuan's intention was probably to accumulate more connections and power, not just a matter of one's cultivation. After chatting for a while, Yifan and Su Qingxue drove away. Xiao Linfuan still had to report to the Dragon King on the phone, so he bid them farewell. The two of them drove all the way back to Hua Hai's company. Su Qingxue could only temporarily suppress the unhappiness in her heart and devote herself to work. Li Fan Xian returned to the security department and turned on the computer. He originally wanted to play games, but for some reason, he wasn't in the mood. Yifan went to the rooftop of the company, took out a cigarette, and silently smoked. Ever since the end of the Holy War, he had never felt so oppressed by his own strength. Although he knew that he had never been invincible in the world, the feeling of being oppressed by too many experts made Yifan feel very uncomfortable. It was as if he had originally thought that what he was about to climb was already Mount Everest, but he hadn't expected that he would be wrong. What he was about to climb was only a small mountain below Mount Everest. This kind of disparity made Yi Fan feel very uncomfortable in his heart. From a Superman to a normal person, not everyone could remain calm. The key point was, when Yi Fan thought about the hidden clown, Song Xinghe, the people from the Azuras Association, and a series of other enemies that might be disadvantageous to him, he felt even more upset. Could he still protect the woman beside him? Yi Fan was very uneasy. After smoking a few cigarettes, Yi Fan really wanted to find someone to talk to, but the person he was looking for wasn't Su Qingxue, but Feng Yueying. A few days ago, during the spring festival, he had a meal with her parents with a woman. He hadn't had time to be together in the past few days, so Yi Fan missed her quite a bit. He walked to Feng Yueying's vice president's office downstairs and knocked on the door. As expected, the woman hadn't left yet. Feng Yueying was working when she saw Yi Fan come in. She smiled and said, "Why are you here?" "I want to have lunch with you." "I should be free, right?" Yi Fan said with a smile. Feng Yueying stared at Yi Fan's face for a while and seemed to understand something. She said, "There's a meeting at 2 in the afternoon, but there's still time. Let's go out and eat." Yi Fan had this intention. The two of them eating together in the company was too big of a target. Feng Yueying quickly tidied up. The style of a strong woman was neat and tidy. She left as soon as she said she would, without any hesitation. Yi Fan saw that the bag and shoes she was using were all Gucci insect style. He couldn't help but smile and say, "This seems to be a gift from me, right?" "And?" Feng Yueying smiled sweetly. "Do you think I'm too vain, wearing luxury goods to work? With your salary, it's not like you can't afford it. I'll be happy if you wear it." As Yi Fan spoke, he hugged the woman's head and kissed her on her elastic cheek. Don't be like this. It'll be troublesome if someone sees us." Feng Yueying blushed. "Are you afraid of Helena?" "Don't worry, she won't do such an unflattering thing." Yi Fan blinked. Feng Yueying nodded. "I also know that Helena isn't the kind of person who snitches, but it's better to be careful in the company, just in case." Yi Fan also respected the woman's intentions. He followed her to the underground garage and drove to the nearby shopping mall. There was no need to be too fancy for lunch. They chose a shop with pickled vegetables and fish, and the two of them ate simply. "Hubby, are you unhappy?" When they were alone outside, Feng Yueying was already used to calling Yi Fan like this. Every time Yi Fan heard a woman call him in such a gentle and soft voice, his heart would go numb. "No, it's just that I feel a little pressured because of some things. I should be fine after a while." Yi Fan didn't want to say too much, he just wanted the woman to know what he meant. Chapter 649. 0649 Yi Fan smiled. Ing, what pressure do you have? Work is too tiring. At most, don't do it. I'll support you. Of course, this was a joke. If Yi Fan was really willing to raise her, Feng Yueying wouldn't be able to accept it. Feng Yueying glared at him. "I'm not joking with you. Recently, I've been following up on all the projects in Guyu Culture City. Every day, I have to deal with more than 10 to 20 people from the company, and I also have to deal with people from the government. Sometimes, I can't even tell who is who, and I have to rely on my assistant to remind me. Ever since I started working, I've improved like a rocket. Although I'm very grateful to Director Su for trusting me, but after all, I'm not a business genius like her, so I can only fly first. However, no matter how much I fly, a stupid bird is still a stupid bird. I'm afraid that if I make a mistake, I'll have to ask Director Su to help me clean up the trouble. That can't be. Even if Qingxue helps you clean up your mess, she won't blame you. You can't possibly be watertight," Yi Fan said. "If it was in the past, I would have been able to accept it, but now that I have such a relationship with you, if I still can't do it well and get Director Su to help me, how awkward would that be?" Feng Yueying said faintly. Thinking about it this way, It was indeed quite awkward. Could it be that Su Qingxue had such a plan from the beginning when she gave Feng Yuing such a heavy responsibility? It was to make Feng Yuing feel more awkward after making a mistake. No, Su Qingxue shouldn't be so stingy, and she wouldn't joke around with her own career. Yi Fan advised, Ying, don't worry about this. This bit of pressure of yours is nothing, it can't be compared to my pressure. If you knew what I was going through, that pressure is not something that an ordinary person can accept. But, I'm just an ordinary person. Most people in this world are also very ordinary. The pressure that everyone can endure is different. The only thing that's the same is that they choose to endure it or give up, right? Since you don't want to give up, then think of a way to endure it. There's no point in always thinking about it, isn't there? Yi Fan was stunned. Only then did he realize that Feng Yuying's words were meant for him to hear. That's right, everyone has pressure. Ordinary people have pressure, but special people naturally have pressure. If a person did not work, they would die of poverty and starvation. That was why they had to work hard. This was the pressure of life. If he, Yi Fan, didn't work hard to cultivate and become stronger, he would lose everything. Wasn't this pressure the motivation for him to reach the peak? Before the Holy War, he hadn't been afraid of pressure at all. So why was it that after a few years of comfortable life, he was afraid of the slightest thing and the sly Zhou clan had made him lose his composure? What he wanted to do had never changed. Become stronger, and even stronger. It was useless to think too much about it. The key was to use the resources he had now to become an expert, like an epic-ranked expert, as soon as possible. Yi Fan laughed self-deprecatingly. Ying, did you really study business in university? Why do I feel like you majored in psychology? What? I'm just stating the facts. I'm just curious, hubby, you've always been such an energetic person, why do you look so listless? Feng Yuing pouted. Fan Xian laughed and said, I was thinking too much. Come, eat more, only then can I clear my mind and not make mistakes at work. After the meal, Yi Fan paid the bill and the two of them walked out of the dining hall. Feng Yuing made a pitiful request, hubby, I'm thirsty. Can you bring me to buy a drink? Of course, how could I bear to let you be thirsty? Yi Fan laughed. Hubby, you're so nice. Feng Yuing smiled sweetly. When the mature and beautiful beauty revealed such a pure smile, the breathtaking moment made Yi Fan's entire body feel light. When the two of them left, Feng Yuing would naturally hold Yi Fan's arm, or take the initiative to hold Yi Fan's hand. This made Yi Fan feel a little different from before. It seemed that after not seeing each other for a few days, the woman was even more clingy to him. However, Yi Fan felt very comfortable with this feeling of a little bird. Little Ying, what do you want to drink? Yi Fan held the woman's hand and asked. Whatever, hubby, I'll drink whatever you give me, Feng Yuing said. Yi Fan was speechless. Why did he feel that Feng Yuing was becoming more and more reliant on him? When she was with him, she seemed to be too lazy to think about anything. Whatever she ate and drank, it was all up to him. Compared to the strong woman who was very opinionated in the past, there were many changes. In the end, Yi Fan bought her a cup of passion fruit juice and made himself a cup of orange juice before leaving the shopping mall. On the way back to the company, there was a little traffic jam at noon. When they were waiting for the traffic light, Feng Yuing suddenly reached out and hugged one of Yi Fan's arms, then gently snuggled up to him. Hubby. I really don't want to go back to work. If I can always be with you, I don't have to do anything, just the two of us. Feng Yuing said softly. Yi Fan's heart was numb. Taking advantage of the time they were waiting for the red light, he reached out to touch the woman's face, then lowered his head and kissed her hair. Ying, you seem to be getting more and more clingy to me after being with me recently. You're not the same as before, Yi Fan said with a smile. Feng Yuing replied with an N and said with a rosy face, I don't know why either. Anyway, on the first day of the new year, you accompanied my parents to go shopping, watch movies, and buy things. Then, my mother praised you a lot. Then, I suddenly felt that it was very comfortable to be with you. I don't know why, but I just want to stick to you all the time, but I can't see you every day, so I miss you so much. Saying that, Feng Yuing raised her head and said nervously, Hubby, do you not like women who are too clingy? Of course not, I just like it when you stick to me. The more you stick to me, the more I like it. Yi Fan giggled. When Feng Yuing heard this, her face lit up. Maybe after falling in love, women are just so silly. Anyway, with a man around, it doesn't matter if their IQ is negative. No wonder so many women were tricked by men, so that's what happened, Yi Fan said. My husband wouldn't lie to me. Right? Feng Yuing looked at him eagerly. Yi Fan laughed, silly Ying, of course I won't lie to you, I'm just saying. Feng Yuing continued to lean on Yi Fan's arm and closed her eyes with a face full of satisfaction. Yi Fan didn't need to change gears anyway, so he just let the woman lean on him all the way back to the company. After arriving at the underground garage, Feng Yuing stopped the car and stood up regretfully. She stroked her messy bangs and said softly, Hubby, I'm going up to work. Go. Yi Fan was also a little reluctant to part with her, especially since the car was filled with the fragrance of a woman. Coupled with the fact that Feng Yuing was rosy in the afternoon, it was indescribably charming, like a coveted peach. Feng Yuing looked at him with her big watery eyes. Suddenly, she closed her eyes and probed forward. Chapter 650. 0650. This kiss was like a bolt of lightning that ignited the flames of the earth, completely igniting the feelings between the two of them. Yi Fan hadn't been intimate with Feng Yuing for some time. Even though he knew that they were in the car, his nostrils were filled with the fragrance of a woman. Hormones filled his mind with the smell of a woman. Yi Fan's hands wandered around the woman's body, as if he wanted to rub her into his own body. Feng Yuing also took the initiative to respond, very emotional. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the company right now, and the last shred of clarity still existed between the two of them, they would have gone into battle with their swords and spears. What the two of them didn't expect was that during these few minutes of intimacy, someone happened to drive by and saw this scene. A woman in the car revealed a surprised expression. She didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately drove inside. After stopping, she took a document and hurriedly took the elevator to the top floor. Arriving at the chairman's office, the woman gritted her teeth and hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door. Director Su. Come in. Su Qingxue put down the work in her hands and stretched out her hand. Did you bring the information on Calvert? Yes, it's all here. Chenya handed over the information bag. Su Qingxue nodded. This news must be kept a secret. Don't mention it to anyone. Chenya asked doubtfully, Director Su, I checked that Calvert is a very poor town in the western part of the country. Although it is large, it doesn't have any mineral resources. Do we really need to invest in that place? There's no need to ask. In short, I want to buy as much land in this town as possible within a month. I want to brand this town with our beautiful imprint. Su Qingxue said resolutely. Understood. Chenya nodded seriously and said, Director Su, in the afternoon, that Vice Station Chief Chui from the television station has arranged for a live broadcast of your speech. He will officially announce the establishment of the Ivy League Foundation to the public. If you have confirmed the time, I will go and confirm it. And, just follow the original plan. If there's nothing else, you can go out. Su Qingxue said. However, Chenya wasn't in a hurry to leave. She had a complicated expression on her face. Director Su, there's something. I don't know if I should say it or not. How did you learn all this nonsense? Speak, what is it? Su Qingxue raised her head and asked. Qinya said, I was in the parking lot just now and saw Yi Fan and Vice President Feng. Qinya briefly described the scene she saw. Seeing that Su Qingxue's eyes were getting colder and colder, she felt a trace of pride in her heart. President Su, our company forbids office romance. I think it's necessary to let you know. After all, they're all trusted by you. I don't think it's appropriate, all right. Su Qingxue raised her hand and said, I understand. You can leave now. Yes, Director Su. Qinya turned and walked out of the office. After Yi Fan and Feng Yuing reluctantly parted ways, they returned to the office and their moods were already pretty good. However, he did not play the game. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and thought about the martial arts he had seen from the Zhou family village. Fan Xian planned to think about these skills carefully. Where was the essence of these skills, so that he could fuse them into his understanding of ancient martial arts? It had been a long time since he had been so eager to improve his strength. Unknowingly, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Yi Fan heard someone in the office turn on the television. It's about to start, right? 3 in the afternoon. Yeah, I saw the people from the TV station coming just now. A few of his colleagues from the security department were watching the TV in anticipation. Yi Fan stood up, walked over and asked, What is it? Why are you guys watching TV? Although there was a television in the big office, it was rarely used except for some video conferences. Brother Fan, don't you know? There's Director Su's speech later, Jiang Chao said. What is Director Su's speech? Yi Fan was puzzled. At this time, Hongyu walked out with her hands crossed in front of her chest and said, You're so close to Director Su, don't you know? A while ago, Director Su donated 10 billion of his personal assets, but Dean Li of the Ivy League Welfare Institute entrusted Director Su to continue managing the money and set up the Ivy League Foundation. Although it was Dean Li's foundation in name, the manager was still Director Su. Moreover, it seemed to have relied on Dean Li's relationship to pass the approval and become a public fund. In other words, Director Su was still managing that 10 billion, and in the future, the fund would continue to grow stronger with donations. The media outside said that Director Su was doing a pseudo-charity and didn't donate any money from the beginning to the end. Therefore, Director Su had to respond to this matter head-on. Yi Fan was stunned. He had heard from Su Qingxue that she was going to set up a foundation, but he didn't expect it to be such a big move. Suddenly, Yi Fan understood why Chu Yunyao said that Su Qingxue would definitely make a profit from this investment. 10 billion, Dean Li didn't know how to spend it at all. Adding on his relationship with Dean Li, he definitely trusted Su Qingxue, so in the end, it still returned to Su Qingxue's hands. And the foundation established by Dean Li was even easier to pass the approval. After it became a public fund, the wealth would continue to increase. With Su Qingxue's investment ability, it wouldn't take long for this fund to develop to 20 billion, 30 billion. He didn't know why, but Yi Fan felt that he had been deceived. It wasn't that he didn't want Su Qingxue to use his relationship with Dean Li. It was just that this feeling of being hidden from him made Yi Fan feel very uncomfortable. He originally thought that Su Qingxue simply wanted to make some contributions to the children in the orphanage and to President Li's hard work, but now, it seemed that Su Qingxue had already calculated from the moment she donated 10 billion that President Li wouldn't use this money at all. It could be said that Su Qingxue's courage and insight were outstanding, but more than that, Su Qingxue had understood President Li's mentality and used his relationship with him. Just as Yi Fan was feeling complicated and even a little angry, the live broadcast of the news began on the television. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently at the headquarters of the embroidery group. In the past few days, there have been many different opinions on whether the chairman of the embroidery group, Ms. Su Qingxue, has a pseudo-charity and is using the name of the foundation to amass wealth. Today, Dean Li Shuhua of the Ivy League Orphanage has already announced the start of the foundation's operations in the morning. And now, Miss Su Qingxue will be working with the directors of the Ivy League Foundation to respond to this incident. After the reporter finished his simple explanation, the camera pointed at the stage and Su Qingxue leisurely walked to the podium. Chapter 651. 0651. The camera was aimed at Su Qingxue and the book in her hand. It looked like an old English book. Everyone was puzzled. What did this woman mean? Su Qingxue waited for the scene to completely quiet down and stare at her with rapt attention before she slowly opened her mouth. This is Prime Minister Churchill's Memoirs of the Second World War, the first edition, the most treasured set of books in my grandfather's collection, and the only set he gave me. He had bought this set of books from the London auction house, and it was signed by Churchill himself as a gift to General Montgomery. He wrote this passage at the top of the book. It was a passage he said in a speech at his alma mater, Harrow, in 1941. Su Qingxue opened the first page of the book. There were a few rows of beautiful handwriting on it. Dear Monty, never give up, never give up, never, never, never. No matter what, no matter how big or small, no matter how heavy or heavy. Never give up. Except for the belief in honor and reason. Never yield to power. Never yield to the enemy's seemingly powerful strength. Su Qingxue's tone was not fast, nor was it very loud, but it was filled with determination. It made people feel the passion and boldness of a strong person of this generation during this period of war. My grandfather told me that the business world is like a battlefield. When you step into this land, you must be prepared to fight against everyone and everything. No one will pity you for your failure, no one will be merciful to you, no one will send charcoal in the snow for no reason. No one. No one. At this point, Su Qingxue paused for a moment, put down the book, and changed the topic. I know that recently, in society, in the media, there have been a lot of unfavorable comments about our embroidery group and me. First, there were doubts about the 10 billion that I donated to the charity auction before the new year. Then, there were some comments about my background, my family background, and the development of the Guyu Culture City project by our company. In many people's eyes, I and the embroidery group are facing a huge test. They think that I won't be able to hold on any longer. They think that we are going to fall in such a negative wave. However, I'm going to disappoint some people with ill intentions. In the past few days, the so-called holdout households in the Guyu Cultural City have already cooperated with us in the demolition. There were no conflicts, nor any excessive demands. As for Huahai News and Television Station, which reported on my mother and said that I had a questionable background, they have already publicly admitted that the news was inaccurate. I appreciate the journalists' attitude of seeking truth from facts and correcting their mistakes. As for the Ivy League Foundation, it was indeed planned by me and Dean Li Shuhua. Dean Li acted as the representative and I acted as the investment consultant. Many people think that I'm doing fake charity, that I'm just using the name of the foundation to accumulate wealth so that I can continue to earn money. I have to say, I feel that people with such thoughts are really ridiculous and pitiful. As Qingxue spoke, she pointed at the big screen behind her, and a chart immediately appeared on it. Dozens of companies and research institutes were listed on the chart. Since my university days, I have invested in more than 70 companies and 20 research institutes under my own name. The total investment is more than 6 billion yuan. As soon as he said that, the group of reporters and media below burst into an uproar and flashed their cameras crazily. Qingxue said loudly, even if there is no foundation, I have never stopped investing in different fields, in different scientific research projects, and in infrastructure projects. My investment is not to make money. Of course, my investment usually pays off, but that is not the main factor. My reasons for investing were not much different from Edison's invention of telephone communication, Oppenheimer's use of nuclear fission, or DJ Kurt Heck's invention of turntables and microphones on Sedgwick Avenue in the Bronx. My dream is to let human civilization move towards a better future faster. Eliminate more poverty and hunger, and bring more happiness to mankind. The audience applauded, and the reporters nodded. In the company, the employees of the embroidery group who were watching the live broadcast of the news were also very excited. Many of them revealed looks of worship. Qingxue waited for the applause to end before continuing. I don't know when it started, but once a rich and famous person did charity, they would be suspected of doing fake charity. If they donated money, they would say that the donation was too little, and if they donated more, they would say that it was just for the sake of fame. What kind of person would have the same kind of gaze when looking at a problem? I am very clear, and the embroidery group is also very clear about what our goal and our ideals are. Even if there are many doubts, we will still unswervingly walk down this path. In the face of those who have always wanted to slander me, it was still the same sentence. Apart from the belief in honor and reason, I will never give up. After she finished speaking, Qingxue simply nodded her head, picked up the book, and walked off the podium. In the security office, the group of security guards were also dumbstruck, as if they had been conquered by Qingxue's speech. TSK. I'm about to start liking women. Hongyu smiled and sighed. She winked at Yi Fan. You really have good taste. However, Yi Fan's mood was very complicated. He couldn't laugh at all. He already couldn't figure out how much of the woman's words were true and how much was false. Without making a sound, Yi Fan turned his head and walked out of the office. He took the elevator all the way to Su Qingxue's office. Coincidentally, Su Qingxue had also finished dealing with the reporters and walked back with Qinya. Director Su, your speech was really great. I just took a look, and during your speech, our stock started to rise continuously. It's already back to the stock price 3 days ago. With this momentum, we might even be able to break through the peak of our stock price within a week. Qinya was very excited as she held the tablet. Follow up on the publicity and tell Cui Hongxia that if you do well, you won't treat her unfairly. Doesn't she want a house? She doesn't have 100 million, but it's not a problem to give her a few million. Su Qingxue said. Yes, I understand. Qinya nodded. At this moment, they saw Yi Fan at the door of the office. Su Qingxue's expression was a little complicated, but she still faintly smiled. Looking for me? Yes. Then let's go in. Yi Fan nodded and walked into the office. What is it? Su Qingxue returned to her seat and placed the memoirs on the desk. Yi Fan looked at Qinya who was at the door. Let her out. Hearing that, Qinya was unhappy. Yi Fan, what do you mean? Do you have the right to let me out? However, Su Qingxue raised her hand and stopped Qinya from continuing. Qinya, you go and busy yourself first.